Chapter 661. Han Shuo was unperturbed and did not comment on Li Wei's evaluation. He merely continued to observe Erickson and his party. After receiving Han Shuo's instructions, Donna and the others all aimed their attacks at Erickson. In an instant, rays of light interweaved and divine energy surged towards Erickson. Just as Han Shuo said, Old chose to ignore Erickson. He continued to look all around to observe the changes in the demonic formation, making a futile effort. Kaiser heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he was no longer under attack. He seized the time to recover his divine energy and paid no attention to Erickson's impending death. Everyone had a selfish side to them. It was even more impossible to share weal and woe with one another in a relationship that was intertwined with benefits. The attacks that were supposed to be shared by Old and Kaiser were suddenly concentrated on Erickson alone. The pressure he had to bear immediately multiplied. Erickson had long been exhausted by this point in time. His divine energy had been greatly depleted. He was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapsing under the onslaught of attacks. The light of his life could be extinguished at any moment. Keep it up. Erickson is on the verge of collapse. Bolton laughed excitedly. He felt an indescribable sense of pride when he saw that Erickson, a mid-god, was about to be bombarded to death by them. Lord Old, please help us. Kaiser, who was still recovering his divine energy, hastily asked Old for help when he saw that Erickson was on the verge of collapse. As though he did not hear Kaiser's cry for help, Old continued to scan the surroundings with his brows bunched. He did not take Kaiser's words to heart. The Druidic Order and the Shrine of Ice had always been estranged from each other on Profound Continent. This had obviously affected the relationship between the leaders of both parties. Old was by no means a magnanimous person who would disregard past enmities and shield his enemies from the wind and rain. Kaiser could not help but smile wryly in his heart when he saw that Old was unmoved. He knew that he couldn't count on Old. Kaiser sensed that the amount of divine energy in his body had been depleted, then looked around at the seemingly endless barrage of attacks coming from unknown sources. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt uncertain. Kaiser looked on helplessly as Erickson suffered all sorts of attacks. He pretended to have exhausted a great deal of his divine energy and panted to recover his strength. However, he had no intention of helping Erickson. You guys stay here and deal with them. I'll go out and check out the situation. Staying here isn't a long-term solution. I'll see if I can find a way to go deeper. Han Shuo suddenly said. Donna was taken aback. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and asked doubtfully, Aren't you afraid that Old will discover you and kill you instantly if you go out at this time? It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Han Shuo spoke confidently, and then he thought for a moment before instructing Donna, Be careful. It's best not to rashly leave this place before I return. As long as you stay here, I can guarantee your safety. There won't be any problems up there. If you walk out of here, I can't guarantee anything. Donna was stunned speechless. It took her a while before she nodded solemnly. Brian, where are you going? Li Wei asked softly. Soon after, she volunteered, Why don't I go with you? I can help you. You can't help me. Han Shuo immediately refused. When Li Wei was greatly disappointed, Han Shuo added, But if you can get rid of Erickson and the others, it will be considered as helping me. Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo did not linger any longer. He nodded at Donna and Bolton before his figure blurred and he walked out of the stone forest. While Donna and the others were attacking Erickson with all their might, Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and covered the area from afar, secretly prying into the secrets of the Ninth Realm Mysticaline Harvester. As his consciousness gradually extended, Han Shuo sensed an inexplicable calling from the center of the Ninth Realm Mysticaline Harvester. It was as though there was something at the center of the Ninth Realm Mysticaline Harvester that was softly calling over and over again, waiting for his arrival. The feeling was extremely mysterious. At first, Han Shuo thought that it was an illusion. But when Han Shuo held his breath and tried to sense it carefully, he discovered that the calling was directed at his consciousness, attracting all of his attention. At this moment, Han Shuo was certain that the one who deployed the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester was a demonic senior with profound magical powers. Han Shuo had no idea how this terrifying senior came to profound continent. The only thing he could be sure of was that the senior had deployed everything here to target experts from alien material planes who did not know demonic arts. As for Han Shuo, as a demonic arts cultivator, he would not be affected by the demonic formations here. This also meant that the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester, which Donna, Old, and the others faced with every step of danger, would be unimpeded by the demonic formations here. With that in mind, what else did Han Shuo have to worry about? Donna, Li Wei, Bolton, and the others could be counted as Han Shuo's allies. However, at a time like this, as a demonic arts cultivator, Han Shuo would not be willing to let anyone know his secrets. He wanted to keep everything here to himself. With that in mind, Han Shuo cast aside Donna and the others and had them stay in the stone forest to keep Old, Erickson, and the others busy while he explored the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester on his own. As soon as Han Shuo walked out from the stone forest, Old, who had been observing the changes in his surroundings, discovered Han Shuo's presence. As a cultivator of the Edict of Life, Old had an extraordinary ability to sense living beings. As Han Shuo cultivated in demonic arts and had formed his consciousness, his life signature was vastly different from that of an ordinary person. Therefore, Old immediately discovered Han Shuo as soon as he walked out from the stone forest. "Hey kid, where were you just now?" Old suddenly felt relieved when he saw Han Shuo reappear. He grabbed Kelly and hastily flew in the direction of Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't surprised that Old could discover him. He calmly and unhurriedly walked towards the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester without the slightest change in his expression. Under Old's watchful eyes, not only did Han Shuo's figure grow further and further away, even his life signature seemed to be concealed by an invisible boundary and gradually disappeared from Old's sight and soul perception. Old was extremely shocked. He was confident that his speed was much faster than the speed at which Han Shuo left. However, not only was he unable to catch up to Han Shuo, but Han Shuo was also rapidly vanishing. Old could not understand this strange feeling no matter how hard he thought about it. He felt very aggrieved. Naturally, Old did not know that when Han Shuo left, a demonic formation called So Close, Yet Worlds Apart activated. The demonic formation forcibly altered the laws of space, causing the distance between him and Han Shuo to suddenly increase. Old, who did not understand the wonders of demonic formations, pursued Han Shuo with all his might, but the distance between him and Han Shuo only grew further and further. Donna and the others in the stone forest in the blind spot of the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester were stunned. From their point of view, they saw a strange phenomenon. Han Shuo was unhurriedly walking toward the depths of the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester while Old chased after him at lightning speed. Old was clearly using all his strength to chase after Han Shuo, but the distance between the two was infinitely increasing. It looked like Old was rapidly retreating as he chased after Han Shuo. The scene was extremely strange. The laws of space here seem to have been forcefully distorted. This is too strange. Who is the person who arranged everything here? Why does he seem to know everything? Donna mumbled to herself with a horrified face. Brian won't be in trouble, right? Li Wei asked in a panic. She watched as Han Shuo walked step by step toward the depths of the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester without turning back. She had a feeling that something was amiss but she could not put her finger on it. Why do I feel that Brian is so harmonious with the environment here? It's as though he's at home here. He's not the least bit flustered and seems to be calm and unruffled. Bolton thought hard for a moment and subconsciously expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Li Wei cried out in surprise and exclaimed, "That's right, that's the feeling. I also feel that Brian's behavior here is as though he's at home. That familiarity with this place, that's the feeling. Donna was stunned by Bolton's and Li Wei's words. She pondered for a moment and the doubts in her heart grew stronger. Don't worry about Brian. Let's get rid of Erickson first. Donna shouted at Bolton and Li Wei in annoyance after thinking for a moment but could not figure it out. The few of them no longer wasted their breath. They stared at the dying Erickson and continued to bombard him indiscriminately. ***** On the other side, Han Shuo was walking step by step toward the depths of the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester. His footsteps were slow as he attentively observed everything he saw along the way. Han Shuo became more and more amazed by the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester as he ventured deeper into the formation. The summoning of his consciousness from the depths of the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester became more frequent. All he saw along the way were bizarrely shaped demonic formations. Han Shuo recognized almost all of them and many of them were beyond his knowledge. Naturally, these terrifyingly powerful demonic formations had no intention of attacking Han Shuo and allowed him to enter unimpeded. However, at the center of these bizarre demonic formations, Han Shuo discovered a dozen or so skeletons. Some of these skeletons belonged to humans while others belonged to larger magical beasts. Han Shuo also discovered 2 skeletons that belonged to the soul race. From these traces, Han Shuo surmised that a great battle had taken place in this place 5,000 years ago. The original owner of the skeletal staff, the predecessors of the soul race, the gods of the Church of Light, and the ancestors of old who cultivated in the Edict of Life participated in that battle. In the end, the ancestors of the Druidic order who cultivated in the Edict of Life and the gods of the Church of Light emerged victorious. But what was certain was that they must have lost many gods to the demonic formations in this place. Through Han Shuo's deep understanding of this gigantic ninth realm mystical Yin harvester and through Han Shuo's general understanding of the many demonic formations in this place, Han Shuo surmised that although each and every one of them wanted to explore the secrets of this place, none of them would be able to make it to the center of the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester alive. Because the demonic formations in this place were too numerous and too terrifying. The summoning from the center of the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester grew clearer and clearer. That intense summoning directly filled Han Shuo's consciousness, carrying with it an evil and bewitching power that incessantly tempted Han Shuo to go deeper. The summoning's influence on Han Shuo grew stronger and stronger. It was so strong that Han Shuo could not calm his mind and continue to observe his surroundings. Finally, Han Shuo gave up on observing his surroundings in detail. Following the guidance of his consciousness, he quickly moved towards the center of the summoning. Soon, Han Shuo arrived at the location of the summoning, the eye of the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester. The eye of the array was covered with complicated runes, engraved with many ghostly images that Han Shuo could not understand. There were curving tadpole-like lines that resembled the ancient oracle bone inscriptions of Han Shuo's world. They appeared very mysterious and abstruse, making Han Shuo unable to understand their meaning. The summoning to Han Shuo's consciousness came from under the eye of the array, but he did not know what it was. Han Shuo understood that for such a terrifyingly enormous ninth realm mystical Yin harvester, apart from the mysterious patterns and runes, it also required a treasure that could support everything in the formation. Han Shuo had never heard of such an enormous demonic formation. Based on his understanding of demonic formations, the treasure that maintained everything in the formation must be far more precious than he could imagine. Han Shuo was about to walk towards the eye of the array when a crack the size of a well suddenly appeared in the eye of the array. A dozen or so mystical demons that had disappeared for a long time whizzed out. Han Shuo was greatly shocked. Not only did he not rush in, but he also rapidly retreated a few steps. Han Shuo guessed that those dozen or so mystical demons were the ones he had seen earlier. They were the souls of the corpses that had died in the surrounding demonic formations. These souls were at the divine realm. Inside such a mysterious ninth realm mystical Yin harvester, they were extremely terrifying after they had transformed into mystical demons. Han Shuo had previously witnessed the terror of these mystical demons. Most importantly, these mystical demons were not like the demonic formations here. He was not immune to them. Han Shuo believed that he would not be able to withstand a dozen or so terrifying mystical demons coming out at him at the same time. He even had thoughts of retreating immediately. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, when he retreated, the dozen or so mystical demons did not whiz over. Instead, they circled around the hole the size of a well. Seeing that the dozen or so mystical demons did not pounce over, Han Shuo was greatly reassured. He carefully observed from afar, and only cautiously approached the hole when he realized that the dozen or so mystical demons did not seem to have any intention of pouncing over regardless of the consequences. All of a sudden, the summoning to his consciousness from the hole changed slightly, as though an order had been issued. The dozen or so mystical demons that were circling around the hole flew far away, whizzing over his head as they opened up a path, waiting for Han Shuo to come over. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo creased his brows and walked towards the hole apprehensively, not knowing what he was about to face. Before Han Shuo could poke his head out to see what was going on, a force was suddenly released from the hole. It instantly entangled Han Shuo's body and sucked Han Shuo inside. Chapter 662. Han Shuo felt the world spinning around him. Dizzy and disoriented, he struggled to regain his footing. When he looked up, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that he was inside an artifact. The top of his head was filled with abstruse and mysterious runes. Those runes were glistening with bloody radiance and wriggling as though they were alive. Beneath his feet was a greenish-brown ground. The ground was very uneven and hard to the touch. Incomparably dense mystical aura filled the surroundings. The amount of mystical aura here far exceeded Han Shuo's imagination. It lingered around him like a faint mist and did not disperse. It could be directly inhaled into one's heart and lungs as one breathed. Han Shuo believed that if he were to cultivate in such a place, the speed at which he could accumulate demonic yuan would increase by 100-fold, or even faster. With a heart full of astonishment, Han Shuo continuously sized up his surroundings. He raised his head and discovered that there was a vast space above his head. Enormous shadows were hovering in the vast space. With a thought, Han Shuo was shocked to discover that the shadows hovering in the distance above his head were the dozen or so mystical demons hovering at the entrance of the cave. Since when did those mystical demons become so huge? Han Shuo was greatly astonished. Soon after, he had an idea. His body slightly shook as he used his consciousness to sense the surrounding situation even more meticulously. Sure enough, my body has shrunk. It seems that I have been pulled inside by some artifact. It's not those mystical demons that have become bigger. It seems that I have shrunk. Han Shuo cried out in surprise as he sensed the changes in his surroundings with his consciousness. After Han Shuo cried out in surprise, he suddenly discovered that the runes that were constantly flickering with bloody radiance were moving rapidly in a mysterious trajectory. An illusory energy appeared out of nowhere. Before Han Shuo could figure out what was happening, that illusory energy suddenly established a bizarre connection with his consciousness. A message was transmitted to Han Shuo: I am Cauldron Spirit. Welcome, new master. Han Shuo was startled. He did not understand the situation and subconsciously replied, Who are you? What is this place? Who set up the ninth realm mystical harvester? I am the Cauldron Spirit of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. The one who deployed all the formations in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon was my original master, Gu Tianxia, the Exalted Demon Lord. The voice that called itself the Cauldron Spirit slowly explained to Han Shuo. Cauldron of Myriad Demons. Devil Lord Gu Tianxia. What was going on? Han Shuo was at a loss. His mind was in a mess. Han Shuo pondered for a moment before he suddenly exclaimed, I'm the new master of the Cauldron of Myriad Demons. What was going on? Where's the original owner? The original owner, Gu Tianxia, the Exalted Demon Lord, had a great battle with an expert of this universe. Both sides suffered great losses. That expert was in hiding after suffering severe injuries. The exalted demon lord had exhausted a great deal of his physical body to traverse across the universe and suffered devastating injuries. Before his death, he forcibly escaped to this material plane and set up everything here before his consciousness completely dissipated. The exalted demon lord's consciousness completely dissipated a long time ago. I'm afraid you are the only demonic arts cultivator in this universe. Moreover, I was the one who brought you here. Therefore, from now on, you are my new master. Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was extremely shocked. He nearly jumped up from his seat. Just how powerful was Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord to be able to spare the energy to set up everything here before his death? Was that god of this universe who fought the exalted demon lord and survived even more powerful? As though it knew what was on Han Shuo's mind, Cauldron Spirit angrily explained, the exalted demon lord had just traversed across the universe and exhausted a great deal of energy before his consciousness completely dissipated. Otherwise, the one who died might not be the exalted demon lord. Han Shuo was stunned by Cauldron Spirit's explanation. He suddenly shuddered and hastily asked, "What do you mean by you were the one who brought me here?" To be more precise, it was the exalted demon lord and I who brought you here together. The exalted demon lord arranged everything and I merely carried it out. Cauldron Spirit pondered for a moment before it explained, there are tens of thousands of material planes in this universe. Don't you find it strange that your soul would only descend upon this material plane? Now that you put it that way, it does seem a little interesting, Han Shuo thought to himself. Haven't you noticed that there are many traces left behind by the exalted demon lord on this material plane? Do you really think that the 5 extreme locations were formed naturally? If it weren't for the exalted demon lord's arrangements before his death, how could there be so many of the 5 extreme locations? Cauldron Spirit continued. Han Shuo was startled. Soon after, he cried out in surprise, so that's how it is. It's no wonder that even though I have been to the Abyss Realm, I have never discovered a single one of the 5 extreme locations in the vast Abyss Realm. The exalted demon lord knew that he didn't have much time left. As the energy in his body was fading every second and his consciousness was dispersing, he was unable to bring an inheritor of demonic arts from another universe. Therefore, he could only use his remaining energy to arrange the 5 greatest extreme locations of the 5 extreme locations and wait for a suitable opportunity. That is, when someone's soul underwent a great transformation and the intense undulations of energy from traversing to this material plane, the exalted demon lord's soul would be forcibly brought to this material plane in this universe. After the exalted demon lord finished arranging all these, his consciousness gradually dissipated. However, that opportunity did not arrive and he ultimately perished. I, the Cauldron Spirit of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, have inherited the exalted demon lord's dying wish and have been waiting for that opportunity all this time. I don't know how many years have passed, but your soul, under the great transformation, resonated with the undulations left behind by the exalted demon lord. Using the energy left behind by the exalted demon lord, I was able to forcibly bring your soul to this universe and precisely descend to this material plane. Han Shuo was astounded. After listening to the Cauldron Spirit's explanation, he finally realized that the transmigration of his soul was not a coincidence. Everything was the catalyst left behind by the exalted demon lord Gu Tianxia and the Cauldron Spirit of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Your soul is simply too weak. In order to bring you safely from that universe and attach yourself to a physical body, I have exhausted too much of the energy here. As the Cauldron Spirit of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, I had no choice but to enter a deep slumber and continuously gather mystical aura from the 9th realm mystical harvester to recover. For a period of time after that, I did not know where you were. It was not until a while ago that I woke up and immediately started calling for you. However, you and I were too far apart and I was still in a rather weak state. Therefore, you were unable to sense my calling and did not come to me. Just when I was about to take the risk and fly out of the cauldron of myriad demon, you miraculously arrived at the underground world and came all the way to this place. It seems that you are the one chosen by the exalted demon lord and that you will come to me by yourself sooner or later, the cauldron spirit said in a gratified manner. Han Shuo found the cauldron spirit's words rather odd. He never expected that there would be such a peculiar cauldron spirit in the depths of the underground world, silently watching him and waiting for his arrival. This feeling made Han Shuo feel somewhat touched. Why did Gu Tianxie go through so much trouble to bring someone over from our universe? If Gu Tianxie wanted to, he could have found a successor on this material plane and taken over everything here. I believe that doing so would have saved me a lot of effort, Han Shuo asked in puzzlement. First of all, there were no highly intelligent beings on this material plane. More importantly, the exalted demon lord believed that everyone in this universe was alien and that his successor could only be chosen from his homeworld. He would never allow the alien races of this universe to inherit everything he had. Therefore, he did not hesitate to pay such a great price to bring you over from his homeworld rather than allow those alien races to inherit everything he had, the cauldron spirit explained. Han Shuo silently nodded after listening to the cauldron spirit's explanation. Some ancient people had an unreasonable obsession with their old customs. Han Shuo could understand Gu Tianxie's reasoning. After hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation, Han Shuo realized that what happened to Gu Tianxie must have been a very long time ago. In that case, I am your new master. Han Shuo suddenly asked after a moment of silence. That's right. You are the person chosen by both me and the exalted demon lord. You will inherit everything from the exalted demon lord and possess the cauldron of myriad demon, which is me, the cauldron spirit answered affirmatively. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He asked, what did Gu Tianxie leave for me? Also, what are the uses of the cauldron of myriad demon? The exalted demon lord left you his understanding of the demonic path. As long as you continue down that path, you will become the next exalted demon lord and possess the power to destroy the world. However, this path will be very long and you must be careful. As for me, if I were in your universe, I would be able to intimidate all demons and make all demonic cultivators submit to me. But in this universe, I am useless. As for what exactly I can bring you, you will soon feel it, the cauldron spirit transmitted. Feel what? Han Shuo was stunned. Power. The cauldron spirit replied. After receiving the cauldron spirit's message, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that the enormous amount of mystical Yin aura within the cauldron of myriad demon had suddenly transformed. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the condensed mystical Yin aura suddenly gathered together. It was as though it was being compressed by the cauldron of myriad demon, gradually evolving into a purer energy. You are too weak. The ninth realm mystical Yin harvester had consumed a great deal of mystical Yin aura in order to bring you here. Although the mystical Yin aura that has been regathered over the years isn't much, it is still enough for you to take a big step forward. Open your mind and accept the changes this energy will bring to your body. Apart from that, you will also need to receive part of the exalted demon lord's understanding of the demonic path. Your consciousness is still too weak to accept too much at once. I will gradually pass it on to you in the future, the cauldron spirit suddenly shouted. Its enlightening voice reverberated in Han Shuo's consciousness. Even with Han Shuo's mental fortitude, he was so excited that he found it hard to control himself. Normally, he would be able to calm himself down with just a single breath, but this time, it took Han Shuo 10 times the amount of time. Chapter 663. Inside the cauldron of myriad demon, an enormous amount of mystical Yin aura condensed into a gaseous form. Under the cauldron spirit's guidance, the condensed mystical Yin aura flowed through Han Shuo's mouth and nose and into Han Shuo's body. The enormous ninth realm mystical Yin harvester had been gathering mystical Yin aura for many years. As soon as the mystical Yin aura entered Han Shuo's body, Han Shuo didn't even need to think about it. The mystical Yin aura rapidly flowed through his limbs and meridians and returned to his demonic infant. After listening to the cauldron spirit's explanation, Han Shuo opened up his mind and emptied his consciousness. He temporarily stopped thinking about any problems and allowed the demonic infant in his body to rapidly condense and digest the mystical Yin aura according to the circulation path of demonic arts. Han Shuo had discovered a long time ago that the demonic yuan in his body grew faster when he didn't deliberately adjust everything. After opening up his mind, all of Han Shuo's actions were done subconsciously. There was no active interference from his consciousness. It was this state that allowed Han Shuo's demonic infant to unleash all of its potential. The cauldron spirit also played an important role in this process. It gathered the mystical Yin aura, accelerated the condensation process and pushed the mystical Yin aura towards Han Shuo's demonic infant. Han Shuo's consciousness seemed to have returned to the state of a fetus. Unbeknownst to Han Shuo, the demonic infant in his body continued to condense an enormous amount of mystical Yin aura. On one hand, it replenished the demonic infant's needs, and on the other hand, it spread the dissolved demonic yuan to every cell and bone in his body. Time passed by quickly and silently. Han Shuo's consciousness was ethereal and muddle-headed. Under the stimulation of the demonic yuan, his body crackled incessantly. Once again, he experienced the transformation of being reborn. The demonic infant in his body was also gradually transforming. The demonic infant that looked exactly the same as Han Shuo's was no longer indistinct. Instead, it was clearly visible. It was as though every pore on his body had suddenly become visible. The transformation of his body and the demon infant didn't stop. Han Shuo's divine sense suddenly trembled as a chaotic belief surged into his divine sense. In the next moment, Han Shuo suddenly woke up from his ethereal state. The piercing pain brought about by the transformation of his body and the demonic infant immediately surged into Han Shuo's soul. He almost couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. I believe you should know that any sudden change will be accompanied by some pain. Not only do you have to endure this pain, but you also have to carefully comprehend what the exalted demon lord left for you in your consciousness. Otherwise, your state of mind will not be able to keep up with the power your body is increasing, which will be very disadvantageous to you in the future, cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Shuo. In that instant, Han Shuo understood everything that had happened to him. When his consciousness regained its clarity, he could clearly sense the transformation of his body and the demonic infant. He could sense that the enormous amount of mystical Yin aura was still surging into his body and being converted by the demonic infant into demonic yuan that nourished his body. The enormous amount of mystical Yin aura, after being converted into demonic yuan, would not only aid in the transformation of Han Shuo's body in demonic infant, but it could also help Han Shuo break through to the next realm. Of course, Han Shuo had to be in a realm that was compatible with his own strength. Han Shuo had to use his heart to comprehend the insights of the exalted demon lord's consciousness. Only by improving his realm to the level required by his body and demonic infant would Han Shuo be able to harvest the energy to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if he didn't have a strong enough state of mind to support the sudden influx of energy, he might end up suffering instead. After understanding all this, Han Shuo cut off his connection with cauldron spirit and no longer paid attention to the transformation of his body and demonic infant. He focused all of his attention on comprehending his consciousness and slowly comprehending the thing that had suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord's understanding of demonic energy was much more profound than Chu Kanglin's. The two were not even on the same level. The thing that filled Han Shuo's consciousness was like a cluster of violently fluctuating clouds. Without any words to describe it, Han Shuo had to use his consciousness to sense the changes in the cluster of clouds and search for the insights Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, left him. At first, Han Shuo didn't know how to proceed. He tried to use the energy of his consciousness to sense everything within the cluster of clouds. However, Han Shuo soon realized that it would be futile. Han Shuo knew that the transformation of his body and demonic infant wouldn't end in a short period of time. Therefore, Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry. He calmed his mind, focused his attention, and tried to understand everything within the cluster of clouds bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo opened up his mind and discarded all distracting thoughts. Suddenly, he fell into some sort of bizarre state. He suddenly formed some sort of profound connection with the erratic and ever-changing cluster of clouds. Many chaotic and distracting thoughts shot out from the cloud in all directions in an instant. Those distracting thoughts were like sharp needles stabbing into Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo's consciousness felt as though it had suffered a heavy blow and was in agony. When his consciousness felt the piercing pain, the tearing pain from his body and demonic infant's transformation seemed to have increased tenfold in an instant. Han Shuo nearly fainted. Forcefully enduring the torturous pain, Han Shuo reassembled his consciousness. To his astonishment, he discovered that the distracting thoughts that had shot out in all directions had begun to reorganize themselves in a regular pattern when he reassembled his consciousness. This behavior was something that Han Shuo couldn't see with his naked eyes, but he could perceive with his consciousness. Suddenly, Han Shuo, whose face was contorted by the intense pain, instantly quieted down. He remained seated in a cross-legged posture like an immutable boulder, dead silent. During this process, Han Shuo's body continued to emit a brilliant curtain of light. The transformation of his body and demonic infant continued. After an unknown period of time, the extremely dense mystical yin qi within the cauldron of myriad demon gradually thinned out. The speed at which it flowed to Han Shuo's mouth and nose also slowed down. After another long period of time, all of the mystical yin qi within the cauldron of myriad demon seemed to have been cleansed by a strong gust of wind. Han Shuo's body also stopped glowing. After another long period of time, Han Shuo's fingers, which had been silent for God knows how long, suddenly trembled. After a while, Han Shuo's eyebrows twitched repeatedly. He opened his eyes and slowly woke up from that wondrous state. "Congratulations, new master. You have directly broken through a realm," the cauldron spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was as though he had just woken up from a long dream. For a moment, he couldn't make sense of his current situation. After the cauldron spirit's voice sounded, Han Shuo started to ponder with his brows bunched. He slowly recalled everything that had happened to him. Gradually, Han Shuo's brows smoothed out as though he had grasped something. He followed that clue and sank into deep thought. After a while, Han Shuo suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up from his cross-legged sitting position, twisted his body, clenched his fists, and sensed the changes that had occurred to his body. Your body has once again undergone a complete transformation. Your demonic infant has also undergone a transformation. You have made great progress compared to before, the cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Shuo's consciousness. Even without the cauldron spirit's explanation, Han Shuo could sense the changes that had occurred to his demonic infant and his body. The demonic yuan circulating in his body seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. It was as though it had turned into liquid and was slowly flowing through his limbs and bones like a trickle. Every cell and every bone in his body seemed to be brimming with boundless energy. With a single thought, that energy seemed ready to overflow. The demonic infant did not seem to have undergone too many changes. However, when Han Shuo looked within himself, he discovered that the demonic infant, the source of his energy, had turned from blurry to incomparably clear. It truly resembled an infant that had been reborn. The changes to his body and demonic infant made Han Shuo a little uncomfortable for a moment. There were some significant changes that he could not comprehend in the short term. He was slowly trying to familiarize himself with them. "Master, you have already reached the Omen realm. I believe you should already know how to continue cultivating in this realm." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he became puzzled and said, "Yes. Carefully comprehend everything that the exalted demon lord left in your consciousness. You will gradually understand," the cauldron spirit reminded. Han Shuo suddenly discovered that there were indeed some indescribable insights in his consciousness. The next moment, Han Shuo suddenly recalled that he was in a wondrous state just now and had some intuitive understandings of the Nine Changes realm. I got it. I have actually reached the Omen realm. That Chu Kanglin has been painstakingly searching for a way to break through the Nine Changes realm and reach the Omen realm, but to no avail. He did not expect that I would take this step so easily. According to legend, only those who have reached the Omen realm can ascend to the immortal realm. Am I now one of the so-called gods of my world? After coming to his senses, Han Shuo laughed heartily and shouted loudly inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo could not help but feel excited. Back then, Chu Kanglin had coerced him into fighting a monk and a Taoist priest in order to break through the shackles of his body and reach the Omen realm. Unfortunately, in the end, Chu Kanglin's efforts were in vain. Instead, Han Shuo's soul was transported to the profound plane of this universe. It was as though everything had been predestined. Now that he had reached a realm that even Chu Kanglin did not have the opportunity to touch, it meant that Han Shuo had finally surpassed Chu Kanglin. To Han Shuo, this was a knot in his heart. He had finally walked out from the shadow of Chu Kanglin. The mystical Yin aura that the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester has gathered over the years has all been used on you. As the core of the formation guarding this place, I have used up some of my energy to guide you to this place. I'm afraid that this place won't be able to hold on for much longer, Cauldron Spirit suddenly said after Han Shuo gradually calmed down from his excitement. What do you mean? Han Shuo was startled. Everything in this place can be destroyed, and it must be destroyed. Otherwise, there will be an endless stream of people coming to investigate everything that happened here. Those who came with you this time should only be the vanguard. If this place is not destroyed, there will be even more people coming to investigate. I have been in charge of this place for a long time and I have long known how they operate, Cauldron Spirit said indifferently. Upon hearing those words, Han Shuo's heart jolted and he immediately realized what Cauldron Spirit meant. That's right. The ninth realm mystical Yin harvester was so mysterious. Many experts from advanced material planes had disappeared in this place for no apparent reason many years ago. Those people's interest in this place would not diminish. Donna, Kaiser, and the others should only be the first batch to investigate. If they did not receive any news from Donna, Kaiser, and the others, they would definitely send more people over. Even if Han Shuo destroyed the only interplanar transportation matrix on Profound Continent, the Cemetery of Death, they would still find other ways to enter this place, just like Old did. Only when everything in this place was destroyed and there was nothing left that could amaze them would they give up on this place. Then, Profound Continent would truly be at peace and would no longer be disturbed by experts from alien material planes. Fortunately, you came and got in touch with me. As long as you and I are here, everything can be recreated. There really is no need for this place to exist anymore. As long as I am here and you are strong enough, you will be able to deploy everything in this place with your immense power. But before that, you must do your best to conceal the traces of you cultivating in demonic arts. That person who fought against the exalted demon lord back then was extremely powerful. Once he learns of your existence, he will not hesitate to obliterate you. After such a long time, I wonder if that person has recovered. But even if he hasn't, killing you is as easy as flipping his palm. Therefore, from now on, you better not let anyone know that you cultivate in demonic arts, lest that person learns of it. Cauldron Spirit seemed to be very wary of that expert who fought against Gu Qianxia. It cautiously reminded Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded solemnly and replied, I understand. From now on, I will try my best not to display demonic arts in front of others. But once I do, I will not let anyone who sees me live. It's good that you understand. Also, after your body has been reborn, you can use the energy of your two avatars to conceal the fact that your main body cultivates in demonic arts. You can give it a try. Han Shuo was pleasantly surprised to hear those words. He followed Cauldron Spirit's instructions and tried to utilize the energy of his avatar of death, the skeletal staff. As soon as he did so, Han Shuo cried out in surprise, "Not bad. There's no obstruction at all." Han Shuo could sense that the energy of his avatar of death, the skeletal staff, could flow unimpeded through his main body. In the blink of an eye, Han Shuo's temperament changed dramatically. It was as though his main body had become an avatar of death. However, Han Shuo could clearly sense that the energy came from the skeletal staff in his body. He was merely borrowing the energy of the skeletal staff. You can use the energy of both avatars. As long as you don't use demonic arts, no one will be able to tell that you have cultivated in demonic arts. Also, that avatar formed from a demonic weapon contains a large number of impure souls and demonic auras. I need to help you gather those negative energies and weak dead souls. Otherwise, it will affect your avatar's ability to comprehend the energy of this world. Cauldron Spirit continued. Han Shuo suddenly recalled that the demon's lair edge had absorbed some negative energies and vengeful souls. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Han Shuo suddenly realized that the reason why his avatar of destruction couldn't make any further progress in the Edict of Destruction might be because, as Cauldron Spirit said, the energy was too impure and impure. However, those negative energies and vengeful souls were also a kind of energy. Han Shuo would be rather reluctant to let Cauldron Spirit erase them. Don't worry, the 3 spirit demons you refined can take over all of those energies. I will take care of everything for you. With that, your spirit demons will grow and your avatar will be able to comprehend the energy it cultivates without any obstruction. Everyone will be happy with that, Cauldron Spirit explained as though it knew what Han Shuo was thinking. That's great. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He laughed heartily and felt relieved. He thought that with such a Cauldron Spirit, many things would become easier for him. Chapter 664. As the soul of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, the Cauldron Spirit knew everything about the Cauldron of Myriad Demon like the back of its hand. It was of great help to Han Shuo. At the Cauldron Spirit's command, Han Shuo's avatar of destruction flew out from his main body, transformed into the demon's lair edge, and landed inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. The 3 spirit demons Han Shuo refined also flew out and floated around inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. What do you want me to do? Han Shuo asked the Cauldron Spirit. I will help you transfer the negative energy and weak soul energy inside the demonic weapon to the spirit demons. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, the Cauldron Spirit replied. Is there anything I need to do? Han Shuo asked. You just need to leave the cauldron and drip a drop of your blood into the cauldron to complete the master recognition process. Once the master recognition process is complete, I will be inside your body and we will be able to communicate with each other at any time, the Cauldron Spirit replied. How can I leave? Han Shuo suddenly recalled that he was forcibly pulled into the Cauldron of Myriad Demon by the energy inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Fly out. The energy binding you has disappeared, the Cauldron Spirit replied. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He gave it a try and discovered that the energy binding him above his head had indeed disappeared. With one thought, Han Shuo flew out of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon cauldron. He suddenly felt the demonic yuan in his body that had condensed into liquid form surging violently like a mountain torrent. The speed at which he flew out was so fast that Han Shuo couldn't get used to it for a while. Han Shuo found himself at the center of the enormous ninth realm mystical Yin harvester after passing through the cauldron's mouth. He moved closer to the mouth of the cauldron and saw a 3-legged cauldron about a meter tall. The surface of the cauldron was covered with bizarre runes and glistened with green radiance. Clouds and mist lingered around the cauldron, obscuring its condition. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the Cauldron of Myriad Demon slowly rose from the mouth of the cauldron and hovered in front of Han Shuo. It gradually shrank until it was the size of Han Shuo's palm. Drip a drop of your blood into the cauldron. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded from the mouth of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. As soon as Han Shuo heard Cauldron Spirit's instructions, He made a small cut on the middle finger of his right hand and forced his blood into the cauldron of myriad demon. Enough, shouted the cauldron spirit inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Blood sprayed into the cauldron of myriad demon. In an instant, the cauldron glowed brightly, and some of the runes on the cauldron's surface seemed to come alive, wriggling like earthworms. From afar, the ancient runes that resembled earthworms formed a sinister and terrifying image, appearing extremely evil and mysterious. A mysterious connection was formed between Han Shuo and Cauldron Spirit after his blood spurted out. Han Shuo stared at the cauldron of myriad demon with glistening eyes. He remained in that position for a few seconds. Suddenly, he received another message from Cauldron Spirit in his consciousness. "All right, from today onwards, you are my new master." After receiving this message, the cauldron of myriad demon spun in his palm and flew into his body from his palm amidst a hazy green radiance. Using his consciousness, Han Shuo discovered that the cauldron of myriad demon had shrunk to the size of a palm. It was like an organ of his body, located above his lower abdomen. "Master, everything in this place will collapse and dissipate upon my departure. This is something that the exalted demon lord has long planned. Before that happens, there will be an earth-shattering upheaval. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible before it happens, lest you suffer the aftershock of the ninth realm mystical Een harvester's destruction," Cauldron Spirit reminded. Han Shuo was astounded. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's words, he carefully sensed the changes in his surroundings. He suddenly discovered that everything in this place seemed to be slowly changing, just as Cauldron Spirit had said. Deep and muffled noises could be heard coming from within the majestic mountains. At a glance, Han Shuo felt as though the mountains were on the verge of collapse. How long will it take before it is completely destroyed? Also, how long has it been since I started absorbing the mystical Een aura in the cauldron? Han Shuo hastily asked. This place will be completely destroyed within 2 hours. Not a single trace will be left behind. No one in this universe should be able to discover anything from the exalted demon lord's arrangements. You can rest assured. You have stayed in the cauldron for a total of 9 days. 9 by 9 is a cycle. It is now 9 days later. Cauldron Spirit replied. Han Shuo was greatly astonished. He wasn't astonished by the length of time he spent in the cauldron. On the contrary, he was astonished by how short the time he spent in the cauldron was. According to Han Shuo's experience, the time required for each breakthrough to the next realm would be longer. At the juncture of a breakthrough, the strengthening of one's body might take several months of effort. A complete breakthrough would take even longer. Han Shuo originally thought that he would have stayed in the cauldron for several years or even decades. He didn't expect that he would only stay for a few days. The situation here was personally arranged by the exalted demon lord. It is rather special and I played a part in it. Therefore, the time limit was shortened to 9 days. You don't have to be surprised. Cauldron Spirit transmitted as though it could read Han Shuo's thoughts. It was only after hearing Cauldron Spirit's explanation that Han Shuo came to a sudden realization. With such a terrifying character as Gu Tianxie, the exalted demon lord, and a cauldron of myriad demon, it was reasonable that the process could be shortened to 9 days. What about those people inside the various formations? Are they all dead? Han Shuo's heart stirred as he suddenly asked. Not yet. If you want them to die, they can die. If you want them to live, they can still live. Cauldron Spirit replied. What do you mean? Han Shuo asked. Before the ninth realm mystical Een harvester is completely destroyed, I can still use everything in this place. When you entered the Cauldron Spirit, I used the formations deployed by the exalted demon lord to isolate and imprison those people. The formations that imprison them are still active. As long as you wish, I can kill them at any time, Cauldron Spirit calmly replied. It seemed that by using the demonic formations that had yet to be destroyed, Kaiser, Ericsson, and even Old would be able to destroy them with just a wave of his hand. That's great. However, there are some people that I want to kill with my own hands. There are also some people that I can spare from death. They will be of use to me in the future. Han Shuo instructed. No problem. Cauldron Spirit replied. Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, the dozen or so mystical demons that had been hovering in the surroundings suddenly whizzed towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo was startled. However, before Han Shuo could put up any defensive measures, he immediately felt the cauldron spirit tremble slightly in his body. Shortly after, Han Shuo discovered that the mouth of the cauldron of myriad demon had emerged from his lower abdomen and sucked in the dozen or so mystical demons. Master, I can directly form demon generals with powerful souls inside the cauldron. Apart from being able to intimidate 10,000 demons, the other meaning of the cauldron of myriad demons name is that it can contain 10,000 demons. The main source of my power is also determined by the number and strength of the demon generals inside the cauldron. Before the exalted demon lord fought that being in this universe, there were tens of thousands of demon generals of various sizes inside the cauldron. Among them, there were close to 1,000 demon generals as powerful as these dozen or so mystical demons. There were more than 200 demon generals that were even more powerful than these mystical demons. Many of the exalted demon lord's opponents were directly refined to death without the exalted demon lord's hands. However, in the battle with that person, I exhausted nearly 10,000 demon generals, which is why I'm so weak. Even these dozen or so demon generals were only gathered when the exalted demon lord's consciousness completely dissipated, Cauldron Spirit explained. Does that mean that as long as an expert's soul is enveloped before their death, they can be refined into demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon? The more demon generals you form in the cauldron, the stronger they are, and the greater your power. Han Shuo was extremely shocked and hastily asked. There were tens of thousands of souls inside the demon's lair edge, but compared to the demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon, those souls were like ants compared to a towering mountain. The demon generals formed inside the cauldron of myriad demon, such as these mystical demons, were enough to make a god suffer unspeakably. Even the vile souls formed by the demon's lair edge couldn't compare to one of the dozen or so mystical demons inside the cauldron of myriad demon. According to Cauldron Spirit, these mystical demons formed from the souls of gods weren't even the most powerful demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the cauldron of myriad demon was back then. That's right. The more demon generals there are in the cauldron, the stronger they are, and the more powerful I will be and the more useful I will be. However, the souls that can form demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon generals must be at least as weak as the ones you use to refine spirit demons. The demon generals formed by those souls are of the lowest grade. If the soul energy is slightly weaker, it won't be able to form demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon generals and can only be used to devour demonic aura. The Cauldron Spirit bluntly attacked Han Shuo. Han Shuo put on a bitter smile. He didn't expect that only souls with demigod strength could form demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon generals, and demon generals of the lowest grade at that. It would appear that the so-called spirit demons he refined from the orc shaman were simply insignificant in comparison. Those spirit demons I refined can evolve. Are they considered powerful? Han Shuo asked the Cauldron Spirit dispiritedly. The basic materials you use to refine spirit demons are of too low a grade. The spirit demons that take shape don't have much room for development. They aren't even as powerful as the mystical demons I refined. When you are able to collect more powerful souls and let me refine them into spirit demons, you will know how great the difference is. The Cauldron Spirit continued to provoke Han Shuo. Only low gods and mid-gods could refine mystical demons in the cauldron of myriad demon generals. Then, what kind of souls would be needed to refine spirit demons of a higher grade? High gods. Han Shuo didn't dare to imagine. He then recalled what the Cauldron Spirit had said. It said that there were more powerful demon generals than the mystical demons he had now refined. He reckoned that there were more than 200 spirit demons in the cauldron of myriad demon generals. What did this mean? The souls of more than 200 high gods. Han Shuo was speechless. Han Shuo suddenly felt that the 3 spirit demons he refined were like children playing house when compared to the cauldron of myriad demon. Suddenly, Han Shuo lost all interest in the 3 spirit demons that he had painstakingly refined. Comparisons were odious. Han Shuo shook his head and smiled wryly. You are my master, and the demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon generals are under your control. I think it's better to leave the 3 little spirit demons in the cauldron of myriad demon generals. In the future, when you collect soul energy, some of the weaker souls that can't form demon generals can absorb some demonic energy. What do you think? The cauldron spirit asked for Han Shuo's opinion. Do as you see fit. Come on, let's leave this place. I'll go to Ericsson's place and kill him first. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's words, Han Shuo no longer had any interest in the 3 spirit demons. He urged the Cauldron Spirit to hurry up. The Cauldron Spirit pointed out the location that Han Shuo wanted to go to and became silent. Before the 9th realm mystical Yin harvester was completely destroyed, everything in this place was still under the Cauldron Spirit's control. This also meant that Han Shuo had become the master of this place. Han Shuo expanded his consciousness through the Cauldron Spirit. He suddenly discovered that after establishing a connection with the Cauldron Spirit, the range of his consciousness had increased by several times. He was able to see everything in his surroundings in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Han Shuo had figured out everything that had happened in his surroundings. He discovered that Donna, Li Wei, and the others were still in that blind spot. The only difference was that the way to leave that area had changed. As they did not understand the mysteries of the formation, they were all trapped and unable to leave. Ericsson and Kaiser were trapped by the misty illusory matrix in the same area. They were still exhausted and circling around the small area. Old and Kelly were even further away. Old seemed to have given up on his futile efforts and lay down on the ground as though he had fallen asleep. Kelly, on the other hand, was fumbling around, anxiously looking for a way out. Through the Cauldron Spirit's description, Han Shuo learned that Old was the most powerful among them. The area that the Cauldron Spirit had trapped him in was a demonic combination formation. In the few days before Han Shuo regained consciousness, Old had tried every method possible but to no avail. It was only after a few days that he finally calmed down. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with them, so I didn't kill any of them. I only trapped them all, the Cauldron Spirit transmitted. Very good. Some of them are still useful to me. I won't kill them for the time being. 2 of them are going to die immediately. As for the other 2, I haven't decided whether I should kill them or not, Han Shuo transmitted to the Cauldron Spirit while walking towards the area where Kaiser and Ericsson were. Before obtaining the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, Han Shuo was already able to move unimpeded in this place. Now, he was even more so. Soon enough, Han Shuo arrived at the illusory boundary where Ericsson and Kaiser were. While the 2 were searching for a way out, exhausted, Han Shuo's figure suddenly appeared from the boundless mist. Are the 2 of you looking for a way out? Han Shuo put on a carefree smile as he looked at the haggard and despairing Ericsson and Kaiser. Anyone else would be just as despairing and haggard as they were after walking in circles in the same place for 9 days in a row. Han Shuo's appearance was like a ray of hope. The 2 battered and exhausted Ericsson were suddenly startled. They looked at Han Shuo in amazement and simultaneously cried out, "How did you get here? Where did you come from?" "I came from the outside world." "Hee, the 2 of you look really interesting," Han Shuo replied in a calm and unruffled manner. "Brat, regardless of whether I can get out or not, I'm going to kill you first," Ericsson said coldly and sternly after hearing Han Shuo's mockery. "That's great. I'm here to personally send you off. Let's see who dies first." Han Shuo laughed heartily. This was the perfect opportunity for him to test out his new realm of omen. Chapter 665. Every advancement in demonic arts would greatly enhance one's strength. After breaking through the 9 changes realm and attaining the Omen realm, Han Shuo believed that his main body would be completely different from before in every aspect. Kaiser and Ericsson had been lost in this illusory formation for 9 days and were utterly exhausted. This was the perfect opportunity for Han Shuo to take them down in one fell swoop. At the very least, with Cauldron Spirit around, not only could Han Shuo utilize the dozen or so mystical demons in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, he could also use the demonic formations that had not been completely destroyed. No matter how one looked at it, it wouldn't be too difficult for Han Shuo to kill Kaiser and Ericsson. Han Shuo was absolutely confident, but Kaiser and Ericsson did not understand why he had so many trump cards. When they heard that Han Shuo would personally send them off, they immediately thought that Han Shuo had gone mad. Even a fool would know that a mere low god would die without a doubt when facing 2 mid-gods like them. How could he have any chance of winning? Ha! Ericsson looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at a dead man. His face was filled with disdain. He shrugged and said in a relaxed manner, "Come, I'm standing right here. Let's see how you're going to kill me." Heh, even if we've exhausted too much of our divine energy, it's not something a low god like you can act presumptuously against. Ericsson, don't kill him in one go. Before you kill him, ask him how he got in here. Kaiser casually instructed Ericsson as he closed his eyes and began to recover his divine energy without looking at Han Shuo. The two had been trapped for a long time without being able to find a way out. Han Shuo's sudden arrival had brought them a ray of hope. Ericsson might have wanted Han Shuo to die first, but Kaiser was different from him. He only wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. After Kaiser's reminder, Ericsson coldly groaned and said, "I don't need your reminder. I know what to do." The corners of Kaiser's mouth curved into a helpless, bitter smile. He shook his head and did not say anything else. Kaiser knew that Ericsson was still holding a grudge against him for watching indifferently as Ericsson was besieged 9 days ago. That incident had torn a tear in their friendship that would be difficult to heal. "Oh. You're that confident?" Han Shuo asked unruffled as he sized up Ericsson smilingly. If he had not obtained the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and had not broken through to the realm of Omen, Han Shuo would have run for his life upon seeing Ericsson. However, things were different now. Since Han Shuo dared to stand so fearlessly in front of him, he was naturally confident. Ericsson stared blankly for a moment after hearing Han Shuo's words. He was a little puzzled as to why Han Shuo dared to stand before him and not flee. With that in mind, he couldn't help but secretly size up Han Shuo. Upon closer inspection, Ericsson sensed the elemental energy of death from Han Shuo's body. Moreover, it was only the energy of a low god of death. There was nothing unusual about it. Ericsson immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He stared coldly at Han Shuo and said, "Cut the crap. Tell me how you got in here, and perhaps I will grant you an easy death." Han Shuo laughed in a carefree manner. Step by step, he walked towards Ericsson and arrogantly said, "You don't need to think too much. You will be able to leave this place in no time." While Ericsson was stunned, Han Shuo's face turned cold. He added in a deadpan manner, "It's just that your divine soul will follow me out after I die." As soon as he finished those words, Han Shuo's large hand grabbed at Ericsson and thrust it straight at his chest. Ericsson's face was filled with disdain. He looked indifferently at Han Shuo's large hand coming at him. He could clearly sense the divine energy of death contained in Han Shuo's hand. The strength of the divine energy was not beyond his control. Therefore, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Ericsson stood as still as a mountain. The solid ice had unknowingly covered his body. He looked like an ice sculpture, cold and lifeless. His chest was glistening as though it was a natural armor made of solid ice. Inside the solid ice, Ericsson's face was still filled with disdain. His facial expression was not affected by the solid ice at all. Han Shua's mind was calm and tranquil. His eyes were fixed on Ericsson. The moment his large hand grabbed at Ericsson, the demonic blades suddenly emerged. His fingertips grew into sharp blades and stabbed at Ericsson's chest. All of a sudden, Ericsson sensed an enormous and unknown energy from Han Shua's large hand. This energy did not belong to any of the 12 fundamental forces. It made Ericsson's heart palpitate intensely. "Ericsson, watch out!" Kaiser, who was recuperating his divine energy with his eyes closed, immediately shouted when he sensed the peculiar energy that suddenly appeared in Han Shua's palm. Unfortunately, Han Shua and Ericsson were too close to each other. On top of that, Ericsson's carelessness allowed Han Shua's demonic blades to land directly on his chest. Kaiser's cry of alarm was still a step too late. Crack! The solid ice armor covering Ericsson's body suddenly shattered under Han Shua's demonic blades. Before Ericsson could evade, Han Shua's demonic blades had already pierced through his heart and came out from his back. With his arm completely inside Ericsson's body, the distance between Han Shua and Ericsson became extremely close. Looking straight into Ericsson's terrified and ice-cold eyes, Han Shua let out a sinister smile and said in a sinister tone, "How does it feel?" At the same time, Han Shua pulled his arm back a little bit. The demonic blades returned to Ericsson's abdomen and rotated a few times inside his body. Amidst the bone-chilling sounds of bone fracturing, scarlet blood spurted out from Ericsson's pierced body like a ruptured water pipe. Ericsson was indescribably terrified. He wanted to break free from the state, but Han Shua's hand was firmly gripping him, rendering him immobile. "Stop!" Kaiser, who was recuperating his divine energy with his eyes closed, roared. A strong beam of light shot out from his mouth and shot straight at Han Shua's back. Hee. Han Shua chuckled sinisterly in a low voice, as though he had long anticipated that Kaiser would seize the opportunity to attack. With a swing of his large hand that was holding Ericsson's bloody body was suddenly thrown towards the intense light spewing out of Kaiser's mouth. Ah! Ericsson wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf after being struck by Kaiser's strong beam of light. "See that? He wants to kill you too." Han Shua rejoiced in Ericsson's misfortune. He thrust one of his arms into Ericsson's body and lifted the still-alive Ericsson up high, forcing him to face Kaiser. Perhaps it was due to excessive blood loss or the fact that Ericsson couldn't tell what was going on due to his severe injuries. Ericsson, who had his body pierced through by Han Shua's hand and hung high in the air, stared at Kaiser with eyes full of resentment. Han Shua knew that Kaiser's venomous eyes should have been aimed at him. However, Han Shua had forced those eyes on Kaiser. Kaiser had a guilty conscience. When he met Ericsson's eyes, he panicked and hastily explained, "Ericsson, don't listen to his nonsense. I want to help you." "Kaiser, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." All of a sudden, Ericsson, who was hung high in the air by Han Shua, flew towards Kaiser with bared fangs and brandished claws. Kaiser was exceptionally flustered. He retreated in a flurry and explained repeatedly, "I really want to help you, Ericsson. Are you crazy? Our enemy should be behind you." Bang! Kaiser, who was retreating in a sorry state, finally managed to evade Ericsson's brandishing claws with great difficulty. Suddenly, he felt a great force rush into his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his footsteps became disorderly. "Kaiser, you bastard. How does it feel?" Han Shua smirked with a complacent look on his face when Kaiser turned around. It's you." Kaiser suddenly realized that Han Shua was using Ericsson's voice to speak. He turned his head to look at Ericsson and discovered that Ericsson was limp and paralyzed on the ground. He had lost all mobility. It was only then that he realized that Ericsson's brandishing claws was secretly manipulated by Han Shua. Naturally, those words were also spoken by Han Shua. "Of course it's me. Ericsson is already done for. Why would he still have the energy to shout?" You are too foolish. Han Shuo ridiculed Kaiser smilingly. He watched as Kaiser coughed up large mouthfuls of blood after his sneak attack. Kaiser appeared very calm. Master, that guy's soul energy isn't weak. He can form a demon general, cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Shuo. Very good. What should I do? Han Shuo immediately asked. Very simple. Let me out and I will handle it. Cauldron spirit replied. With one thought, the cauldron of myriad demon whizzed out from above Han Shuo's lower abdomen. It instantly landed beside Erickson, who was lying in a pool of blood, and enveloped him. The mouth of the cauldron of myriad demon was facing downwards. The runes on the cauldron of myriad demon started twisting and turning. As the master of the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo could clearly sense that Erickson's divine soul was sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon. The light dimmed and the cauldron of myriad demon whizzed back to Han Shuo and entered Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo then looked at Erickson, who was lying in a pool of blood. His divine soul was gone and his eyes were white. There was no longer any possibility of resurrection. You killed Erickson. Kaiser's voice trembled as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe what he had just seen. Han Shuo shrugged and put on a somewhat sinister smile as he said, "Don't be surprised. You are about to follow in Erickson's footsteps. Inside the cauldron of myriad demon, you will be able to keep each other company. You won't be lonely. Do you think you can kill me?" It seemed that Kaiser still did not understand the situation. He felt that Han Shuo had killed Erickson due to his sneak attack and the fact that Erickson was gravely injured. Han Shuo laughed maniacally and didn't reply to Kaiser's words. With one thought, he twisted his hands and shot rays of demonic light from his fingers at the space around Kaiser, flashing and disappearing in the air. Kaiser initially thought that Han Shuo was going to attack him. But when he discovered that all the rays of demonic light from Han Shuo's palms were hitting empty air, he grinned and asked, "What's wrong? You can't even hit the target?" Han Shuo didn't answer, but continued to laugh. Demonic light continued to shoot out from his fingers, landing in the air around Kaiser like fireworks in an instant. Suddenly, Han Shuo stopped his aimless attack. He stared at Kaiser and asked with a mischievous smile, "Can you feel it?" "What?" Kaiser was stunned and somewhat baffled. "It's the trembling of space, you fool." Han Shuo was all smiles as he walked towards Kaiser step by step. The demonic blades in his hands were once again unfolded. Kaiser's expression changed drastically when he heard Han Shuo's reminder. He discovered that the space around him was trembling. The trembling grew from weak to strong, affecting his body and divine soul. He felt powerless and drowsy. Spatial manipulation was a method of attack in the Nine Changes realm. Han Shuo had comprehended how to use his energy from Cauldron Spirit. It was a good chance for him to try it out on Kaiser. The space around him was violently distorted like ripples on water. Under Han Shuo's watchful eyes, Kaiser's body was also contorted. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. It was as though he was trapped in a giant whirlpool, powerlessly enduring all the blows. Very soon, under the influence of spatial manipulation, Kaiser, who was already exhausted and had suffered a sneak attack from Han Shuo on his back, had his body contorted. Bloody wounds began to appear on his body. Blood began to sprinkle down like a fine rain. The cauldron of myriad demon that had just returned to Han Shuo's body flew out again. It enlarged in midair and enveloped the dying Kaiser. A green light flashed and Kaiser's divine soul was sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon. Without the support of his divine soul, Kaiser's body turned into a puddle of blood under the influence of spatial manipulation. His bones were ground into bone powder and turned to ashes. "Master, you will soon have 2 more mystical demons." Cauldron Spirit transmitted after the cauldron of myriad demon returned to Han Shuo's body. Not bad at all." Han Shuo praised. Then, after thinking for a moment, he asked Cauldron Spirit, in your opinion, what are my chances of winning if I fight those two head-on without resorting to sneak attacks? Although Han Shuo had tested his current realm, he was unable to ascertain the true strength of his main body through the two sneak attacks, in addition to the fact that Erickson and Kaiser had expended too much of their divine energy, and their concentration was much weaker than before. But Han Shuo believed that Cauldron Spirit should be able to give him an objective answer. As expected, Cauldron Spirit kept silent for a moment, as though carefully weighing the pros and cons. After a while, it answered, Master, if the two of them were not injured from the start and their minds were not affected by the demonic formations, you would be able to easily kill any one of them. In a one-on-one fight, you, who is in the Omen realm, would be able to easily kill any one of them without borrowing the strength of your avatar or mine. If they were at their peak, it would be rather difficult for you to win without relying on external objects. But if you are as good at stratagem as you were just now, you would have a chance of winning. If you rely on my strength and I use my mystical demons to distract one of them, it would not be a problem for you to defeat the two of them. Among so many experts here, the only person who is resting with his eyes closed is the one you cannot defeat for the time being. Only after you have completely familiarized yourself with the Omen realm will you have a chance of defeating him. At present, even if you borrow my strength, you would at most be able to gain a slight upper hand. It is not very likely that you will be able to kill him. This is because I do not have powerful demon generals at my disposal. Also, your strength is limited and you cannot fully utilize my strength. If we wish to kill him, we will have to rely on the demonic formations deployed by the exalted demon lord. According to Han Shuo's secret observations, he guessed that Kaiser and Erickson were early-stage mid-gods. Donna was perhaps a little stronger than the two of them. Moreover, Donna seemed to possess a powerful divine weapon. Therefore, she appeared calm and unruffled when fighting both Kaiser and Erickson alone. The person who was resting with his eyes closed was old. According to Han Shuo's understanding, old should possess late-stage mid-god strength. According to Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Han Shuo came to a conclusion that his main body in the Omen realm, without borrowing any external energy, should possess strength similar to that of Donna, a mid-stage mid-god. According to Cauldron Spirit's words, after thoroughly familiarizing himself with the Omen realm, he would be able to defeat Old, who was a late-stage mid-god. Han Shuo was incomparably pleasantly surprised when he learned of his true strength. Han Shuo couldn't help but be excited that he, who had made great progress in demonic arts in just 9 short days, possessed such strength. Chapter 666. After the Cauldron Spirit collected Erickson and Kaiser's divine souls, Han Shuo did not remain idle. He resumed his old trade of looting Kaiser and Erickson's belongings after their deaths. As his strength gradually increased, it had been a long time since Han Shuo made a fortune from the dead. That was because his previous opponents were not worthy of Han Shuo's efforts. Kaiser and Erickson were mid-gods. Han Shuo believed that they must have some valuable items on them. Han Shuo took out 2 space rings from the mangled corpses and put them away. According to the Cauldron Spirit, the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester would be completely destroyed within a short period of time. When the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester was destroyed, this place would undergo earth-shaking changes. If Han Shuo did not wish to be implicated, he would have to leave this place as soon as possible. Donna, Bolton, and the others were important figures who would guide him to Elysium. Naturally, Han Shuo couldn't let them die here. Otherwise, Han Shuo would not know a single soul on Elysium and it would be very difficult for him to reach Elysium in the future. Under the Cauldron Spirit's instructions, Han Shuo flew towards the area where Donna and the others were imprisoned. Along the way, he wondered if he should take this opportunity to kill Old as well. He understood that if he couldn't kill Old inside the demonic formation, it wouldn't be easy to kill him once Old left the demonic formation. However, there was no deep hatred between him and Old. On the other hand, Kelly of the Druidic Order had some friendly relations with Han Shuo. The Druidic Order was Lancelot Empire's most reliable ally. On top of that, Old did not show any hostility towards Han Shuo. This made Han Shuo rather hesitant. With the cauldron spirit manipulating the demonic formation, killing Old wouldn't be difficult. What worried Han Shuo the most was what would happen after Old's death. One thing for sure was that once Old was dead, the Church of Light, the Druidic Order, and the others would no longer know anything about the Ninth Realm mystical harvester. If those people couldn't receive any news about this place, they would surely come to Profound Continent again. When that time comes, who knows how much trouble they would cause. Cauldron Spirit seemed to know what was on Han Shuo's mind and suggested, "Don't kill this person for the time being. Let those people know that everything in this place has been destroyed and cut off their thoughts of exploring. That way, there won't be an endless stream of people coming here." After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo silently nodded. He too believed that now was not the time to get rid of Old. Old should be more valuable alive than dead. After making his decision, Han Shuo decided to let Old go first. While Han Shuo was pondering in silence, he followed Cauldron Spirit's directions and arrived at the stone forest where Donna and Bolton had been staying. After Han Shuo left, Cauldron Spirit had sealed off this blind spot. Not a single person was allowed to leave the stone forest for 9 days. The moment Han Shuo emerged from the layers of mist, Donna and the others who had been trapped for 9 days could hardly contain their excitement. Their eyes were glowing brightly. Li Wei cried out in surprise and excitement. "That's right. Brian, you are finally here. Do you know that we have been trapped here ever since you left? We couldn't get out even if we followed your method." "Oh my God, I'm going crazy." Li Wei cried out as soon as she saw Han Shuo. "Let's go, I'll bring you out. After I left, this place changed. I was trapped here for a few days before I finally understood the rules." Han Shuo hastily explained. His face was still filled with lingering fear as though he had just escaped from a dangerous situation. Cauldron Spirit unsealed the area. With Han Shuo leading the way, Donna and the others hastily exited the place. "Brian, you were also trapped here for a few days?" Donna immediately asked Han Shuo. "Yes, I don't know what's going on here. Many of the rules have changed. Everything that I could see clearly changed all of a sudden. It took me a long time to understand some of the rules again," explained Han Shuo worriedly. After looking at the towering mountains that formed the Ninth Realm mystical harvester, Han Shuo sternly said to Donna, "Look at those mountains. They look like they are on the verge of collapse. Let's not risk entering them for the time being. Let's come out and observe the situation first. What do you think?" Following Han Shuo's suggestion, Donna and the others hastily looked around. They discovered that the towering mountains seemed to be shaking and that deep rumbling sounds were coming from the depths of the earth. Donna's expression changed. She cried out in alarm, "Judging from the situation, this place is about to collapse. Oh no, we have to leave at once. This place is too strange. It was already filled with danger when it was peaceful. Now that it is about to collapse, wouldn't it be even more fatal?" Bolton was truly frightened. "Big Sister Donna, I think it would be better for us to take cover for now." Li Wei was also fearful and she unnaturally moved backward. Donna looked at the mountains in the distance. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly stomped her foot and shouted, "Let's go, let's hide for now." Donna, who had personally experienced the perilous situation inside, understood that there were life-threatening dangers everywhere. Even Han Shuo said that he couldn't understand the situation. She knew that without Han Shuo's help, there was no way they could protect themselves. Therefore, she resolutely gave the order to retreat. "Retreat from the direction we came from. Everything in this place is about to be destroyed. Many of the perilous areas are no longer useful. Follow me, I can guarantee your safety," Han Shuo hastily instructed. Based on Cauldron Spirit's description, Han Shuo knew that the Ninth Realm mystical harvester was on the verge of complete destruction. Donna and the others did not have any objections. They followed behind Han Shuo and rapidly headed in the direction they came from. With Cauldron Spirit's existence, all the demonic formations Han Shuo and the others were rendered useless. Han Shuo and the others passed through layers upon layers of demonic formations unimpeded. At the same time, Cauldron Spirit was secretly manipulating the demonic formations that had trapped Old all this time. Old, who was startled by the deep rumbling sounds, was looking around anxiously. He could no longer maintain his composure. The reason Old was able to close his eyes and recover his divine energy was because he understood that the strange formations only trapped him and could not threaten his life. Therefore, he was able to rest peacefully. However, the deep rumbling sounds coming from all directions and the violent quakes from the depths of the earth gave Old the feeling that the world was about to be destroyed. He was really panicking. He could no longer maintain his calm state of mind. He hurriedly looked for the last way out. Kelly, who was beside him, had a face full of despair. He gave up on his futile efforts and silently waited for death to come. Suddenly, Old discovered a blinding light. Old's heart thumped. He probed with his soul and immediately discovered a bright way out. Old was overjoyed. Without thinking too much, he grabbed Kelly and dashed out of the formation. As soon as Old walked out of the demonic formations, he raised his head and looked around. He discovered that the mountains around him were arranged in a peculiar manner. Boulders the size of millstones were rolling down from the mountains. The earth was like a monster that had been startled awake from its slumber. It became extremely violent and barbaric. Deep ravines were torn across the surface of the earth and devoured everything in its surroundings. Old knew that this was bad. He had no time to think about the strange phenomena around him. He dragged Kelly and flew in the direction that Han Shuo and the others escaped. Old and Kelly were a little too late. Enormous boulders were falling towards Old and Kelly like a dense hail. These falling boulders had been tampered with by Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord. The speed at which they fell was fast and ferocious. Old was exhausted from dealing with them. Bang! Bang! Several enormous boulders smashed onto Old's body in trajectories that he couldn't grasp. The boulders seemed to contain some sort of bizarre energy. Even a mid-god like Old couldn't withstand such a heavy blow. His body trembled and his feet staggered. He lost his balance and nearly threw Kelly away. "Lord Old, please leave by yourself. Don't worry about me." Kelly, who had been under Old's protection all this time, was very touched. He thought to himself, "It's really not easy for an exalted god who serves the goddess of nature to care about me so much." At such a critical moment, when Kelly saw that Old was struggling to defend himself, he couldn't help but think of Old. "If I can bring you in alive, I can also bring you out alive. Your devotion to the goddess deserves you to live on." Old gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with minced meat. When he realized that he could not avoid the falling rocks, he steeled his heart and no longer kept his guard up. Instead, he dashed out as fast as he could. He had no choice but to do so. Because at this moment, the mountains beside him were on the verge of collapse, as if they would collapse at any moment. Even the rolling boulders were causing Old great pain. Once the mountains collapsed, Old believed that he would die. In his mad dash, Old was ruthlessly smashed by the boulders a few more times. His divine body sustained even more serious injuries. He was exhausted both physically and mentally. Old had never imagined that on a low-level material plane like the profound continent, these ordinary rocks rolling down from the mountains and rivers could inflict such heavy damage on his body. He felt extremely bitter in his heart. He finally understood why his ancestor would mysteriously disappear in such a place. Stumbling, Old and Kelly finally walked out from the crumbling Ninth Realm mystical Een Harvester. When Old appeared before Han Shuo, Donna, and the others, he was in a terrible state. His body was swaying unsteadily. Bolton, Li Wei, and the others were startled and looked eager. They felt that this was the best opportunity to get rid of Old. "Are you all right?" Before Bolton and Li Wei could act, Han Shuo suddenly took a step forward and asked in a very friendly manner. Han Shuo, with his back facing Li Wei and Bolton, was repeatedly gesturing with his hands behind his back. Donna, who was hesitating whether she should attack Old or not, saw Han Shuo repeatedly gesturing with his back facing them. She hastily stopped Li Wei and Bolton with her eyes and led Li Wei and the others to take a few steps back, putting some distance between them and Old, as though to show Old that they bore no ill will. Old, who was gravely injured, was ready to fight to the death. When he saw that Han Shuo had suddenly stepped forward, Donna and the others immediately retreated, his tense heart suddenly relaxed. He secretly withdrew the divine energy that he had been preparing to fight to the death and rapidly recovered the divine energy in his body. Old wasn't afraid of anyone in this place. However, having suffered all kinds of bizarre demonic formations, he was truly afraid of the environment. This was also the source of his serious injuries. At present, his body was extremely weak and he wasn't confident that he could defeat Donna and the others. Therefore, he was rather nervous. We bear no ill will. Don't be nervous. Through Cauldron Spirit's observation, Han Shuo knew that Old's mental state was unstable and that he still had the strength to fight. Han Shuo also needed Old to stay alive and spread the news of this place's destruction. Naturally, he didn't want Old to die at this moment. That's good. I'm really scared, Old let out a low laugh. He looked thoughtfully at Han Shuo and felt rather puzzled. He couldn't understand why Han Shuo would suddenly stop Donna and the others. Could it be that Han Shuo saw that I'm still holding back? Impossible. Then, is Han Shuo trying to save me? That's even more impossible. Old was full of doubts. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound wave came from behind Old. Everyone's attention was drawn to the noises. They hastily turned around and discovered that in such a short period of time, several mountains and rivers had suddenly collapsed and the earth was torn apart. Amidst the soaring dust, earth-shattering noises could be heard from that area. Under their attentive gazes, the earth-shattering noises continued. Dust soared into the sky, sand and pebbles flew everywhere, mountains collapsed, and the earth was torn apart. Everything was being destroyed. Suddenly, Han Shuo's avatar of destruction inside the cauldron of myriad demon seemed to have comprehended something through the vision of Han Shuo's main body. It immediately quieted down inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo's consciousness communicated with cauldron spirit. He discovered that the negative energy and soul energy within the avatar of destruction formed by the demon's layer edge had been completely cleansed by cauldron spirit. All that was left in the avatar was the purest divine energy of destruction. Han Shuo immediately realized that the avatar of destruction that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction seemed to have gained some kind of enlightenment after witnessing the scene of destruction in front of his main body. Ever since Han Shuo's avatar of destruction was formed, he had never suddenly gained such a wondrous enlightenment due to the changes in his environment. He was overjoyed when he discovered this change. He knew that Cauldron Spirit's opinion was correct. Only by removing the impurities would his avatar have a direct understanding of the Edict of Destruction. Overjoyed, Han Shuo's eyes were fixed on the destruction of the Ninth Realm Mystical Ean Harvester, not daring to relax in the slightest. The Ninth Realm Mystical Ean Harvester was personally deployed by Gu Tianxia the Exalted Demon Lord and brought Han Shuo from another universe. After accomplishing its mission, before it was destroyed, it brought Han Shuo one final benefit. As he stared ahead, he suddenly felt that the destruction of the enormous Ninth Realm Mystical Ean Harvester seemed to signify his rebirth. Chapter 667. Under the watchful eyes of Han Shuo and the others, the Ninth Realm Mystical Ean Harvester was finally destroyed. When the dust had settled, there were no longer any special traces left. Han Shuo stood motionless on the spot as he coldly observed everything that happened in front of him. After a long while of silence, Han Shuo suddenly said, "Let's go and take a look. That place is already in such a state. There shouldn't be any danger left." After going through so many trials and tribulations, Donna and the others had great faith in Han Shua's words. When he said that there wouldn't be any danger in that place, Donna and the others thought for a moment and flew towards the remains of the ninth realm mystical harvester. Han Shua remained motionless on the spot. Li Wei took a few steps forward and suddenly turned around. Puzzled, she looked at Han Shua and asked, "Why aren't you going? I don't think there's anything to see in that place. Besides, since you guys are going to take a look, I don't want to waste my time," Han Shua said smilingly. Li Wei bunched her brows and thought for a moment. Then, she giggled and said, "That's true. With big sister Donna going, there's no need for me to take a look." Upon finishing those words, Li Wei turned around and stood beside Han Shua. She sized up Han Shua with great interest. Her eyes were sparkling with extraordinary splendor. Han Shua paid no attention to Li Wei. Instead, he turned his gaze to Old. Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, Old put on a dazzling smile and said in a candid manner, "Thank you for what you did just now. Otherwise, I might have been killed by them." By now, Old had recovered some of his divine energy. His pale cheeks had regained some color. Han Shua understood that Old had regained his confidence and that was why he was so relaxed. Those who cultivated in the Edict of Life had much faster recovery abilities than those who cultivated in other energies. This was something that Han Shua had experienced firsthand. Han Shua was fully aware that would Elite Zombie could use the energy of the Tree of Life to increase the recovery rate of his heavily injured body by 10 times. It was within Han Shua's expectations that Old could gather some divine power in such a short time. "You're too kind. I think if they had forcefully attacked just now, maybe everyone would have been dead by now." Han Shua didn't take credit for it and said with a smile, "Kid, you're pretty good." Hearing Han Shua's words, Old gazed deeply at Han Shua for a few moments before nodding and giving his evaluation in a deep voice. It seemed that he admired Han Shua very much. "You flatter me." Han Shua replied with a cheeky grin. With the help of the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shua was no longer afraid of Old. Now that he had the confidence to speak, he felt even more relaxed. "Can you look after Kelly for me? I heard that you two are friends." For some reason, Arthur suddenly pointed at Kelly and asked for Han Shua's opinion with a smile. Han Shua was stunned. He didn't understand why Old would say such a thing. Li Wei was still by his side. Why would Old be so assured to leave Kelly in Han Shua's care? No matter how he looked at it, Han Shua who was on the same boat as Donna couldn't possibly have a close relationship with Old. So, what was Old trying to do? Was he testing Han Shua? A series of thoughts rapidly flashed across Han Shua's mind. Under Old's attentive gaze, Han Shua put on a bright smile and straightforwardly replied, "No problem. Kelly was just a demigod." Even if Han Shua didn't care about his strength, Li Wei and the others wouldn't care either. To them, Kelly was just an insignificant character whose life or death wouldn't affect the overall situation. Han Shua also didn't think that Li Wei and the others would have any interest in killing Kelly. "Thank you very much." Old smiled and nodded at Kelly. Soon after, he suddenly took to the air and flew in the direction of the destroyed Ninth Realm mystical harvester. Donna and the others were curious about that region and so was Old. He would never give up until he had a clear understanding of the situation there. Old swiftly left. Standing beside Han Shua, Li Wei wore a pensive expression. She looked at Han Shua and then at Kelly. She didn't say anything, nor did she do anything to harm Kelly. "Hi, long time no see." Han Shua took the initiative to converse with Kelly in a soft voice. His attitude was very easygoing, as though he was completely unaware that the current situation was different. Kelly didn't have the same state of mind as Han Shua. Ever since he discovered that Han Shua was walking together with Donna and the others from the Calamity Church, he would always feel somewhat uncomfortable whenever he saw Han Shua. It was the same even now. He had an awkward expression on his face and didn't know how to respond. Han Shuo sighed inwardly when he saw that Kelly couldn't let go of his unhappiness. He shook his head and didn't say anything else to Kelly. He understood that it would be very difficult for him and Kelly to be like before. Without another word, Han Shuo looked ahead indifferently and fell into deep thought. Inside the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo's avatar that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction was replaying the scene that his main body had just witnessed in his mind. The earth-shattering scene caused this avatar of his that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction to comprehend some of the profound meaning of the Edict of Destruction and sink into a state of silence. Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, had arranged everything in this place, and the means he used to destroy everything in this place was also very powerful. It secretly conformed to the laws of heaven and earth. This avatar of his that had just been cleansed of all the impurities in his body was connected with Han Shuo's consciousness. From the earth-shattering scene, Han Shuo suddenly comprehended some of the true essence of destruction. He replayed the terrifying scene in his mind over and over again and tried to use the divine energy in his body to simulate the situation when the mountains and rivers were destroyed. Han Shuo's consciousness had many wondrous uses. Although he couldn't share those wondrous uses with his other two souls, his other souls were able to receive the benefits of the wondrous uses of his consciousness. Han Shuo visualized the scene when the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester was destroyed. Using the powerful decomposition ability of his consciousness, he slowed down the process of destruction step by step. The mountains and rivers split apart and the rocks fell down bit by bit. Then, he transmitted the process of refinement to his avatar that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. The divine soul of his avatar accepted everything and replayed the scene in his divine soul. The divine energy in his body slowly flowed according to the trajectories. Han Shuo opened his mind and sensed the minute changes in the process of destruction. Gradually, he vaguely comprehended all the wondrous uses of the Edict of Destruction. The three souls of Han Shuo did not interfere with each other. While all his avatars were in the cauldron of myriad demon comprehending the Edict of Destruction, Han Shuo's avatar could still talk to old. Han Shuo's avatar continued to comprehend the ninth realm mystical Yin harvester. While looking at the ruined ninth realm mystical Yin harvester, he was conversing with Li Wei. Li Wei had gone from looking down on Han Shuo to taking him seriously. The abrupt change in attitude caught Han Shuo somewhat unprepared. Li Wei asked Han Shuo a few questions. Most of them were questions that Han Shuo was unwilling to answer. Han Shuo would feebly respond to her questions. They were all nonsense. Li Wei's first impression of Han Shuo was that he was an expert and all of his nonsense was profound. Every time Han Shuo spoke nonsense, she would ponder for a long time, leaving Han Shuo not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Kelly closed his eyes and did not say a word. He appeared to be half asleep. It was as though he was using this method to maintain an appropriate distance from Han Shuo. Time flew by in this state. It did not feel like too much time had passed. Old, who left last, was the first to return. Han Shuo, who had been conversing with Li Wei, soon turned his attention to Old. With a single glance, Han Shuo knew that Old was very disappointed that he did not discover anything of value. After Old returned, he nodded at Han Shuo and thanked him. He then turned to Kelly and said, "Let's go." Kelly was feeling awkward when he heard Old's words. He immediately opened his eyes and followed behind Old. The two rapidly flew towards the exit without any hesitation. Are we leaving just like that? Li Wei was astonished and puzzled. What can I do if I don't leave? He went over to investigate and found nothing. There's no point in staying here, replied Han Shuo indifferently. He understood that Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, must have destroyed all traces. Even if someone were to come and observe, they would not be able to discover anything special. From now on, everything that happened here would be a mystery that they would never be able to solve. As time passed, the gods who could not discover anything special would gradually forget about this place. They might even distort the facts and treat everything that happened here as exaggerated lies. We all know how special this place is. Why is he willing to let it go? Li Wei was still puzzled. She had a strange look on her face. Han Shuo smiled and did not answer. He believed that no one would discover anything special in this place. With this premise, everyone would soon become indifferent to this matter. Soon, Donna, Bolton, and the others returned with disappointed faces. This is too strange. Other than the destroyed mountains and the torn earth, there is nothing special about this place. What the hell is going on? Bolton mumbled to himself along the way. He scratched his head and racked his brains but could not find any clues. Brian, do you know what's going on? Why has everything changed? Why can't we find any traces of anything special? Donna asked Han Shuo with a grave expression after arriving. Shaking his head, Han Shuo also had a baffled expression on his face. He let out a long sigh and said, I'm not too sure either. From what I can see, all the strange things here were formed by nature itself. Now that these natural wonders have been completely destroyed, all the strange things that happened here no longer exist. Impossible. Li Wei shouted, there are obvious man-made traces here. It doesn't seem natural at all. If even Li Wei could see that, Han Shuo knew that Donna would not believe it. However, Han Shuo was not worried in the slightest that everything here had been destroyed. He shrugged and shook his head again, I'm not too sure about that. Forget it, I don't think I can find anything here. Let's go, let's leave this place first. Donna was badly battered. She was thinking about how she should explain this to her superiors. She could not help but smile bitterly and worry filled her heart. Donna and her party, who had been trapped in the underground world all this time without discovering anything, returned to the surface with Han Shuo leading the way. Big Sister Donna, what should we do next? Li Wei immediately asked the moment they exited the underground world. What else can we do? Of course we have to report the situation here to our superiors as soon as possible. Donna let out a soft sigh and said helplessly. Bolton pondered for a moment and asked Donna, should we return directly or use the altar? Donna knitted her brows and thought for a moment. Then, she said, let's go to the Calamity Church first and report everything here. Kaiser and Erickson have not come out from that place. They should be dead. It seems that we have made some contributions. In addition to the fact that their transportation matrix has been destroyed, this muddled battle can be considered our victory. Although this matter is rather muddled, without Brian, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to leave the underground world alive. Bolton suddenly said with a smile. The party nodded in unison. Donna looked at the smiling Han Shuo and sternly said, don't worry, I will report your contributions to our superiors. If nothing unexpected happens, this material plane will be handed over to you. Will those from the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice descend upon this plane again? This was what Han Shuo was worried about. If our superiors say that this plane will be handed over to you, they will definitely negotiate with those forces. Unless there are special circumstances, such a thing will not happen. In fact, you are worrying too much. Only that place on this material plane was peculiar. Now that that place has been destroyed, those forces will not be interested in such a low-level material plane. Donna consoled Han Shuo smilingly. Han Shuo suddenly came to a realization. The population on Profound Continent was small and the power of faith was limited. There were countless low-level material planes like this one in the vast universe. There were countless material planes that were vaster and more valuable than Profound Continent. Those major powers simply didn't have the leisure to waste too much energy on such a low-level material plane. That's for the best. Han Shuo was finally at ease. After a short pause, he smilingly said, I won't be going to the Calamity Church with you all. I still have many matters to attend to on this material plane. Brian, there's something that I'm not sure if I should say. Donna suddenly looked deeply into Han Shua's eyes and sternly said. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before he smilingly asked, "What is it?" Profound continent is but a low-level material plane. It is a little too small for you. A talent like you should roam freely on a higher-level material plane. It is only on those material planes that you can grow stronger faster and gather more power. I don't think it's appropriate for you to stay here for too long. Donna said in a deadpan manner. Han Shua put on a faint smile and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you for your reminder. I know what you mean. After spending time with you all, my vision has broadened a little. When I'm done with the matters here, perhaps I will head for your Elysium. I hope that you can give me a hand at that time." "Hee, no problem. You're pretty good. There are very few people on Elysium who are as resolute and calm as you are. I believe that when you arrive on Elysium, you will definitely make a name for yourself. By then, you will realize that the experts on Profound Continent really are mediocre." Donna gladly promised. "Brian, when you arrive on Elysium, remember to look for me at my family clan. We brothers will be very happy to welcome you." Bolton immediately invited. "Me too, I have invited you. You must remember to come to Elysium." Li Wei said smilingly. "Don't worry, I will." Han Shua agreed smilingly. Shortly after, Donna and the party departed for the Calamity Church. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua flew towards the Valley of Sunshine. Chapter 668. The conversation with Donna had strengthened Han Shua's resolve to leave. On Profound Continent, the only things that Han Shua could not let go of were his few female friends. Emily, Phoebe, and the others could be considered outstanding on Profound Continent. Unfortunately, in Han Shua's eyes, they were far from meeting the requirements to leave with him. According to Donna and the others, there were numerous gods on Elysium who controlled the innumerable material planes of this universe. Even late-stage low-god Bolton and Li Wei couldn't be ranked on Elysium. Emily, Phoebe, and the others might not even be able to guarantee their safety if they were to go there. When one's strength had reached Han Shua's realm, one's horizons had been broadened. There was no one on Profound Continent who could threaten Han Shua. Han Shua did not wish to be like the primordious dragon, silently guarding Profound Continent for all eternity. Naturally, he would develop towards higher material planes. While pondering, Han Shua did not know how to bring up this matter to Phoebe and the others. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the Valley of Sunshine. Jasper, Sanguiner, and the others were still in the Valley of Sunshine. They were extremely excited at Han Shua's arrival and were clamoring for Han Shua to bring them out for sightseeing. Han Shua felt bitter when he saw Jasper and the others who were in high spirits. Jasper and Sanguiner had followed him across material planes to Profound Continent, but he had kept them here. Now that he had decided to head to a higher material plane, he could not bring Jasper and the others along. Han Shua was no longer alone. Many things had suddenly become troublesome. Only when I have a foothold on Elysium will I be able to bring them with me. For now, I have to be ruthless, Han Shua thought to himself as he looked at the smiling faces of Jasper and the others. After staying in the Valley of Sunshine for a few days, Han Shua accompanied Jasper, Hemana, and Heidi. He also carefully guided Sanguiner in his cultivation of the Blood God mantra. Over the next few days, Han Shua took Jasper and the others on a tour of the famous mountains and great rivers surrounding the Valley of Sunshine, purchasing large amounts of accessories for the three girls in Valen City and a few other cities. These few days were the happiest for Jasper and the other two. Han Shua's gentle and refined manner satisfied all of their long-cherished wishes, making every day a new and wonderful experience for them. Happy days were always short-lived. After Han Shua had done his best to let Jasper understand everything about Profound Continent, he finally shared his thoughts with Jasper and the others. Knowing that Han Shua intended to leave this continent, Jasper and the other two girls were panic-stricken. They thought that they had somehow provoked Han Shua's displeasure. It was only after Han Shua gave them a long explanation that they finally understood what Han Shua meant. After a moment of silence, Jasper looked at Han Shua with a bitter expression and asked, "Will you come back after you leave?" "Of course. Once I have established a foothold there, I will definitely bring you there," Han Shua firmly guaranteed. He then comforted them in a gentle voice, "Don't worry. If it weren't for the fact that the continent is too dangerous, I wouldn't have let you stay here for the time being." The interplanar transportation matrix on Profound Continent was in Han Shua's hands. As long as Han Shua wanted to, it wouldn't be difficult for him to travel back and forth. "All right then, we will wait for you here." With Han Shua's assurance, Jasper dejectedly agreed. Hemana and Hemana could only nod in agreement after hearing Jasper's words. After comforting Jasper for a long time in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua had a private conversation with Trunks and departed from the Valley of Sunshine. After arriving at Asan City of the Empire, Han Shua immediately sought out Emily and the other two girls. Similar to what he had said to Jasper, Han Shua expressed his thoughts to Emily and the other two girls. Upon hearing that Han Shua wanted to leave Profound Continent again, the three girls reacted the same way as Jasper did. Han Shua had no choice but to persuade them with kind words, saying that once he had established a foothold on Elysium, he would use the transportation matrix on Profound Continent to bring them along. It took a lot of persuasion, and amidst the cries of the three girls, Han Shua finally managed to get through this hurdle. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In Lancelot Empire, Emily and the other two girls were Han Shua's spokespeople. There were some things that Han Shua didn't need to look for Lawrence in person. He could do it through Emily and the other two girls. In Asan City, Han Shua stayed for a few more days. He also sought out Lisa to have a chat. After persuading her again and again, he managed to persuade her. During these few days, Han Shua carefully explained his understanding of becoming a god to Emily and the others. He explained every step in great detail, hoping that they would make faster progress. When Han Shua was preparing to travel from Asan City to Brektel City, to Han Shua's surprise, Old, whom he had met a few days ago in the third layer of the underground world, came to find Han Shua. "How did you know I was here?" Han Shua was rather surprised to see Old. It had only been a few days since he last saw Old. Old seemed to have recovered quite well. He seemed to be brimming with energy. "I just so happened to be here. Your biomagnetic field is too powerful. Since you didn't deliberately conceal it, ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect your presence. I was close to you and naturally knew it was you." Old smilingly said to Han Shua in a gentle manner. Old cultivated in the edict of life. Han Shua knew that Old was telling the truth. Within a certain range, Old could indeed sense a powerful biomagnetic field. This was especially true on this material plane where the only true gods were Han Shua and Donna and the others who had descended from Elysium. An abnormally powerful biomagnetic field was too conspicuous among so many weak biomagnetic fields. It wasn't strange that Old could sense it. "What business do you have with me?" Han Shua bunched his brows. He couldn't understand Old's intentions. "Congratulations, this continent now belongs to you," Old said with a faint smile. However, what he said next startled Han Shua. Han Shua's mind raced. He smilingly asked, "Did the higher-ups reach some sort of agreement?" "Smart." Old praised Han Shua appreciatively. He then explained, "With that place destroyed, this continent is no longer attractive. This time, we played a dishonorable role and helped you. Otherwise, the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice wouldn't have let this go so easily." "Why?" Han Shua asked. "We have an agreement with Lancelot Empire. Within their territory, our church can recruit believers at will. Based on the current situation, it is only a matter of time before Lancelot Empire becomes the most powerful nation on this continent. We have to protect our own interests. Old put on a faint smile, looked at Han Shuo, and explained, I'm sure you will receive the news very soon. But since we have a greeting gift, let me tell you about the situation in advance. According to the agreement, you cannot continue to kill believers of the Shrine of Ice and the Church of Light, and they will not continue to recruit believers. After these believers die of natural causes, the forces of the two churches on this continent will cease to exist. In a few more years, there will be no more believers of the two churches on this continent. Our Druidic Order and your side will each rely on their own efforts to recruit new believers. After hearing Old's words, Han Shuo thought for a moment and understood that the Shrine of Ice and the Church of Light were only protecting the lives of their current believers. Those believers would die sooner or later. As time passed, their forces would completely disappear from Profound Continent. It seemed that the two continents had given up on this material plane. The Druidic Order must have played the role of a mediator this time because they could reap some benefits on this continent. Although this low-level Profound Continent couldn't even compare to their discerning eyes. That's fine too. Is there anything else that I need to pay special attention to? Han Shuo asked after keeping silent for a moment. One more thing. I hope that Lancelot Empire will try to kill as little as possible when it conquers the world. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice will no longer interfere in the disputes on this continent. With the support of our Druidic Order and you, Lancelot Empire will unify the entire continent. However, we do not wish to see rivers of blood on this continent. It is best to avoid casualties. Old shook his head and sighed before he said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded in assent. He looked at Old and asked puzzledly, You didn't come to me just to tell me this, did you? I heard from Kelly that you have cultivated in a mystical energy. He has been full of praises for it. I wonder if I can have a look at it. Old looked deeply into Han Shuo's eyes and suddenly asked casually. Han Shuo was startled. He thought to himself that Old couldn't have discovered anything. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo felt that he hadn't revealed any flaws. A series of thoughts flashed across his mind. Han Shuo's expression remained unchanged. He shook his head and said, I have indeed unintentionally cultivated a type of martial technique. However, the moment I became a god, I had completely forgotten about that martial technique. The 12 fundamental forces are the true path of light. If I dare to be distracted, I will end up with nothing. Therefore, I'm very sorry. Old stared blankly for a moment after hearing Han Shuo's words. He carefully sized up Han Shuo and secretly probed Han Shuo's secrets with his soul. Han Shuo's consciousness was extraordinary and he had the assistance of Cauldron Spirit in his body. Old thought that Han Shuo wouldn't be able to discover his secret probing due to his profound realm. Yet, Han Shuo was able to see through every detail of Old's soul. Han Shuo knew every single time Old scanned Han Shuo's soul. With Cauldron Spirit's assistance and the fact that Han Shuo's main body had broken through to the Omen realm, Old was able to utilize the energy of his two avatars at will. Even after observing Han Shuo's biomagnetic field for half a day, Old was still deceived by Cauldron Spirit. He couldn't find anything special about Han Shuo. If that's the case, then forget it. After observing for a long while, Old did not discover anything, so he secretly gave up. Oh, right. There is an island in the depths of the boundless sea on this continent. Someone once saw a pile of mystical skeletons from afar. Perhaps you will be interested. Han Shuo suddenly said after thinking for a moment. Since the Druidic Order and Calamity Church had a tacit understanding, Han Shuo wasn't afraid that Old would discover the Cemetery of Death. Old might take back his favor in the future. Is there anything special about it? Old casually asked. The vegetation in the area where the skeletons are located is extraordinarily healthy. It is said that someone drowned there after being seriously injured. Not only did that person survive, but his internal organs, which are the most difficult to treat, were also completely healed. Don't you think that's strange? Han Shuo smilingly asked. Where is that island? Old's body trembled as he anxiously asked. Han Shuo smilingly reported the location of the island. Old was about to leave when Han Shuo hastily said, if you find what you are looking for, remember that you owe me a favor. You will have to repay it in the future. If you are not lying to me, I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Old did not even turn his head as he gave Han Shuo a promise. Chapter 669. Lancelot Empire, Bretel City. Before leaving, Han Shuo still needed to give some instructions. Fortunately, Jack and the others in Bretel City had long been accustomed to Han Shuo's mysterious disappearance. He really didn't need to worry about Bretel City at all. Han Shuo gave instructions one by one. Then, he persuaded Helen for quite a while, repeating the same words he had said to Jasper, Emily, and the others. Only then did he manage to pacify Helen. Sophie of Kasi Empire and her entire clan had migrated to Bretel City. From some people, Han Shuo learned that Sophie's father had the intention of bringing him and Sophie together. The few women he had with him were enough to make Han Shuo feel annoyed. After breaking through from carnal realm, Han Shuo really didn't want to continue provoking women. Therefore, he avoided Sophie as much as possible. Gilbert was also in Bretel City. Gilbert, who had recovered, still had room to improve his strength. Therefore, Han Shuo did not allow Gilbert to leave with him. Gilbert still didn't know about the tragedy of the Dark Dragons. Han Shuo knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from Gilbert. Before leaving, Han Shuo told Gilbert about the tragedy of the Dark Dragons in the outskirts of Bretel City. After learning that his only relative, his grandfather Gilgs, was also dead, Gilbert couldn't help but weep. Han Shuo couldn't do anything as he watched Gilbert howl in pain. He couldn't even find the words to comfort him. The Dark Dragons had been guarding the path leading to the third layer of the underground world. Their deaths were somewhat related to Han Shuo. Han Shuo somewhat blamed himself for not being cautious enough, resulting in the tragedy of the Dark Dragons. Although Han Shuo had killed Kaiser and Ericsson with his own hands, he still couldn't untie the knot in his heart. When Gilbert learned that Kaiser, Ericsson, and the other main culprits were either directly or indirectly killed by Han Shuo, he suddenly felt very powerless. Without a target for revenge, he had nowhere to vent his resentment. Gilbert knew all the secrets of the Cemetery of Death, so Han Shuo's departure was actually easier for him to accept. Perhaps it was because his grandfather Gilbert's death had diluted his reluctance for Han Shuo's departure, so he didn't ask Han Shuo for anything like Emily did. Han Shuo knew that Gilbert would not be able to recover from the pain in a short period of time, so he left some time for Gilbert. After saying a few words of advice, he left alone. Han Shuo headed for the headquarters of the Calamity Church after he had dealt with all the messy matters. With the identity of a cardinal, Han Shuo didn't need to traverse the desert on foot this time. He used the magical transportation matrix and directly arrived at the headquarters of the Calamity Church. A few days ago, members of the Calamity Church in Lancelot Empire had conveyed a message to Han Shuo, asking Han Shuo to make a trip to the headquarters of the Calamity Church as soon as possible. Han Shuo understood that Donna must be in a hurry to meet him to explain some matters regarding this continent. After arriving at the Calamity Church, Han Shuo soon met Donna and the others in a secret shrine through the Pope. Only the Calamity Church's fat Pope and a few cardinals knew that experts from alien material planes had descended on Profound Continent. Ordinary believers had no idea at all. When Han Shuo arrived at the secret shrine, he was surprised to see Kiranlo, whom he once had a grudge against. As the oldest believer of the Calamity Church on Profound Continent, Kiranlo was one of the few who knew the identities of Donna and the others. However, it was a pity that Kiranlo didn't seem to understand the relationship between Donna and Han Shuo. After Han Shuo left the shrine, Kiranlo, who had previously been humiliated and punished by Han Shuo, seemed to feel that his safety had been secured. He immediately started to denounce Han Shuo. Divine emissaries, this fella named Brian is not a devout believer at all. All these years, his strength has only advanced by leaps and bounds thanks to the divine weapon, the skeletal staff, that he unintentionally obtained. He is condescending and has no respect for us, his seniors. This is against the principles of the church. Kiranlo suddenly stood up the moment Han Shuo walked in and started denouncing Han Shuo with a strong sense of righteousness. Even the Pope of the Calamity Church didn't know much about the relationship between Han Shuo and Donna. He only knew that Han Shuo acted as a guide, but he didn't know that Donna and the other high-ranking gods had been friends through life and death with Han Shuo. The fat Pope was rather worried that Donna and the others would listen to Kiranlo's words after seeing Kiranlo distort the truth and criticize Han Shuo from beginning to end. The Calamity Church was indeed a church that valued seniority and seniority. Kiranlo was well aware of this fact and felt that he had the most say in front of Donna. He was also well aware that his strength was far inferior to Han Shuo's. He was determined to make sure that Han Shuo would suffer the wrath of Donna and the others before Donna and the others left. The other cardinals were all secretive and didn't dare to say too much. They only stole glances at Kiranlo with flickering eyes. The skeletal staff. Hee, that's a divine weapon that my grandfather once used. Li Wei chuckled and shot a glance at Han Shuo. It turned out that the owner of the skeletal staff was her grandfather. Han Shuo was astounded. When he looked at Li Wei again, he couldn't help but feel a little more amiable. Divine emissary, his presence in the Calamity Church will only break the rules and be detrimental to the development of the church. It's a pity that he is so powerful that no one in the church can restrain him. Even I was gravely injured by him. Fortunately, the divine emissaries are here. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble this person would cause. Kiranlo looked at Han Shuo with indignation. His face was filled with righteous indignation. Those who didn't know him might really think that he had put in a lot of effort for the sake of the Calamity Church. Brian, what do you say? Donna put on a sweet smile and asked Han Shuo with interest. Han Shuo, Donna, and the others had gone through life and death situations together with them. Kiranlo's close relationship with them was not something that Kiranlo could imagine. Under Donna's amused gaze, Han Shuo laughed involuntarily and replied, "That's right, I'm being domineering. I'll get rid of anyone who doesn't make me feel good. I'm even more excessive than what he said. Do as you see fit." Han Shuo had learned from old that the entire profound continent had been assigned to him. This also meant that from today onwards, Han Shuo could kill anyone on profound continent if he wanted to. He was the true master of this piece of land. With this confidence, in addition to his relationship with Donna and the others, what else did he have to fear? The others had no idea that Han Shuo would be so confident. Even the big fatty Pope who had always had a favorable impression of Han Shuo was dumbfounded to see him utter such outrageous words in front of the divine emissaries. He stared at Han Shuo with wide eyes, unable to understand why Han Shuo, who had always been cautious, would make such a grave mistake at this critical juncture. The other cardinals looked at Han Shuo, dumbfounded. They looked at Han Shuo as though they were looking at a dead man. They thought, no matter how valiant you are on profound continent, you are still a weakling before these divine emissaries. To be so arrogant in front of these people, isn't this courting death? Do you see that? Lord Emissary, this man dares to be so domineering in front of all of you. He is too arrogant. How can the church develop well with such a person on profound continent? Kiranlo was overjoyed to hear Han Shuo's words. He excitedly pointed at Han Shuo and started yelling. "I can't, but you can. Hee, you have been in the Calamity Church for many years. The Calamity Church has always been suppressed by the Church of Light to the point where they can't even raise their heads. The Calamity Church can only hide in the dark. Do you think that you are stronger than me?" Han Shuo said in a calm and unruffled manner. "Shut up. If it wasn't for my decision, the church wouldn't have been able to survive until today. Kiranlo's face turned red from embarrassment as he tried to argue his way out of the situation. Han Shua's words had hit the nail on the head. "Old fart, who are you telling to shut up?" Han Shua's face turned cold and he said in an ice-cold voice. "Little bastard, how dare you be so arrogant in front of these divine emissaries?" Kiranlo replied furiously. Without wasting any more words, Han Shua suddenly shot towards Kiranlo. His left hand shot out at lightning speed, grabbed Kiranlo by the neck, and lifted him high into the air. The demonic blades shot out from the middle finger of Han Shua's right hand and mercilessly pierced into Kiranlo's gaping mouth. Han Shua forcefully stirred his mouth. Kiranlo's lips were torn apart. His tongue, teeth, and blood mixed together and gushed out in large mouthfuls. His face was filled with fear as he howled miserably. Kiranlo couldn't even finish his sentence. He kicked his legs in midair. He looked at Donna, Li Wei, and the others with a pleading expression, waiting for Donna and the others to kill Han Shua. Han Shua was using such a bloody method to deal with Kiranlo in front of Donna and the others. Everyone thought that Han Shua had gone mad. A few cardinals who had a good impression of Han Shua sighed inwardly. They lowered their heads, unable to bear to see the tragedy that was about to befall Han Shua. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds passed. Those who lowered their heads did not hear anything but Kiranlo's wretched howls grew louder and louder. Puzzled, they couldn't help but raise their heads. They saw that Kiranlo's face was badly mutilated. His cheeks had been pierced by a sharp blade and were nearly unrecognizable. Inside the shrine, the few consciousnesses from different material planes wore tranquil expressions. They were smilingly watching Han Shua inflict violence on Kiranlo. They did not have the slightest intention to take action. Kiranlo's fear turned into despair. He stared at Donna and the others with his trembling hands and feet, as though he wanted to say something. Soon enough, Kiranlo's flailing arms and legs were also broken. They hung limply, just like his mood. Those cardinals who wanted to see Han Shua make a fool of himself and those who were worried about Han Shua were dumbfounded. They no longer looked at Kiranlo but focused their attention on Donna and the others, as though they were trying to figure out what was going on. Gradually, from the way Donna and the others looked at Han Shua, they vaguely understood what was going on. In the eyes of Donna and the others, they saw appreciation, the ease of watching a joke, and the harmony between friends. "Brian, that's enough. Just kill this guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Don't make it bloody." Donna finally stopped Han Shua smilingly when she saw that Han Shua seemed to have the intention to skin Kiranlo alive. Those cardinals turned pale with fright when they heard those words. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shua were filled with unconcealable fear and reverence. Very well. Han Shua stopped tormenting those people. He patted on Kiranlo's head with his large hand. Bang! Kiranlo's head exploded like a ripe watermelon falling to the ground. While those cardinals were trembling with fear, Donna leisurely said, "From today onwards, this profound continent will belong to Brian. Everything will be under his control. All of you must obey his orders. He has the right to punish those who disobey. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." Those cardinals hastily replied with faces filled with fear. "All right, all of you are dismissed. We need to talk in private." Donna nodded in satisfaction and casually instructed. In the eyes of Donna and the others, those cardinals were as weak as ants that could be squashed to death at any moment. They had absolutely no right to speak to Donna. At Donna's command, even the big fat Pope was frightened out of his wits. He hastily left. "Pope, you don't have to worry. Everything in the Calamity Church on Profound Continent will still be under your control. And you will soon discover that your authority will only grow." Han Shua bunched his brows and said to the Calamity Pope, "I know what I should do." By now, the Calamity Pope had long understood the situation. In front of Donna, he respectfully saluted Han Shuo and cautiously retreated. "This fella is rather tactful. It seems that you can save some energy," Donna commented after the Pope left. "It's impossible for one to sit in this position without some discerning eyes," Han Shuo said smilingly. He wasn't the slightest bit worried that the big fat Pope would have any ulterior motives. On one hand, the big fat Pope knew of Han Shuo's strength. On the other hand, from the attitude of Donna and the others, the big fat Pope should have guessed that this was the opinion of his superiors. The reason why Han Shuo comforted the big fat Pope was that he needed him to properly manage the Calamity Church. Han Shuo was afraid that the big fat Pope would face everything in a negative manner and refuse to devote himself wholeheartedly to the Calamity Church. "Alright, let me tell you about the current situation and some agreements." Donna repeated what Old had told her. It was no different from what Old had said. "Congratulations, Brian. Hee, so you are the one who obtained my grandpa's skeletal staff. When you arrive on Elysium, all the more reason for you to come visit our family." "Oh, right, do you know that old lizard who obtained the skeletal staff? He's in our family too," Li Wei said smilingly. "Yes, I do. I will definitely pay you a visit soon." Han Shuo immediately agreed upon hearing that ancient lizard King Degasi was in the family. "Brian, we are about to depart. Are you coming with us?" Donna asked. "I still need to cultivate for a period of time. After some time, I will depart for Elysium. I will look for you then." Han Shuo thought for a moment and felt that he should stabilize his current realm before leaving. In addition, he should cultivate a few demonic arts and treasures in case of emergencies. Therefore, he tactfully declined Donna's suggestion. Chapter 670. On a desolate island in the boundless sea, Han Shuo was sitting cross-legged on a barren mountain like a boulder. The ground around him was densely covered with ravines and bottomless pits. Several enormous stone pillars were suspended in midair and constantly rotating. Han Shuo's eyes were closed and he did not make the slightest sound. However, rumbling noises could be heard coming from all around him. After a long while, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and profound, as though they contained the entire night sky. The moment he opened his eyes, the rumbling noises around him came to an abrupt halt. The few enormous stone pillars suspended in midair also strangely stopped rotating. A large net flew down from the stone pillars and gracefully landed on Han Shuo's palm. The poison dragon cloud net was made from the tendons of the giant dragons he killed in the Dragon Valley, the most poisonous miasma in the southern border, silk from the depths of the boundless sea, and 9 other rare materials. Once the poison dragon cloud net was deployed, poisonous miasma would flow out from the dragon tendons and form a poisonous cloud. The miasma contained within the poisonous cloud was just like the miasma in the pentacloud miasma. It was with great difficulty that Han Shuo managed to collect the miasma under Cauldron Spirit's guidance. Once someone was trapped by the poison dragon cloud net, the poisonous miasma would begin to take effect. The huge net refined by Han Shuo using dragon tendons as its foundation was extremely tenacious. Without divine weapons or strength that far exceeded Han Shuo's, it would be impossible for one to break free from the huge net and one would be continuously corroded by the poisonous miasma. It had been half a year since Donna and the others left Profound Continent. During this time, Han Shuo had been stabilizing his current Omen realm while communicating with Cauldron Spirit. He had refined a few demonic weapons using some of the precious materials he had. The poison dragon cloud net was just one of them. Other than the poison dragon cloud net, Han Shuo also refined the green phosphorus gravel and the banner of hallucination. The green phosphorus sand was made by gathering the phosphorescence from thousands of corpses and mixing it with rare blood. If the green phosphorus sand came into contact with it, the fire poison would immediately attack the heart. It was very difficult to extinguish it. The banner of hallucination was imprinted with an intricate illusory formation with the help of the Cauldron Spirit's guidance. Anyone who did not understand the intricacies of the illusory formation would be trapped within the banner of hallucination. The 3 demonic weapons took Han Shuo a great deal of materials and more than 3 months. He also borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy to successfully refine them. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Han Shuo had refined 3 types of demonic artifacts. Like his avatar of death, Han Shuo's avatar of destruction had also reached the mid-stage low god realm. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction had access to the power of faith from the abyss realm. On top of that, this avatar of his had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of orcs and harvested the energy of destruction. Its divine energy wasn't weak. The reason why Han Shuo's avatar of destruction was that it had too many impurities. Han Shuo had the Cauldron Spirit purify the impurities in this avatar of his. Later on, when he spied on Bolton and the others recovering their divine energy, he grasped some of the usage of the Edict of Destruction. In addition, when he observed the destruction of the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester, he finally made a breakthrough. The only thing that made Han Shuo rather depressed was that he had yet to truly comprehend the Omen realm. According to the Cauldron Spirit, demonic arts cultivators grew through fighting and killing. It was not easy to make any progress through cultivation alone. Besides, half a year's time was but a snap of the fingers for demonic arts cultivators. Han Shuo had expected that Han Shuo wouldn't be able to make any progress in half a year. During this time, through the eyes and ears of the Calamity Church, Han Shuo learned that Profound Continent had undergone earth-shattering changes. Those from the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice had suddenly become well-behaved. They withdrew from the stage of power struggles on Profound Continent, hiding in remote and quiet places. Without the support of the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice, the 2 most powerful empires on the continent, Odin Empire and Kasi Empire, in the face of the onslaught of Lancelot Empire, Angela Empire, as well as the Barton Merchant Alliance, could only retreat step by step. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated and surrendered. The situation on the continent was progressing according to Han Shuo's ideal state. That plump pope of the Calamity Church had also recognized the situation. He wholeheartedly pledged allegiance to Han Shuo and helped Han Shuo perfect everything on this continent. He was very gratified. Han Shuo's women might have long gotten used to his mysterious disappearances. This time, with Han Shuo's assurance and knowing his purpose, although they missed him very much, their emotions were relatively stable. Seeing that the situation on Profound Continent was on the right track, Han Shuo could finally put his mind at ease. After refining the 3 demonic artifacts, Han Shuo headed deeper into the boundless sea. Following the Cauldron Spirit's directions, Han Shuo passed through an area where sharks constantly roamed. He passed through whirlpools and arrived at the place of extreme water where the yuan energy of water was incomparably dense. According to the Cauldron Spirit, in order to deploy the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester and make it work to the fullest, Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord had altered the laws of heaven and earth on Profound Continent and created 5 of the largest places of extreme water based on their unique topography. The 5 places of extreme water surrounded the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester located in the deepest part of the underground world. The purpose of their existence was to allow the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester to gather mystical Een aura at a faster rate. Under Han Shuo's terrifying energy, the 5 places of extreme water gathered the yuan energy of the 5 elements on Profound Continent at an astonishing rate, forming 5 types of ultimate treasures. Among them, the fire lotus in the place of extreme fire, the golden cudgel in the place of extreme metal, the earth soul pearl in the place of extreme earth, and the viride leaf in the place of extreme wood were all obtained by Han Shuo. Only the Aquarius jade in the place of extreme water was not yet in Han Shuo's grasp. The pentaelemental undead formation. Only when the 5 elite zombies possessed the ultimate treasures of their respective elements could they maximize the power of the formation. As for the last place of extreme water, only the Cauldron Spirit knew its exact location. Under its guidance, Han Shuo easily arrived at the place. The Cauldron Spirit knew that Han Shuo had refined the 5 elite zombies, and after witnessing the power of the 5 elite zombies, it was very appreciative of Han Shua's sudden idea. Of the 5 elite zombies, except for Metal Elite Zombie, the other 4 had absorbed the energy of a god and obtained their divine souls. From what Han Shua could tell, those 4 who had absorbed the energy of a god were on the verge of becoming a god on their own. It was highly possible that they could break through and become a god at any time. The Cauldron Spirit was very amazed to see Han Shua attempt to fuse the energies of 2 universes with the 5 elite zombies. Han Shua was very curious as to how far the 5 elite zombies refined with demonic arts could develop after absorbing the energy of a god and becoming a god. This is the place of extreme water where the Aquarius Jade is being nurtured. The exalted Demon Lord did not expect that the wait would be so long. I'm sure the exalted Demon Lord also did not expect that the 5 elemental treasures would be nurtured in such a long time, the Cauldron Spirit lamented after bringing Han Shua to this place. Han Shua surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he seemed to be in a palace of sparkling, translucent jade. All he could see were droplets of water spinning around. These water droplets didn't mix with the seawater here and were rolling around irregularly. Han Shua could sense extremely intense yuan energy of water from those water droplets. Further away, there were many whirlpools that formed layers upon layers of barriers, as though completely sealing off this place. If not for the Cauldron Spirit's guidance, Han Shua would not have been able to find the place of extreme water in the depths of the boundless sea. Where is the Aquarius Jade? Han Shua looked all around in amazement and asked the Cauldron Spirit in astonishment. He could not sense the presence of the Aquarius Jade at all. It is in one of those spinning water droplets. You do not cultivate in the energy of water, so you will not be able to sense its location, the Cauldron Spirit replied. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before he nodded and summoned Water Elite Zombie. Father, what is this place? It's wonderful and comfortable, Water Elite Zombie cried out in surprise as soon as he appeared. There is something here that is of utmost importance to you. Try and find it. Hee, the others have you but you don't. You must make good use of this opportunity. Han Shua said smilingly. It might be impossible for you to find the Aquarius Jade, but it will be a piece of cake for him, the Cauldron Spirit suddenly said. That was indeed the case. Han Shua had thought that Water Elite Zombie would need to expend some effort. Little did he know that as soon as Water Elite Zombie appeared in the netherworld, all the water droplets that were spinning around suddenly stopped moving. Only one water droplet was still spinning at high speed, rolling straight towards Water Elite Zombie. Wonderful. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Water Elite Zombie was overjoyed. He remained motionless on the spot while that water droplet shot towards Water Elite Zombie. Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, the water droplet disappeared into his body. After the Aquarius Jade flew into Water Elite Zombie's body, Water Elite Zombie, like an enormous whirlpool, produced an intense suction force. All the motionless water droplets containing rich yuan energy in the surroundings suddenly started rolling and were sucked into Water Elite Zombie's body at lightning speed. He has collected the Aquarius Jade. With the energy of the Aquarius Jade, he can also collect the Aquarius Pearls that contain the most yuan energy of water, the Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shua. Thank you, Father. What a wonderful and pure energy, Water Elite Zombie cheered. After waiting for a while, when there were no longer any Aquarius Pearls, the whirlpool on Water Elite Zombie's body finally disappeared. At this point, all the treasures of the 5 elements on Profound Continent had fallen into Han Shua's hands. Every elite zombie of the 5 elements had their own personal weapons, laying the foundation for the mighty penta-elemental undead formation in the future. Go back and have a good feel of your new weapon. Han Shua transmitted to Water Elite Zombie smilingly. Soon after, he sent him to the netherworld. Let's go. The Aquarius Jade has been collected and all that needs to be done on Profound Continent has been settled. It's time to leave. Han Shua thought to himself. Without stopping at the place of extreme water, Han Shuo flew straight to the gourd-shaped island and entered the cemetery of death. Han Shuo inserted a sufficient amount of magical crystals into the enormous interplanar transportation matrix, stood on it, and activated the interplanar transportation matrix according to the coordinates left behind by Donna and the others. Elysium, here I come. Han Shuo cheered wildly in his mind. Chapter 671. Due to the great distance, interplanar teleportation consumed different amounts of energy crystals. The further the distance, the more energy crystals would be consumed. The distance between Profound Continent and Elysium was uncountable. It was much longer than the time it took for Han Shuo to travel from the Abyss Realm to Profound Continent. It was only when Han Shuo's body felt a little uncomfortable that he finally sensed that the distorted space around him had stopped fluctuating. In the next moment, Han Shuo instantly sensed the extremely intense elemental energy of death. It was even more intense than the element of death in the netherworld that Han Shuo's consciousness had sensed. Greatly alarmed, Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed. He suddenly discovered that it wasn't just the element of death, but the other 7 elements as well. Before coming to Elysium, Han Shuo had heard from Donna and the others that Elysium was the most suitable material plane for gods to cultivate. Previously, Han Shuo didn't quite believe it. But now that he sensed the incomparably intense elemental energy, he immediately agreed with Donna's statement. His heart was filled with astonishment. "Kid, don't take up space. Come on out," a boorish roar suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo was startled. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was standing on an interplanar transportation matrix just like the one in the cemetery of death. This interplanar transportation matrix was even larger than the one in the cemetery of death. It seemed to be composed of many smaller interplanar transportation matrices. The space beneath his feet was divided into small zones. Not far in front of him was a 3-story tall platform. On it stood 3 people wearing ink-black armors and wielding ink-black pikes with intricate patterns. Upon probing with his consciousness, Han Shuo discovered that all 3 were low gods of darkness. They possessed early-stage or mid-stage strength. When he looked to the side, he discovered that he was standing in a valley. The valley was covered with many strange green plants and rugged rocks. At the center of the valley was the interplanar transportation matrix that he was standing on. "Come on out. Don't obstruct others from using the transportation matrix." On the platform, that low god wearing ink-black armor and wielding a spear pointed his spear at Han Shuo. With a faint smile, Han Shuo leaped into the air. His body suddenly swayed, and he floated in the air in a somewhat strange posture. The gravity here was 27 times higher than on Profound Continent. After stumbling, Han Shuo immediately realized that the gravity here was different from the Profound Continent. Due to the huge difference in gravity, Han Shuo's levitation spell using the elemental energy of death was much more taxing than usual. He wasn't able to adapt immediately, which was why his body was unsteady. Very soon, Han Shuo adjusted himself and walked out of the interplanar teleportation formation at a slower pace. The gravity on Elysium was so much higher than on Profound Continent that it would affect anyone's flying speed. Demigods who could travel unhindered on other continents would have a hard time flying on Elysium. It's a lesser deity of death. It seems like he's also a newcomer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used our interplanar transportation matrix here. The lesser deity of darkness who had just berated Han Shuo said to the 2 beside him in a low voice. "Come on out and walk out of the valley. You will see the emissary there," the lesser deity of darkness shouted again after Han Shuo walked out of the interplanar transportation matrix. After landing on the ground from the transportation matrix, Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and gradually extended it outwards. He soon discovered that the valley was extremely vast. There were many gods of varying strengths scattered in various regions. Following the lesser deity's instructions, Han Shuo walked straight ahead. Soon, he saw several buildings. Those buildings were tall and rugged, and he could vaguely see the silhouettes of people flashing by. newcomers? In front of a building in front of them, an old man sat behind a black wooden table. He seemed to be busy with something as he asked without raising his head. Yes, Han Shuo replied. The old man raised his head. He had a ghastly pale face and disheveled hair. He casually glanced at Han Shuo and asked absent-mindedly, "Do you have a divine tablet?" "Nope, I was just about to get one," Han Shuo replied smilingly. He could tell that this old man was a late-stage lesser deity of death. The divine tablet was the passport to Elysium. Every true god would have a divine tablet. It was similar to the identity card of Han Shuo's original world. Any god would have a divine tablet. Without a divine tablet, one couldn't even enter most of the regions on Elysium. Even if one died, one wouldn't be able to identify their corpse. Before coming to Elysium, Han Shuo had learned about this common knowledge through Donna and the others. He also knew that newcomers who had just arrived on Elysium could get a divine tablet at the place they came from. However, it wasn't free. It required crystal coins. Oh, so you know the rules. Alright then, hand over 80 blue crystal coins. I'll get it done for you. The old man laughed mischievously and extended his hand towards Han Shuo. It wasn't just on Elysium. In many high-level material planes, as long as there were gods, the currency of circulation was crystal coins instead of gold coins. To gods, gold coins were just ordinary metals. They didn't contain any energy and therefore had no value at all. Crystal coins were currency formed from purified energy crystals. Every crystal coin contained energy, and this energy could be used to activate interplanar teleportation matrices, smelt divine artifacts, and set up all kinds of mysterious barriers and seals. It had a wide range of uses and was very useful. However, gods couldn't absorb crystal coins to form divine energy. Those that could were called divine essences, which were even rarer. Back in the void, Han Shuo had only come across a few pieces by chance. The divine essences of death that could be absorbed had long been used by him. Although crystal coins couldn't be absorbed by gods, they had become the currency of circulation among the gods due to their wide range of uses. Just like the gold coins on Profound Continent, crystal coins were also divided into 3 grades: blue crystal coins, purple crystal coins, and black crystal coins. The energy contained in a purple crystal coin was equivalent to the total energy of 100 blue crystal coins, while a black crystal coin was equivalent to the total energy of 100 purple crystal coins. 80. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "Isn't it supposed to be 50 according to the rules?" Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the old man's eyes flickered for a moment before he coldly groaned and said, "50 was a long time ago. Now it's 80. If you don't have that many crystal coins, you can work as a miner in this valley for a few years. When you have earned enough crystal coins and gotten your divine tablet done, you can leave this valley." What kind of person was Han Shuo? He immediately figured out the situation from the momentary flicker in the old man's eyes. What Donna and the others had told him was definitely correct. Getting a divine tablet only cost 50 blue crystal coins. The reason this old man wanted 80 crystal coins from him was because he saw that Han Shuo was a newcomer and was trying to scam him. Many gods who came to a high-level material plane for the first time, as they lacked experience, didn't understand the situation, and didn't know about the existence of crystal coins, had no choice but to take out all the valuables they had on them and exchange them for crystal coins. If they didn't have many valuables on them, they could only stay in this valley and work as a miner for a period of time until they accumulated enough crystal coins and got their divine tablet done. This old man definitely wouldn't dare to lay his hands on gods who had the backing of major family clans. Therefore, he would only scam newcomers like Han Shuo. "Are you sure it's 80 blue crystal coins?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile and asked for confirmation. Han Shuo didn't lack those 30 blue crystal coins. Before he came, Donna and the others had each tossed a few purple crystal coins to Han Shuo. After he and Cauldron's spirit blew open Erickson and Kaiser's space rings, not only did they obtain 3 divine weapons, but they also obtained close to 100 purple crystal coins. Why would they care about a mere 30 blue crystal coins? What made Han Shoa unhappy was that someone dared to scam him as soon as he arrived on Elysium. 80 blue crystal coins, not a single coin less. The old man was getting impatient. He thought to himself that Han Shoa was just a newcomer who didn't have anyone to guide him. He reckoned that Han Shoa didn't have any powerful backers. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a young man covered in cuts and bruises stumbled over from the direction Han Shoa came from. He seemed to be in a daze. He coughed out a mouthful of blood after every few steps. It seemed that his injuries were extremely serious. The aura of destruction on his body was extremely obvious. I want to apply for a divine tablet. The extremely frail young man immediately said weakly. His silver hair was charred and his blue eyes were lifeless. 80 blue crystal coins, not a single coin less. The old man said in a ritualistic manner after taking a glance at the young man with his brows bunched. No matter how much it is, put it on my tab. I will return you when I have the money. The young man said weakly. Tab. The old man burst into laughter as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Young man, you must have been chased all the way here with great difficulty, didn't you? It seems that your injuries are indeed not light. Your brain must have been damaged by someone, right? There has never been a precedent of keeping accounts here. No matter where I am, I can always put it on my tab. Why can't I do it here? Although the young man was incomparably weak, his tone was very domineering. The aura of destruction around him grew thicker and thicker, as though it would explode at any moment. Young man, this is Elysium. A character like you may be incomparably honorable on a low-level material plane, but on Elysium, you better know your place. I have seen many people like you. You are used to being domineering and you can't change your temper in a short period of time. But it doesn't matter. Our place is a place that specializes in getting rid of such bad tempers. The old man laughed mischievously. He shot a cold glance at Han Shoa as though his words were directed at Han Shoa as well. Upon finishing those words, the old man cleared his throat and suddenly let out a shrill whistle. As soon as he let out his whistle, a dozen or so gods wearing jet-black armor and wielding exquisite spears suddenly rushed out from several buildings nearby. The leader of the group was an early-stage mid-god. He wore a grave and stern expression. After he arrived, he took a glance at the scene and asked, "Who's causing trouble?" "Hee, I've run into someone who wants to pay on credit," the old man said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing those words, the leader's face remained grave and stern while the other divine guards started laughing. They looked at Han Shoa and the young man with faces filled with ridicule and teasing. Chapter 672. A dozen or so low gods of varying strengths and an early-stage mid-god divine guard instantly shrouded the entire area with a murderous aura. The stern-looking divine guard in the lead creased his brows. Even though he did not deliberately release his domain of divinity, he still exuded an imposing aura. Han Shoa unfolded his consciousness and discovered that not only did the dozen or so divine guards rapidly arrive after the old man's shrill cry, but there were also men and women of varying strengths walking out from the other buildings. There were low gods, base gods, and even a few demigods. After taking a few glances, Han Shoa discovered that these people, just like him, seemed to have just arrived from another material plane. They had been hiding in those buildings and came out to watch the show after hearing the commotion. What's wrong with paying on credit? Haven't seen it before. Contrary to Han Shoa's expectation, that heavily wounded young man who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and only possessed mid-stage low god strength did not shrink back in fear. Instead, he was brimming with killing intent as though he would fight to the death. The old man shook his head and softly sighed. He feigned pity and said, "What a pitiful fella. His brain has indeed been damaged. Arrest him." The divine guard in the lead coldly waved his hand. Two low gods behind him dashed out at lightning speed. They brandished the spears in their hands that overflowed with dark radiance. The blue eyes of the youngster who wanted credit suddenly revealed madness in them. He let out a shrill howl and charged towards the two divine guards who came to capture him like an enraged beast. The energy of destruction on his body was extremely ferocious and violent. Han Shuo rather admired his valiant and fearless spirit. But it was a pity that the young man's injuries were too severe. His sudden burst of energy seemed to have worsened his injuries. Halfway through his charge, the young man suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. He immediately lost consciousness. Gods weren't invincible. It was already very difficult for him to hold on until now due to his severe injuries. Now that he had attacked by force, it would be a wonder if he didn't collapse. The two divine guards were about to make an example out of him. Little did they expect that the young man would pass out. They were stunned on the spot and turned to look at the mid-god with inquiring gazes. Capture them first. If they don't behave, lock them up and teach them a lesson. Make them understand the rules. The leading divine guard coldly snorted. The two divine guards heard the order and without hesitation, they walked to the young man on the ground and were about to drag him away. Wait! Han Shuo suddenly said. The two divine guards stared blankly for a moment before they turned their gazes to their chief and waited for him to speak. The leader didn't say anything. He just looked at Han Shuo coldly, as if waiting for Han Shuo's explanation. You must be the chief of divine guards here, Lord Dolores. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and asked courteously. The leader was stunned. He looked at Han Shuo seriously and asked, You should be a newcomer, right? How do you know my name? Big Sister Donna has mentioned you to me. She told me to look for you if I need any trouble. Han Shuo replied calmly. When Dolores heard Han Shuo mention Donna's name, his expression softened. He asked, What's your name? Where are you from? Brian, from Profound Continent. Han Shuo replied smilingly. Before he came, Donna had told him that Dolores was a member of her family clan and that he was sent here to gain experience. She said that she would inform Dolores before she returned and that Han Shuo could set his mind at ease. Dolores nodded after hearing Han Shuo's words. It appeared that Donna had indeed given him instructions. Dolores looked around and said in a cold face, Those who have no business here, do not linger. The onlookers who were watching the show left one after another after hearing Dolores' words. In the blink of an eye, the only people left were the group of divine guards, the old man handling the divine tablets, Han Shuo, and the young man on the ground. After the spectators dispersed, Dolores looked Han Shuo up and down and said, My cousin has instructed me that if you need anything, just say it. I will definitely help if I can. That fella has a backbone. Don't make things difficult for him if you can. Suggested Han Shuo to Dolores as he pointed at the young man who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction on the ground. Han Shuo was rather impressed that the young man dared to attack recklessly even when facing certain death. Sure. Dolores wore a strange expression as though he didn't understand why Han Shuo would ask for leniency from a newcomer who didn't know the rules. However, as he had been entrusted by Donna to do so, he casually agreed. Also, I heard from Big Sister Donna that a divine tablet only costs 50 blue crystal coins. Why did he charge me 80? Asked Han Shuo as he pointed at the old man. I didn't know he was one of us. My apologies, said the old man as he humbly bowed before Han Shuo's finger. His attitude was completely different from before. However, after observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that although the old man's attitude was much more humble, there wasn't a hint of fear in his brows. The price varies for different people. Dolores' face that had always been cold and stern turned somewhat awkward. Shortly after, he glared at the old man and lightly shouted, Jeff, waive the divine tablet fee for him. Yes, yes. The old man named Jeff hastily replied. However, he didn't appear nervous. The divine guards beside Dolores all wore odd expressions. Two of them were even snickering in secret. Han Shuo took in their expressions and came to a sudden realization. He thought that Dolores must be the mastermind behind all this. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't be so fearless. It was no wonder that Dolores appeared even more embarrassed than Jeff after hearing Han Shuo's words. There's no need to waive the fee. It's just 50 blue crystal coins. I can afford it. Han Shuo found it funny when he realized what was going on. He didn't intend to pursue the matter further. He took out a purple crystal coin and handed it to Jeff. He pointed at the young man lying on the ground not far away and said, "One purple crystal coin for that fella's divine tablet as well." Old Jeff did not immediately accept the purple crystal coin. Instead, he stole a glance at Dolores as though asking for his opinion. When he saw Dolores nod his head with a frown, he accepted the purple crystal coin with a grin on his face and agreed to it. After you have completed your divine tablet, you can head north from here. You will arrive at the City of Shadows in about half a month. The City of Shadows is one of the 7 major cities in the domain of darkness. Our House of Lavers is located in the City of Shadows. If I'm not mistaken, my cousin should also be in the City of Shadows. When you arrive at the City of Shadows, look for my cousin and she will make arrangements for you, Dolores said to Han Shuo after thinking for a moment. Han Shuo was aware that this was something Donna had arranged before she left. He nodded to indicate that he understood. Don't worry. As the Chief of Divine Guards, I have some authority in this Tanai Mountain. You may leave after you have completed your divine tablet. No one will make things difficult for you. Dolores continued. Many thanks. Han Shuo knew that newcomers to this mountain valley would be harassed in every possible way. If they did not have crystal coins, they would have to serve in Tanai Mountain Mine for a year and a half to obtain a divine tablet. Even if they came from mid to high-level material planes and had crystal coins, they would still be harassed by all sorts of methods. They would only be released after a portion of their crystal coins had been extracted. Fortunately, Donna had given Dolores instructions in advance from Tanai Mountain. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for Han Shuo to leave the mountain valley so easily. After Dolores had finished giving instructions, he said to Han Shuo, "Before you leave the mountain valley, you can look for me if you have any problems. I will help you resolve them without delay." Upon finishing those words, Dolores led his men to another region. After Han Shuo returned, old Jeff smilingly bowed and made an inviting gesture. He said, "This way, please. I will get your divine tablet done as soon as possible." He, since you know Lord Dolores, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known that you were one of us, there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings. I was just about to tell you when that fella suddenly rushed out covered in cuts and bruises. I didn't make it in time. Han Shuo put on a fake smile and feigned civility with him. Han Shuo understood that little rascals like him were the hardest to deal with. If such a crafty old fella wanted to do something behind your back, it would truly be impossible to guard against. As it was his first time here, Han Shuo was unwilling to bicker with him and therefore didn't ridicule him. The process of getting a divine tablet required one to test one's realm, inquire about one's background, and go through a series of complicated procedures. However, with old Jeff's enthusiastic help, Han Shuo was able to quickly complete the process and obtain the divine tablet from old Jeff. At Han Shuo's request, the unconscious young man was quickly woken up by old Jeff. He was muddle-headed and was about to make a move, but when Jeff said that he was going to get a divine tablet for him, he immediately calmed down while panting heavily. Akeli, mid-stage low god of destruction from the Blue Ocean continent. Han Shuo learned of his information while he was getting a divine tablet. Akeli, this is your divine tablet. Keep it well and don't ever lose it. No matter where you go, the divine tablet is your proof of identity. You will find it very troublesome without it. Jeff exhorted as he handed over the divine tablet to Akeley. I don't need your reminder. I'll return it to you when I have the money. Akeley received the divine tablet impatiently. It appeared that he still didn't understand that Han Shuo had already paid for him. There's no need for that. He has already paid for you and pleaded on your behalf. Otherwise, you would have been locked up by now. Jeff lightly groaned when he saw that Akeley didn't appreciate his kindness. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's sake, Akeley wouldn't even be able to enter this place. Akeley was stunned by Jeff's words. He then started sizing up Han Shuo seriously. After a long while, Akeley mumbled, just as well, I'm lacking a helper. Akeley's eyes lit up as he stared at Han Shuo and excitedly asked, Friend, do you want to make a fortune? I don't want to. Han Shuo answered succinctly. Akeley, my appearance is indeed not very convincing. But I know a place where I can make a fortune. Really, I'm lacking a helper. I'm now seriously inviting you. Chapter 673. Not interested. Han Shuo straightforwardly refused. Han Shuo did not believe that Akeley would be able to bring him any path to riches. Moreover, Han Shuo was different from him. He didn't lack money. I'm being serious. It's very difficult to live on Elysium without crystal coins to use. Akeley tried to persuade Han Shuo again when he saw that Han Shuo was unmoved. You should heal your injuries first. I'm really not interested in what you're talking about. Han Shuo shrugged and said with a smile. Han Shuo had just regained consciousness and his emotions weren't very stable. Jeff, who was in charge of making divine tablets for them, was very displeased with Akeley. He kept shouting for Han Shuo to leave as soon as possible, fearing that the wounds on Akeley's body would dirty the place. Akeley ignored Jeff and staggered out of the place while cursing. His body was in a terrible state but he didn't seem to mind it. Instead of immediately finding a place to heal his injuries, he waited at the entrance. I really don't understand how such a person can exist. Jeff shook his head and kindly advised Han Shuo, Brian, it's best if you don't interact with him as much as possible. Given his temper, he will drag you down sooner or later. I'll be careful. Alright, thanks for today's matter. Goodbye. Han Shuo didn't have a favorable impression of Jeff, but neither did he have much hostility towards Han Shuo. Such characters were common everywhere. Besides, Jeff did not really harm Han Shuo's interests and had even apologized humbly after the incident. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't feel like bickering with Jeff. You are too kind. It is only natural that I put in some effort when it comes to Lord Dolores's orders. Jeff didn't forget to flatter Dolores in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo walked out of the place and nodded at Akeley with a smile. He planned to leave the valley and head for the City of Shadows. Wait! Akeley shouted weakly when he saw that Han Shuo was about to leave. Frowning, Han Shuo became a little impatient. I'm really not interested. Your injuries are also very serious. If you don't treat them as soon as possible, it will affect your future development. I think you'd better forget about your plan to get rich for now and treat your injuries first. I'll show you something. If you're still not interested in what I'm about to say after seeing this, I won't stop you anymore. What do you say? Akeley said to Han Shuo with a solemn expression after taking a few deep breaths. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, All right, I'll see what you have that makes you so confident that I'll go with you. Let's choose a secluded spot, shall we? Akeley looked around and seemed to feel that this place wasn't very safe. No problem. Han Shuo agreed. He unfolded his consciousness and immediately chose a waterfall that was quite a distance away from where there were few people around. Give me a ride, I really can't walk anymore. Akeley begged Han Shuo with a bitter smile. Without wasting any time, Han Shuo walked to Akeley's side and lifted him up. He then used levitation and flew towards the waterfall that his consciousness had sensed. The journey took Han Shuo half an hour. On one hand, it was because the gravity on Elysium was many times stronger than on Elysium. On the other hand, Han Shuo had to bring another person with him while using the divine energy of his avatar of death. When they finally arrived at the waterfall, Han Shuo put Akeley down. Akeley first looked around vigilantly before carefully taking out an ancient scroll from his bosom. He handed it to Han Shuo and said, "I obtained this from a place on my home continent. In order to get my hands on it, I had to be hunted down for a long time before I finally arrived on Elysium through an interplanar transportation matrix. Be careful, don't damage it." Han Shuo's interest was piqued after hearing Akeley's words. He looked at the yellowed scroll in his hand. First of all, he could tell that it was from an extremely ancient era. Some of the characters on the scroll looked like curved earthworms that Han Shuo couldn't recognize. There were also a few blurred drawings that Han Shuo couldn't make out what was written on them. "How about it? Are you interested now?" Akeley looked at Han Shuo excitedly and asked in a self-righteous manner. What kind of language is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Han Shuo looked at Akeley and thought, "You're not lying to me on purpose, are you? It's the Maha language, one of the earliest written languages. Some of the gods in the past used this language for written communication. You don't recognize it?" Akeley looked as if he had suffered a great blow. He looked at Han Shuo with a strange gaze and asked, "Are you from a lower material plane and don't know the Maha language?" "That's right, I am indeed from a lower material plane and I really don't recognize this so-called earliest written language," Han Shuo admitted frankly. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo looked at the excited Akeley and said, "All right, tell me about the contents of the scroll. I want to see if I can cooperate with you." "There's a divine essence mine there, a divine essence mine." "Do you know what a divine essence is?" The energy within a divine essence can be directly absorbed and converted into divine energy. Divine essences are extremely rare and precious treasures on all material planes. They are only produced in very few places. This scroll of mine says that there's a small divine essence mine at the place depicted on the scroll," Akeley said excitedly. Han Shuo's eyebrows twitched. He was immediately tempted. Divine essences were indeed a wonderful crystal mine that could be directly absorbed and converted into divine energy. Back in the Abyss realm, Han Shuo had obtained 3 divine essences of death which greatly improved the divine energy of his avatar. It was all thanks to the 3 divine essences that he obtained that his avatar entered the mid-stage low god realm. Han Shuo had long known about the scarcity of divine essences. No matter which material plane it was on, divine essences were sought after by everyone. Many large family clans would spare no expense in purchasing divine essences for the sake of rapidly improving their disciples. Divine essence mines of high purity would often lead to bloody battles between large family clans. "Are you sure it's a divine essence mine?" Han Shuo asked in a deep voice. "I'm certain that the words on the scroll are correct." The owner of the scroll discovered that divine essence mine. But before he could claim it for himself, he was dispatched to our Blue Ocean continent to carry out a mission. On the Blue Ocean continent, the owner of the scroll was unfortunately gravely injured. Before he died, he left behind this scroll which stated the location of the divine essence mine, Akeley explained. "I wonder how many years it has been. That divine essence mine might have been discovered long ago. It might even have been emptied out." Just by looking at the scroll, Han Shuo could tell that it was very old. After such a long period of time, anything could have happened. "That is indeed a possibility." Akeley nodded. "But according to the scroll, that place is very remote. The owner of the divine essence mine was only discovered by a fluke. He said that the divine essence mine might have been preserved. I also think that we should go and take a look. Perhaps it hasn't been discovered yet. A divine essence mine could set off a bloodbath on Elysium." Its preciousness was self-evident. Han Shuo had just arrived on Elysium and didn't have any important matters to attend to. After hearing Akeley's solemn and confident tone, Han Shuo thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll go with you. I don't have anything important to attend to anyway. About the divine essence mine, let me remind you that I am the only one who knows how to enter the mine. If you have any evil intentions and kill me along the way, you won't be able to enter at all." Akeley had a plan in mind. When he saw that Han Shuo had agreed, he hastily warned him, fearing that Han Shuo would suddenly kill him, take the scroll, and go alone. "Thank you for your reminder. I reckon that by the time we reach the divine essence mine, your injuries will have mostly healed. By then, you won't have to worry about me anymore, right?" Han Shuo asked smilingly. He guessed that this was what Akeley had in mind. "That's right. Without the divine essence mine, we will go our separate ways. If there really is, I'll take 60% and you take 40%. What do you think?" Akeley immediately proposed the division of the divine essence mine after seeing that Han Shuo had agreed. He seemed to have thought about it long ago as he spoke very quickly. Akeley was the one who discovered the divine essence mine. Such a division of the divine essence mine could be considered generous. Han Shuo nodded in agreement and said, "Let's do it that way then." "All right. But first, I need to stabilize my injuries. During this period of time, please take care of me. When my injuries are stabilized, we will set off immediately." Akeley suddenly relaxed after seeing that Han Shuo had agreed. "I'm not used to taking care of others. I'll leave it to you," Han Shuo replied honestly with a frown. "I'm not asking you to take care of me. You just need to make sure that I'm safe. I'm afraid that my enemies will come after me from the Blue Ocean continent," Akeley said with a bitter smile. "I'll do my best." He had no idea how powerful Akeley's enemies were. From the looks of it, Akeley should have come from a material plane with many gods. If there were any gods that Akeley couldn't handle, Han Shuo wouldn't mind abandoning Akeley. Even if he had to give up the divine essence mine, he would at least protect his own life. "Don't worry. None of those pursuing me can take our lives. Humph, they just have the advantage in numbers. Otherwise, I would have killed them all long ago," Akeley assured Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded indifferently. He did not dare to completely believe Akeley's words. Akeley was a mid-stage low god who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. For him to be chased all the way from the Blue Ocean continent and to be injured to such an extent, it was sufficient to prove that those who were pursuing him were not as easy to deal with as he had described them to be. "All right, it's pretty quiet here. I'm going to recuperate and stabilize my injuries." Akeley looked to his left and right. He was about to jump into the cold pond below the waterfall to clean up the bloodstains on his body. "Take this and swallow it. It will help stabilize your injuries." Han Shuo casually tossed a pill of rejuvenation to Akeley. Before coming here, Han Shuo had refined some medicinal pellets using the materials he had on hand in case of emergencies. He had the most medicinal pellets for stabilizing injuries like the pill of rejuvenation. "What is this? It smells pretty good." Akeley, half of his body submerged in the pond, pinched the medicinal pellet Han Shuo handed to him and examined it. He then asked Han Shuo with a puzzled expression. "It's a type of medicine that's just right for you. Swallow it and you'll feel its effects." Han Shuo casually replied. He wasn't afraid that Han Shuo would harm him. As soon as Han Shuo finished his words, Akeley swallowed the pill of rejuvenation and started cleaning the wounds on his body in the pond. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. But after a while, Akeley suddenly let out a soft gasp. He looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and asked, "What medicine did you give me? It's really effective. My bleeding has completely stopped and I feel much better." "Really, what kind of medicine is this? Where can you buy it? If I had it before, I wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state." It was obvious that Akeley was very astonished by the effects of the pill of rejuvenation. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "I can't sell it. It was specially refined for me by an ancient pharmacist I know. Han Shuo replied perfunctorily. He was the one who refined the pill of rejuvenation and he knew very well how effective it was. Akeley's reaction to it was within his expectations. All right. Behave yourself and stabilize your injuries. Don't talk nonsense. Now is the best time to recover your divine energy after taking that medicine. Don't waste my medicine. Han Shuo hastily stopped Akeley and impatiently said when he saw that Akeley was about to say something else. Akeley became well-behaved after Han Shuo's reprimand. He no longer said anything. After he cleaned up the bloodstains on his body, he calmed down in the pool. Little whirlpools appeared around him. Those little whirlpools revolved around him in a regular pattern, constantly changing their positions. Han Shuo stood above the pond and observed the abnormalities in Akeley's surroundings. He could tell that Akeley was currently using the trajectory of the Edict of Destruction to regulate the injuries on his body. There were many different ways to utilize the Edict of Destruction. Akeley's method was obviously different from that of Bolton and the other two. It was also different from the method that Han Shuo comprehended during the destruction of the Ninth Realm mystical Yin Harvester. After observing for a long while, Han Shuo secretly probed Akeley's condition with his consciousness. He used his powerful consciousness to analyze some of the changes in Akeley's divine energy and tried to circulate the divine energy of his avatar in his own body according to Akeley's method. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction sat inside the cauldron of myriad demon. With one thought, several whirlpools suddenly formed inside his avatar's body. The whirlpools rotated rhythmically, keeping pace with the whirlpools around Akeley. Han Shuo tried to comprehend the marvelousness of this method of utilizing the Edict of Destruction. However, before Han Shuo could comprehend anything, he suddenly sensed a few people flying towards him from the direction of the valley. That youngster Akeley is indeed here. I didn't expect that he would dare to come to Elysium. We have to quickly take care of this matter. Otherwise, if the experts on Elysium learn of this, none of us will be able to get our hands on it. A deep and resounding voice sounded. Although he could lower his voice, Han Shuo could still faintly hear it through the cauldron spirit's energy. Damn it, what a troublesome fella. I didn't expect that someone would come after me so quickly. It seems that this divine essence mine is indeed not that easy to obtain. Han Shuo sensed that among those people, there was a late-stage low god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction. The other two were mid-stage low gods cultivating in the elemental energy of darkness. Han Shuo could use Dolores to stop them. However, by doing so, the news of the divine essence mine might be exposed. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo ignored the fact that Akeley was still recovering. He grabbed him and flew out of the valley. Chapter 674. Hey, what are you doing? Akeley was trembling in midair as Han Shuo grabbed him by the neck. He appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. Your enemies have caught up to us. I'm taking you away from here. If we stay here, we might be discovered. Han Shuo casually replied and continued to fly with Akeley in tow. So fast. Damn it, they are really tenacious. They actually chased us all the way to Elysium. Akeley cursed. He calmed down when he heard that the enemies were hot on their trail. After Akeley calmed down, Han Shuo picked up his pace. He grabbed Akeley and picked remote places to travel. Along the way, mountains and rivers rose and fell without a trace of human habitation. They did not encounter any strangers. After flying for several hundred miles, Han Shuo casually tossed Akeley onto a barren hill and said, "We should have shaken them off. Continue to rest." Akeley did not give up on recovering while Han Shuo was flying. With the help of a pellet of rejuvenation, his complexion gradually turned rosy and the wounds on his body gradually scabbed over. The pellet of rejuvenation was extremely beneficial to the recovery of injuries. As a god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, Akeley's divine body could bring out the full potential of the pellet of rejuvenation. That was why he was able to achieve such a favorable outcome in such a short period of time. Be careful and take this opportunity to recover. Keep yourself in peak condition. Although this is my first time on Elysium, I believe that it won't be too peaceful here. If we encounter any mishaps, we will have the best chance of survival if we are in peak condition. Akeley suggested to Han Shoa after they sat down on the barren hill. Having experienced countless battles of life and death, Han Shoa had long developed a good habit. The moment he landed, his avatar of death flew into the cauldron of myriad demon and began to regulate his breathing. With the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shoa's two avatars were in a state of cultivation at all times. Currently, both avatars were placed inside the cauldron of myriad demon by Han Shoa. When he needed to use his energy, they would escape to Han Shoa's demonic infant. When they were not needed, they would directly cultivate inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Akeley immediately recovered and ignored Han Shoa. His avatar continued to cultivate inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shoa's avatar looked around, thinking about the future. Elysium was different from Profound Continent. The relationships on Elysium were much more complicated. The 12 overgods had divided the vast Elysium into 12 dominions, with each overgod occupying a dominions. Every Lord God's god domain would prohibit enemies from entering. Once discovered, they would be killed without mercy. The dominions of the overgod of life and the overgod of light strictly forbade gods cultivating in the elemental energy of death, destruction, and darkness, and vice versa. The dominions of earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning were all unstable neutral forces. Usually, there would be a mix of forces in these 5 dominions. There would also be a small number of gods cultivating in the elemental energy of death, destruction, and darkness. Generally speaking, there would be something special about these dominions. For example, if there was a place where the element of death or darkness was extremely dense, it would attract gods cultivating in these 2 energies. The overgod of destiny and the overgod of space would allow any god to enter their dominions. These 2 overgods were basically perpetual neutral forces and had never participated in the bitter wars on Elysium for many years. Generally speaking, the 12 overgods were divided into several factions. The overgod of light and the overgod of life were on one side, and the overgods of earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning were on the other. This faction was the least united, and accidents often happened. For example, in recent years, the overgod of water and the overgod of light had been very close. The 3 overgods of death, destruction, and darkness had formed an alliance, which was the Calamity Church. The overgod of darkness had formed an alliance with the overgods of death and destruction only a few years ago. The overgod of death and destruction had seriously threatened the overgod of light and life for their own interests. It was almost impossible for the 2 factions to coexist peacefully. Most of the wars on Elysium were led by these 2 factions. The overgod of space and the other gods cultivating in the Edict of Space roamed all major material planes. Their population on Elysium was the most scattered and had always been neutral. As they were the ones responsible for the interplanar transportation matrices on every continent, almost all the other factions wouldn't make things difficult for them. The overgod of destiny was the most mysterious of them all. He had never cared about worldly affairs or the affairs of the continent. No matter how many factions fought, the overgod of destiny wouldn't interfere. However, when a few factions fought to the point where one side was on the brink of complete annihilation, the overgod of destiny would usually appear as a mediator. More often than not, the parties would listen to the overgod of destiny's advice and stop the endless fighting. The reason why all parties had to respect the overgod of destiny was because the overgod of destiny was said to be the spokesperson of the supreme creator deities and represented the will of the supreme god. Han Shoa had learned this information through various channels before he came to Elysium. In such a vast continent where all kinds of factions were entrenched and major family clans ruled, if one didn't understand some disputes and stood on the wrong side, one could very well face a calamity. Due to his hatred towards the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice, it was impossible for Han Shuo to remain neutral. On Elysium, it was impossible for a powerless person like him to maintain peace. It was a wise decision for him to side with the Calamity Church. However, when Han Shuo finally arrived on Elysium, he felt somewhat lost. He didn't know where his future lay in such a high-level material plane where gods were as common as trees in a forest. He also didn't know where he should go in the future. You need to keep fighting and grow stronger. Demonic cultivators never fear challenges. They only look forward to them. When you become as powerful as the exalted demon lord, you won't have any problem going anywhere you want. You might even be able to return to your homeland. Cauldron Spirit suddenly communicated with Han Shuo's consciousness as though it sensed Han Shuo's confusion. By the time I reach that stage, everything in my homeland will have changed. All the people I know will have died of old age. Han Shuo thought of Earth and his parents. His heart suddenly felt sour and melancholy. He couldn't help but sigh. Cauldron Spirit became silent after hearing Han Shuo's words. After a long while Han Shuo was still immersed in the pain, Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted, "Someone is approaching. His strength is pretty good. Should we avoid them?" Han Shuo immediately snapped out of his daze. He temporarily cast aside the messy thoughts in his mind and said, "Release a mystical demon. I'll take a look at the situation first." "All right." Cauldron Spirit released an invisible and formless mystical demon under Han Shuo's command. The mystical demon flew towards the area where the human was approaching. The mystical demons refined by Cauldron Spirit were all powered by low gods or mid-gods. Han Shuo had long witnessed the strength of those mystical demons and knew that the mystical demons refined by Cauldron Spirit were much more powerful than the spirit demons he had painstakingly refined. The invisible and formless mystical demons would not give off any signs of life when they weren't attacking. Gods who weren't abnormally powerful would have a hard time noticing the existence of a mystical demon. A mystical demon rapidly flew towards the target area. Unaffected by gravity, the mystical demon arrived at the target area in just a few breaths. An eerie old woman with a head full of silver hair and as thin as a dried corpse was laughing sinisterly in a low voice. Her hands were interweaving rays of death that shot in all directions. Around the old woman, a group of 5 people were fleeing desperately in 5 different directions. They had terrified expressions on their faces. The old woman cultivated in the elemental energy of death and appeared to be a mid-god. The 5 fleeing people were low gods, 3 males and 2 females. 2 of them cultivated in the elemental energy of death, 1 cultivated in the edict of destruction, and the other 2 cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness. Run towards the valley. There's an interplanar transportation point over there. There will be regular divine guards there. As long as we reach the valley, this god hunter will automatically retreat. A middle-aged woman cultivating in the elemental energy of darkness shouted to the 2 middle-aged men cultivating in the elemental energy of death. A god hunter. Han Shuo was startled. He did not expect to run into the most notorious god hunters so soon after he arrived on Profound Continent. A so-called god hunter was a group of gods who, in order to increase their own divine energy, would recklessly hunt and kill other gods who cultivated in the same energy as them. Gods cultivating in the same elemental energy or edictal energy could absorb the divine energy in their opponents' bodies. Some people who were tired of the long and arduous cultivation and couldn't be bothered to travel to low-level material planes to gather the power of faith would hide in the wilderness and hunt gods who were weaker than them. They would then absorb the divine energy in their bodies to rapidly increase their own strength. No matter which divine dominion they were in, god hunters were always severely punished. In every divine dominion, there would be divine guards who specialized in dealing with such god hunters. Once discovered, they would be killed without mercy. Generally speaking, god hunters wouldn't appear in cities or places where there were high-ranking gods. Instead, they would choose to hunt in sparsely populated areas where the divine guards couldn't easily cover. They would then target lesser gods who were alone. Their greed and thirst for divine energy made them willing to take risks out of desperation. Many newcomers who had just arrived from other material planes might have been killed by god hunters on their way to Elysium before they could even see the sights of Elysium. Any divine dominion would uniformly crack down on such lunatics who hunted gods of the same energy as them. However, the divine guards had limited time and energy and couldn't cover every corner. There was simply no way they could completely eradicate the existence of god hunters. Before arriving on Elysium, Donna had repeatedly emphasized the importance of god hunters and told Han Shuo to be extremely careful. Donna had once said that some of those god hunters possessed extremely valiant strength. Some of them were even high-ranking members of large family clans. As long as they weren't caught, they would always be in the limelight. The greed and thirst for divine energy would turn many ordinary people into god hunters at the right time. Even one's friends might take the role of a god hunter when one was seriously injured. These pieces of information rapidly flashed across Han Shuo's mind. But before he could think about it in detail, his expression suddenly jolted. He discovered that one of the escapees who cultivated in the elemental energy of death was flying in his direction. Behind that escapee was a sinister-looking old god hunter. She was grinning sinisterly as she chased after the escapee. Chapter 675. God damn it, why am I so unlucky? Han Shuo cursed in his mind before he grabbed Akeley and prepared to leave again. He had just evaded Akeley's pursuers from the Blue Ocean continent, and hadn't even had the time to properly rest when he was caught up in such a situation. He was very angry. Save me. There's a god hunter. That cultivator of the elemental energy of death who was fleeing in Han Shuo's direction hastily shouted when he saw Han Shuo planning to leave. Psycho. Han Shuo muttered. Without paying any attention to the person behind him, he grabbed Akeley and flew into the distance. Oh, another little lamb cultivating in the element of death. Hee, my luck is pretty good today, the old woman who was pretending to be a god hunter laughed sinisterly. She seemed even happier than before. Fool, don't follow me. Let's split up. When that person saw that Han Shuo was able to fly so quickly while carrying a person, he immediately thought that Han Shuo was an expert who could save his life. Han Shuo was so infuriated that he started cursing loudly. Save me, I'm willing to give you all the crystal coins I have. He started to yell. I can't even protect myself. I can't save you. Han Shuo shouted. He increased his speed again and secretly borrowed a portion of the demonic yuan in his body. Brian, what's wrong now? Akeley asked in a vexed manner. We've run into a god hunter. A mid-god of death. This is going to be a little troublesome. Han Shuo replied. Akeley's face jolted when he heard the name god hunter. Obviously, he knew about the god hunter. However, to Han Shuo's surprise, Akeley seemed to have no concept of death. Han Shuo immediately shouted, let's fight it out with her. We won't be able to escape from a mid-god. Not necessarily. Han Shuo coldly shouted. Killing intent surfaced in his heart as he asked, Akeley, can you walk on your own now? Yes, I can run on land. But I can't fly yet. Akeley replied in a puzzled manner. That's good. Keep running straight ahead. I'll definitely find you later. That god hunter cultivates in the elemental energy of death and I am his main target. I will lure him away and come back for you later. Han Shuo suddenly descended from the sky and threw Akeley down. This was a strange forest with many rugged rocks. Although running on the ground was slow, it was much more stealthy than flying in the sky. You're crazy. You won't be able to lure her away at all. You'll only be throwing your life away. Akeley shouted, we might still have a chance if we fight her to the death. Run forward, don't stop. I promise you that nothing will happen to me. Han Shuo shouted calmly. Without any hesitation, he suddenly changed his direction and flew towards another region. At the same time, not far behind Han Shuo, a miserable howl pierced through the air. Judging from the sound, the person behind Han Shuo should have met with a calamity. God damn it, he sure died fast. Han Shuo abruptly slowed down and deliberately released the aura of death from his body. Several mystical demons were released from the cauldron of myriad demon and scattered in all directions. On top of a cliff, Han Shuo stood motionless as he coldly gazed at the god hunter who emerged from the faint smoke. The old woman was still holding the corpse of the person who had called for help from Han Shuo in one hand. Her claw-like fingers were deep in his back as though she was still sucking the divine energy from his body. "Little lamb, why have you stopped running?" the old woman asked with a sinister smile. Her hands were covered in blood as she walked towards Han Shuo step by step. "I know that I can't escape from you. I might as well conserve my strength and fight you to the death. That way, I might stand a chance." Han Shuo looked at her coldly and said in a dull voice. "You are smart enough to know that you can't escape. But it's a pity that your strength is a little lacking. In this wilderness, a low god like you wouldn't stand a chance against me. But seeing that you have saved me a lot of energy, I will let you die a little easier." The old woman laughed sinisterly. Her sharp claws that were stuck in the back of the corpse trembled unceasingly as she rapidly sucked away the remaining divine energy in his body. This was a cliff. Han Shuo had used Cauldron Spirit to scout the surroundings and found that there were no advanced lifeforms within a few miles of this place. Han Shuo stood on top of the cliff. Ahead of him was a cliff that was neither too deep nor too shallow. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. The god hunter was hovering in midair amidst the faint mist. "Oh, I'll thank you in advance then." Han Shuo's eyes were fixed on her. He didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The old woman was still sucking away the divine energy in the corpse. She wasn't in a hurry to attack Han Shuo. Instead, she looked at Han Shuo and asked with great interest. "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in being afraid of you. I will only die faster. Why should I be afraid of you?" Han Shuo put on an indifferent face but his heart grew colder and colder. "You are very special. To have such a state of mind at such a young age is truly remarkable. What a pity that you met me so early. How unfortunate." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath after finally sucking away all of the divine energy in the corpse. She seemed to be enjoying that wonderful feeling. She wore a satisfied look on her face. Using Cauldron Spirit's energy, the mystical demons circled around the area to make sure that no one would come near. "What are you waiting for?" Han Shuo suddenly smiled. His smile was somewhat sinister and unfathomable. "Huh!" she exclaimed softly. She sized up Han Shuo in a somewhat strange manner. She shook her head and laughed in a low voice, "So it's a little lamb that wants to die early. How interesting." As soon as she finished those words, death rays suddenly shot out from her 10 fingers. These death rays were fast and ruthless. They streaked across the void, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. They were full of bewitching beauty. A shiver that came from the depths of his soul suddenly surged towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo's limbs suddenly stiffened. In such a state, Han Shuo didn't have the time to put up any defensive measures. The death rays pierced through his arms, ankles, and shoulders. Through the rays, the divine energy of death surged into Han Shuo's body and froze Han Shuo's body in almost an instant. It was only after all this happened that the old woman suddenly deployed her domain of divinity. All the elemental energy of death in the vicinity instantly gathered at high speed around her body, leaving Han Shuo powerless. What a pitiful lamb. I thought it would take more effort. I didn't expect it to be this easy. The old woman giggled softly and pretended to feel pity. At the next moment, Han Shuo suddenly sensed that the divine energy of his avatar of death that he had deliberately filled his body with was rapidly flowing into the old woman's body through the death rays that pierced through his arms and ankles. What a wonderful energy! I will be able to break through to late-stage mid-god after killing 100 more of them, she mumbled in satisfaction. Oh, this is indeed a shortcut. No wonder so many people are willing to take the risk. Han Shuo spread his arms like a piece of meat nailed to a chopping board. He appeared to be at her mercy. However, there was not a hint of fear in his words. The old woman was getting more and more curious about Han Shuo. In the past, those lesser gods who had their divine energy absorbed by her would struggle desperately in fear, desperately cry for help, or beg for her forgiveness with tearful eyes. However, there had never been a person who could be as calm and unruffled as this young man before her while his divine energy was being absorbed. You really aren't afraid?" She was rather puzzled. She sized up Han Shuo and said, "As far as I know, the process of absorbing divine energy isn't as easy as you make it out to be. This process is actually accompanied by tremendous pain, isn't it? I have experienced pain much more terrifying than this. To me, this kind of pain is nothing." Han Shuo put on a carefree smile. He appeared to be even more relaxed than the old woman. It was as though he was the one absorbing the divine energy of others and not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Perhaps you haven't experienced this process before. Don't worry, you'll have the chance to experience it very soon." Han Shuo grinned evilly and chuckled. His smile was somewhat cruel and vaguely ruthless. "Huh!" The old woman suddenly cried out in surprise. She discovered that she could no longer absorb any divine energy from Han Shuo. This was a little different from what she had experienced in the past. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that all the divine energy in your body? Impossible. You are a low god. It's impossible for you to have so little divine energy. What's going on? Of course, there's more than that in my body." It was now Han Shuo's turn to smile hideously. He stared at her cruelly and coldly said, "Unfortunately, you won't be able to absorb any more." Han Shuo's avatar that cultivated in the energy of death had entered the cauldron of myriad demon. As the most powerful demonic weapon left behind by Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord, the cauldron of myriad demon was not something that a mere mid-god could shake even if it didn't have nearly 10,000 demon generals at its disposal. What's going on with you? Kid, don't play any tricks with me, or I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. She felt that something wasn't quite right about the strange situation. She stared at Han Shuo and said coldly, "Oh, it's nothing. I just want you to return what belongs to me." Han Shuo shrugged as though he wanted to prove to her that the death rays she produced did not really restrain his movements. "Everything has an interest. Since you borrowed something from me, you should pay some interest, don't you think? How can you still move?" "No, impossible." "How is this possible?" The old woman, who looked like a dried corpse, suddenly started yelling in a neurotic manner. She felt that Han Shuo was more and more strange. "Nothing is impossible. As I said just now, you will soon experience the painful process." Under her gaze, Han Shuo grinned and laughed loudly. With one thought, the demonic arts in his demonic infant suddenly circulated. The demonic yuan in every cell of his body was activated. Arg! The old woman's body trembled and her face contorted. Suddenly, she let out a blood-curdling howl. It sounded as though she was in extreme pain. "You refused to leave heaven when there was no door to hell, yet you chose to barge in. You're courting death." Han Shuo laughed hideously. Chapter 676. If Han Shuo's demonic arts hadn't improved tremendously and if Han Shuo didn't have the cauldron of myriad demon as a shield, he would have had no choice but to flee for his life. It was obvious that this god hunter crone was unlucky to have run into Han Shuo, whose strength had improved tremendously. Demonic cultivators had always been adept at devouring at the expense of others. The two avatars that entered the cauldron of myriad demon were completely unaffected by the old woman's death rays. On the other hand, Han Shuo, who had used the devouring property of demonic arts to turn the tables, had turned from a lamb to a butcher. In an instant, the divine energy in the old woman's body flowed through the death rays that penetrated Han Shuo's shoulders and ankles and back into Han Shuo's body. The sudden and intense pain caught her off guard. She immediately shrieked miserably. "You! How is this possible?" Despite experiencing such intense pain, her reaction was far inferior to Han Shuo's. Even her speech began to stutter. Her grimacing face made her look even more terrifying. Han Shuo didn't say a word but stared coldly at the old woman. While she was speaking, the cauldron of myriad demon suddenly flew out and covered her head. The cauldron of myriad demon immediately formed a magnetic field that could affect one's soul. The old woman, who was about to sever the death rays and escape from Han Shuo's devouring, shrieked even more painfully under the magnetic field. Her voice traveled far and wide. Her grayish-white eyes looked a little dazed as though she couldn't tell what was going on. Han Shuo suddenly closed his eyes and focused all of his attention. After the cauldron of myriad demon left his body, the demonic yuan in his body began to circulate at an accelerated rate. With the help of the death rays, he rapidly extracted the divine energy of death from the old woman's body. Han Shuo's avatar of death that had escaped from the cauldron of myriad demon quickly recovered that portion of divine energy. Han Shuo sneered in his mind. He did not expect that he would run into such a ferocious god hunter so soon after arriving on Elysium. Fortunately, Han Shuo had concealed his strength. His misfortune had turned into fortune. This old woman was a mid-god of death. Han Shuo believed that as long as he could devour all the divine energy in her body, the strength of his avatar would skyrocket. Unlike his avatar that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, his avatar that cultivated in the elemental energy of death had once fused with the pure divine soul of a mid-god in the abyss. With the understanding of the element of death from that divine soul, Han Shuo would be able to advance his cultivation in an extremely short period of time once he had sufficient divine energy to replenish himself. The cauldron of myriad demon shrouded the old woman from afar. Using the power of the demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon, the cauldron of myriad demon formed a magnetic field above her head that affected the clarity of her soul. Under the influence of the cauldron of myriad demon, her soul was in a daze, unable to discern what was going on. All she could do was let Han Shuo do whatever he wanted. What powerful divine energy of death! As expected of a mid-god. Han Shuo was overjoyed when he sensed the influx of divine energy from the old woman's body. He began to enjoy the process even more effortlessly. "Brian, that friend of yours is in trouble. Also, some people are coming this way." Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted while Brian was enjoying the wonderful state. In an instant, through the mystical demons released by Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo discovered that a group of people were chasing after Akeley. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction. He possessed late-stage low-god strength. Behind him were two other gods cultivating in the Edict of Darkness and a few lesser gods who were slightly weaker than him. With just a glance, Han Shuo immediately realized that they were those who had been chasing after Akeley. However, Han Shuo had no idea how they managed to locate Akeley so quickly. On the other side, the targets of the god hunters who had previously fled were rapidly approaching Han Shuo's location along with Dolores after hearing the miserable shrieks of the old woman beside him. Whether it was Akeley's side or Dolores' side, both would hinder Han Shuo's grand plan of devouring the old woman. Dolores' side was especially so. God hunters were hated and hated by everyone. Han Shuo's current actions were no different from those god hunters, even though his target was also a god hunter. If Dolores were to see what Han Shuo was doing, no matter how close Dolores was to Donna, he would have no choice but to deal with Han Shuo under the watchful eyes of so many people. Moreover, from that moment onwards, Han Shuo's name would forever be branded as a god hunter. No family clan would dare to openly recruit a god hunter no matter how powerful they were. It would be extremely detrimental to Han Shuo's future development. Han Shuo absolutely did not wish to see such an outcome. Kill. You take the soul and I will destroy the corpse. Han Shuo decisively conveyed his intentions to Cauldron Spirit. All right. Cauldron Spirit immediately agreed and put into action. The cauldron of myriad demon that had been hovering above the old woman's head all this time suddenly descended and clamped down on her head. Han Shuo gave up on sucking the divine energy from the old woman's body and suddenly advanced. Demonic flames erupted from his palms and engulfed her entire body. The peculiar patterns on the surface of the cauldron of myriad demon gradually began to overflow with beautiful green radiance. Strange ripples flowed from the old woman's neck into the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo could clearly feel the old woman's soul being sucked away. Under the burning of the red flames of the mystical glacial spell fire, the god hunter's body was charred black and her original appearance was no longer recognizable. After the cauldron of myriad demon pulled her divine soul into the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo flung her charred body towards the cliff ahead. Han Shuo did not linger for even a moment. He deployed his demonic arts to the fullest and flew towards Akely like an invisible shadow. 2 minutes after Han Shuo left, Dolores arrived with a group of divine guards. After coldly surveying the surroundings, Dolores bunched his brows and asked in puzzlement, the voice clearly came from this place. Where did that god hunter go? Chia. A young woman cried out in alarm. She pounced towards the low god of death that the old woman killed and cried out in pain. My lord, that god hunter must have known that you were coming and escaped. One of the divine guards said to Dolores. Form groups of 3 and spread out. Search the area. Once you see that person, immediately shout the alarm but do not stray too far from here. Dolores commanded. The divine guards were all well trained. Upon hearing the command, they split into groups of 3 and spread out with Dolores at the center. They began searching. Soon enough, a long howl sounded from the depths of the cliff. Dolores' face jolted and he suddenly fell down the cliff. Soon, he arrived at the bottom of the cliff and saw the body of the old woman that Han Shuo had abandoned. Dolores walked towards the charred body of the old woman, squatted down, and stabbed the body with his spear a few times. Suddenly, his face jolted and he exclaimed in a deep voice, It's her. That god hunter is dead. How is this possible? Who killed her? What? The sobbing woman walked over and asked in disbelief. According to your description, this body is definitely that of the god hunter who pursued you. I can't believe that someone killed her. Dolores was very astonished. He suddenly asked, Did you say that there was a third person in Chia's direction? That's right, we heard the voice of a third person. However, as we were busy fleeing, we did not hear what he said clearly. The woman replied. My lord, what should we do? One of the divine guards asked worriedly. Let's drag her body back first. As for the person who killed her, we will slowly investigate him. He might not be malicious. Dolores hesitated for a moment before he said, Everyone, do not spread out. Be careful. To be able to kill a mid-stage low god in such a short period of time, just how powerful must such a person be? Dolores felt a chill in his heart after making a few guesses. He did not dare to rashly search the area to avoid unnecessary casualties. These subordinates were all Dolores' subordinates and he did not wish for any accidents to happen. My lord, then wouldn't Chia have died in vain? The woman whose friend had died made a ruckus while sobbing. What are you arguing about? Dolores' face turned cold and he impatiently said, Isn't this god hunter dead? As for who killed her, that's not important at all. What else do you want? Dolores looked at the divine guards beside him and shouted, Return. Those few youngsters whose friends had died looked at each other and could only sigh helplessly. In order to avoid becoming the target of other god hunters, they had no choice but to hastily follow Dolores and his party. Akeley, tell us everything and we will spare your life. The burly man who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction said in a deep voice after he and his party of 5 surrounded Akeley and ensured that Akeley would not be able to escape. Bonnie, when have you ever fulfilled your promises? Hehe, tell us everything and you will spare my life. Who do you think you are trying to fool? Akeley sneered and ridiculed in the face of such a sure-death situation. He did not appear flustered at all. Brother, it's not like you don't know Akeley's temper. There's nothing to say to him. Let's just kill him and take his things. That would be the best. Another person said hatefully. Idiot, if I hadn't torn apart a portion of the scroll and memorized its contents, do you think your brother would have wasted so much time talking to me? Akeley looked at the person who came up with the idea disdainfully. You are courting death. Akeley, who had suffered greatly in Akeley's hands, couldn't help but fly into a rage. Shut up. Bonnie stopped that person and took a deep breath. His face grew colder and colder. He stared at Akeley and asked, Akeley, are you really not going to tell us anything even if you die? I'm going to die whether I tell you or not. Why should I let you have your way? Akeley laughed mischievously. His eyes gradually revealed the color of insanity. But before I die, I will definitely drag one more person down with me. Do you believe me? Everyone, be careful. We must capture him alive. As long as we bring him back to the Blue Ocean continent, the Patriarch will have a way to extract everything from his soul. Bonnie waved his hand. Not only did the party not press forward, they even retreated step by step. That fella seems to be done for. Otherwise, he would have arrived long ago. Akeley thought to himself before he lost his mind. He didn't believe that Han Shoa could really escape from a mid-god. I'll be the main attacker. You guys keep him busy. Akeley is a lunatic. Be careful. Bonnie said again. He was secretly pondering on how to capture Akeley alive. After chasing Akeley for so long, Bonnie knew that Akeley would not hesitate to drag a few people down with him once he knew that he was dead for sure. He was one of those troublesome characters who would rather die than let others live peacefully. Although Bonnie's strength was slightly higher than Akeley's, it would still be a headache to capture Akeley alive. Akeley was surrounded in the center. With his heavily injured body, there was absolutely no hope of him surviving. Under such circumstances, Akeley no longer held any hope in his heart. All he wanted was to kill one or two of them before he died. He secretly displayed the technique of mutual destruction, prepared to destroy himself the moment the battle began and gravely injure his opponents. Akeley, don't be impulsive. I can save you. Han Shoa's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Akeley, who was ready to destroy himself, raised his eyebrows and cried out in surprise, You're not dead. Why would we die? You're the one who's going to die. That person who had suffered at Akeley's hands sneered. Don't talk and don't move. Maintain this posture and don't move. Han Shoa reminded Akeley to quieten down. Do it. Bonnie lightly shouted. In an instant, he unfolded his domain of divinity. All kinds of elemental energies around him were affected by the domain of divinity. Right at this moment, a multicolored banner that looked like a dark cloud floated over from an unknown place and suddenly fell from the sky. Brother, what is this? Hurry up and take down Akeley. Someone else is interfering. Akeley must have found help. Bonnie shouted and dashed towards the motionless Akeley. However, the speed at which the banner of hallucination descended was faster than they had imagined. When Bonnie dashed towards Akeley, he suddenly felt as though the sky and earth were spinning. He suddenly lost his sense of direction. A faint mist had unknowingly filled his surroundings, preventing him from seeing his surroundings clearly. Akeley, who was at the center of the mist, was on tenterhooks when he suddenly discovered that he was being crudely grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Having been tormented by Han Shuo, Akeley immediately knew that Han Shuo was really coming. Let's go. Han Shuo chuckled and swiftly disappeared into the faint mist. He soon disappeared from this area. The banner of hallucination followed him lightly and was retrieved by him. Man! Where's he? Where's Akeley? The faint mist gradually dispersed. When Bonnie and the others could clearly see their surroundings, they suddenly discovered that their target had long since disappeared without a trace. We left a mark on him. He can't escape. Bonnie took out a sharp horn and pointed it at his chest. He took a few deep breaths and pointed in the direction that Han Shuo had left. He shouted, "Follow me." So they left a mark on you. No wonder. I was wondering how they could find you so quickly. Han Shuo smiled and said to Akeley, whose head was drooping. What mark? Akeley was startled and hastily asked. After hearing Han Shuo's words, he also realized that something was amiss. We will know very soon. Don't worry. Han Shuo smiled faintly and consoled Akeley. He was secretly contemplating whether or not he should seize this opportunity to finish off those people. After thinking for a moment, he felt that it was better for them to stay alive so that Akeley would be more reliant on him. Hence, he gave up on the idea of turning back and killing them. Chapter 677. After Han Shuo borrowed the demonic yuan from his main body, Bonnie and his party were no longer able to catch up to him. The distance between the two parties gradually increased. Akeley was very curious about how Han Shuo escaped from that god hunter and how he rescued him from Bonnie. Therefore, he kept asking Han Shuo about those two matters. Han Shuo lied to him that Dolores had arrived ahead of him and scared away the god hunter that was chasing after him. As for rescuing him from Bonnie, Han Shuo said that he used a kind of hallucinogen. Akeley, who had personally experienced everything, saw the faint mist that suddenly appeared around them. He did not suspect Han Shuo too much. Akeley had a general idea of the location of the Divine Essence mine. Unfortunately, neither of them were familiar with Elysium and had no idea where they were. Although Akeley knew the approximate location of the Divine Essence mine from the scroll, he was at his wit's end. We need to find a populated town and ask about the situation. Akeley asked for Han Shuo's opinion after keeping silent for a moment. That's for sure. But before that, we must first erase the imprint on your body. Otherwise, Bonnie and his pursuers might catch up again. Han Shuo nodded in agreement and gave his own opinion. Of course. Choose a safe place first and we will carefully examine you, Han Shuo said. Akeley had been rescued twice by Han Shuo. In addition to the fact that he had yet to fully recover from his serious injuries, Han Shuo's opinion was the main priority for the time being. No problem. Han Shuo extended his consciousness. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, he was able to detect movements even further away. Yet another barren mountain was chosen by Han Shuo. Soon enough, Han Shuo and Akeley landed on it. I'll check it myself. Akeley said softly after sitting down on a dark green rock. He then closed his eyes and started searching for the imprint on his body. Akeley had just recovered a bit of his strength due to his serious injuries and his mental state was poor. Therefore, Han Shuo was unable to find the imprint on his body. Seeing that Akeley was in a difficult position, Han Shuo moved his consciousness and focused his attention on Akeley's body. He probed into every anomaly in Akeley's body bit by bit. Akeley's consciousness was invisible and formless. In the realm of Omen, it was even more invisible. There was no way that Akeley could detect Han Shuo's movements. After a while, Han Shuo suddenly said, "In your back, inside a piece of bone near your chest. From the looks of it, you were hit on the back, and the mark should have been left at that time. That damned Bonnie. He could have killed me but he didn't. He's waiting for me to exhaust all my strength before capturing me alive. What a great plan indeed." Akeley cursed loudly. He immediately understood Bonnie's plan from Han Shua's words. Bonnie was able to hit his back with one strike and leave a mark on his bones near his heart. This meant that Bonnie could completely shatter his heart and kill him. The reason why Bonnie didn't do so was that he didn't want Akeley to die. Instead, he wanted to obtain everything in Akeley's soul. It was very easy for a god to obtain what he wanted from the soul of an ordinary person. However, the more powerful a person was, the more complicated their soul would be. An ordinary low god might be able to obtain everything from the soul of a demigod, but it was absolutely impossible for him to obtain information from the divine soul of a god of the same level. Bonnie obviously couldn't obtain what he wanted from Akeley's divine soul. Therefore, he didn't dare to kill Akeley. All he wanted was to capture Akeley alive and bring him back to the Blue Ocean continent so that someone else could obtain everything in Akeley's brain. Find that imprint and get rid of it. Otherwise, they will find us again very soon. Han Shua urged. Akeley said no more. He followed Han Shua's instructions and slowly gathered the energy of destruction in his body bit by bit towards his back. When he found the target according to Han Shua's instructions, he suddenly exerted force. A crisp sound was heard and Akeley let out a muffled groan. There's no problem now. We can try to get out of here and find someone to ask about our current location and the direction we are heading to. Han Shua nodded and said after carefully sensing with his consciousness that the imprint had truly been destroyed by Akeley. Yes, the Divine Essence Mine is located within the Overgod of Darkness Divine Territory. According to the description on the scroll, that location isn't too far from the transportation point I came from. That's why I escaped here. Akeley revealed to Han Shua. Let's go, let's quickly find someone to ask. Han Shua grabbed Akeley again and continued flying. Can you not do this next time? I feel very uncomfortable every time you grab me. I feel like a captive. Akeley rolled his eyes and complained to Han Shua. I will be more careful in the future, Han Shua casually replied. He obviously did not take Akeley's words to heart. It was only after arriving on Elysium that Han Shua realized just how vast this material plane was. It took him a long time just to fly out of a valley where an interplanar transportation point was set up. It would be unimaginable on Profound Continent. According to Donna's description of Elysium to Han Shua, Elysium was 1,000 times larger than Profound Continent. It was the vastest and most mystical material plane in the universe. Han Shua didn't quite believe it before. It was only after arriving on Elysium that he realized that Donna was telling the truth. Han Shua did not discover any traces of animals throughout his journey from the valley. He only saw some bizarre plants. This made Han Shua very curious. He couldn't figure out what was going on. When they finally left the valley, they saw a yellow plain with no end in sight. Han Shua heard from Dolores that after crossing the yellow plain, they would be able to see a village and ask for the location of the City of Shadows. At present, Han Shua had no intention of going to the City of Shadows. However, he still had to find the person. Therefore, he once again hurried on his journey with Akeley. After spending 2 days crossing the plain, he immediately sensed the presence of life. After flying for a while, he hadn't seen any signs of life along the barren road. Now that he suddenly discovered the presence of humans, he hastily increased his speed. Soon after, a small village similar to those on Profound Continent came into Han Shua's line of sight. Before entering, Han Shua used his consciousness to sense the place and discovered that the soul energies of the people in the village varied. They weren't as powerful as Han Shua had imagined. Let's go, we found a village with people. Don't worry, the strength of the people there isn't too exaggerated. It should be safe. Han Shua put Akeley down and the two walked towards the village. Before they even got close to the village, Han Shua heard the sounds of cheers and laughter. With the help of a mystical demon, Han Shua discovered that a religious ceremony was being held in the village. Based on Han Shua's understanding of the Calamity Church, He immediately realized that the people in the village were praying to the three over-gods of the Calamity Church. Perhaps it was because the elemental energies were the densest on Elysium, the people here were much more powerful than the civilians on Profound Continent. With just a little sensing, Han Shuo discovered that most of the villagers possessed demigod strength. There were also a few who possessed base god strength. Some of the very young children possessed strength equivalent to sword masters and archmages on Profound Continent. You might not know the details of the situation on Elysium. In the villages here, once a low god cultivator reaches low god rank, he or she will not stay in a small village. They will definitely move to the big cities and join the big family clans and forces, hoping to advance further and gain more wealth and status. Those who stay in the villages are mostly mediocre people or children who have yet to truly mature. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that there wouldn't be any experts in the village. God hunters wouldn't come to a village without a true god. They wouldn't be able to get what they want here. Akeley explained after Han Shuo put him down. This is also your first time on Elysium. But why do you seem to know this place so well? Han Shuo asked puzzledly. Although this is my first time on Elysium, my master has been to Elysium a few times before. When he returned, he would tell me in detail about Elysium. That's why I know more than you do. Akeley explained. Where's your master? Why isn't he with you at a time like this? Han Shuo was stunned. Akeley's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He let out a sigh and said, he's dead. He was severely injured on Elysium. Not long after he returned to Blue Ocean Continent, he was besieged and killed by those people from the House of Bonnie. If my master wasn't dead, how would Bonnie and those people dare to lay their hands on me? My apologies. Han Shuo apologized when he inadvertently brought up Akeley's sad memories. Akeley forced a smile and shook his head. He said, it's all right. The reason I came to Profound Continent this time is not only to obtain the Divine Essence Mine, but also to find out who injured my master. Once I find that person, I will surely avenge my master. Han Shuo did not comment on Akeley's solemn vow. If even his master was severely injured, what could he possibly do by himself? What kind of look is that? Akeley glared at Han Shuo and angrily said, that's right, I am indeed very weak right now. But when I find the Divine Essence Mine and obtain enough Divine Essences that contain the energy of destruction, things will be completely different. Han Shuo nodded after hearing Akeley's words. He thought to himself, so that's what Akeley is planning. It seems that searching for the Divine Essence Mine isn't as simple as getting rich. We're here, we're here. Han Shuo and Akeley had already entered the village. Some children who were playing surrounded them and giggled. They asked the two in their childish voices where they came from. Somewhere very far away. Akeley replied impatiently. Han Shuo took out some small trinkets from his space ring and distributed one to each of them smilingly. The children were overjoyed to receive Han Shuo's trinkets. They pulled on the corners of Han Shuo's clothes and jumped up and down. A few adults in the distance had a very favorable impression of Han Shuo after seeing how he treated the children in such a friendly manner. They greeted Han Shuo from afar and gestured for Han Shuo to come over. We have a favor to ask of you. Don't put on that sour face all the time. Relax. Han Shuo lectured Akeley as they walked. However, it seemed that Akeley wasn't listening at all. Chapter 678. Hi, two friends, where are you from? An old man with grizzled hair and a hunched back greeted Han Shuo and Akeley with a smile. Behind him, many villagers looked at the two of them in a friendly manner with smiles on their faces. The worship of the three Calamity Church over gods was still going on not far away. The ceremony didn't look particularly solemn and the villagers didn't look too serious either. They seemed very relaxed. We came from another continent and we don't know where we are. We are looking for a place and we hope you can help us, Han Shuo said with a smile as though he was chatting with an old friend. Oh, so that's how it is. No problem. Travelers from other material planes often pass by this place. Hee, I can tell that you are believers of the three calamity over gods just by looking at you. We are more than happy to help you, the old man said cheerfully as though he had encountered such things often. He wasn't surprised at all. Akeley, you tell them. Han Shuo turned around and nodded at Akeley. Akeley, who had been following behind Han Shuo, walked up to the old man and described the place he wanted to go. Everything Akeley knew came from that ancient scroll. Everything recorded on the ancient scroll was a long time ago. Some of the locations on the scroll might have undergone some changes. The old man seemed rather puzzled and kept asking Akeley for more details. After a round of negotiation, the old man kept silent for a good while. Soon after, he came to a realization and said, "It's about half a month's journey south from here. There is an enclosed mountain range there. It is said that there is a small mountain called the Demon Peak in that mountain range. I don't know if that is the place you are looking for. According to your description, it seems to be there. You can go and take a look." "Thank you," Akeley replied in a muffled voice. He then turned to Han Shuo and said, "Let's go, it should be there." "Wait." When Han Shuo turned to look at him in puzzlement, he explained, "You have just arrived on Elysium and might not be familiar with the situation here. On Elysium, there are all kinds of life forms other than humans. As I just said, that mountain range is a sealed-off territory. There are some alien races living there. The mountain range has been given to them. Without their permission, you will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble." "I understand, we will be careful, thank you." Han Shuo nodded with a smile and thanked him. "You're welcome. Just be careful. They're also loyal to the three main gods, so they're under some restrictions. As long as you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, there shouldn't be any problems," the old man reminded them one last time. Han Shuo expressed his understanding and left with Akeley after thanking him once more. On Elysium, humans naturally occupy the dominant position. However, there are many other races as well. Some of them cultivate in the 12 fundamental energies, and some are born with innate divine powers. These alien races will generally pledge allegiance to the 12 main gods and serve them. Therefore, they are also protected by the main gods. However, unlike humans, some of them don't like to live in human cities and will live in the mountains and lakes. They will only be summoned to join the battle when war is imminent. There should be such alien races living in that mountain range, Akeley explained to Han Shuo after leaving the village. There were soul race clansmen even on Profound Continent, not to mention on Elysium, which was even more complicated. Back then, Grand Magus Claude of the Calamity Church had even summoned the three-eyed demon god Anstas. According to Han Shuo's understanding, the three-eyed demon god Anstas was obviously one of the leaders of those alien races. With these experiences, Han Shuo understood the situation even without Akeley's explanation. "How can you be so sure that the Demon Mountain is our destination?" Han Shuo asked after thinking for a moment. "I can't be sure, but that Demon Mountain is very suspicious. According to the description on the scroll, the mountain peak we are looking for looks like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It looks very sinister. I described it to that old man and he immediately pointed out the Demon Mountain. I estimated that the direction should be correct. I believe that the Demon Mountain should be our target," Akeley explained to Han Shuo. After hearing his words, Han Shuo agreed with his judgment. If the direction was correct, then the mountain peak with the name of the demon was most likely the target they were looking for. The villagers said that it would take more than 10 days to travel from here to the mountain range. Han Shuo and Akeley were talking according to their standard. Han Shuo and Akeley didn't even spend half the time. They arrived at the mountain range in just 3 days. Along the way, Han Shuo and Akeley came across many more villages. Ever since they left the wasteland, the number of humans had suddenly increased. Along the way, Han Shuo discovered 2 god hunters. They were well concealed and both cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness. The two god hunters were just mid-gods and Han Shuo wouldn't be able to gain much from them. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of surrounding them and evading them in advance. For some reason, ever since Han Shuo had the experience of devouring that old god hunter's divine energy of death, he somewhat enjoyed the process. The temptation of suddenly increasing his strength was like a drug that nibbled away at Han Shuo's willpower. Han Shuo had an irresistible urge to seek out and absorb the divine energy of others of the same energy. The urge was so strong that it was as though it was constantly reminding Han Shuo how fast and effective this method was. He couldn't help but think about it. Master, you can't go on like this. Your state of mind has been getting more and more chaotic lately. Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted after they arrived at the mountain range. I understand. I know where the problem lies. But for the time being, I have yet to find a solution. Han Shuo took a deep breath and transmitted to Cauldron Spirit. The temptation is indeed not small. But you should let nature take its course. Demonic arts cultivators will do the same thing. But if they recklessly kill others to increase their strength, they will fall into a disadvantageous position. Demonic arts cultivators who cultivate their demonic arts by killing others will find it harder and harder to control themselves. In the end, they will devolve into madness and deviate from the original intent of demonic arts cultivators. They will never be able to reach the supreme realm. Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo. What should I do? Han Shuo trusted Cauldron Spirit's judgment and asked. This kind of desire is like a drug. It is twisted and not something you should have. It is completely different from the desires deep in your heart under normal circumstances. What you need to do is to control that desire and understand what you are really doing instead of thinking about how to increase your strength by killing others. Cauldron Spirit solemnly reminded Han Shuo. I know what I should do. Han Shuo was no fool. He thought for a moment and immediately understood. He said to Akeley, don't enter that mountain range for now. You will need some time to recover from your injuries. That way, you will not be a burden to me. Won't you be able to completely control me in my current state? Akeley was astounded. We are in a cooperative relationship. I don't want to completely control you, nor am I worried that you will turn against me at a critical moment. Therefore, what you need is time, a time that will allow you to fly again. Han Shuo thought to himself, with the strength of my main body, a low god of destruction like you will surely die. Why would I need to worry about you? Alright, let's find a place and give me some time to recover, Han Shuo said. It was only at this moment that Akeley's gaze towards Han Shuo was filled with trust. All along, Akeley had been on guard against Han Shuo. He felt that the two of them were in a mutually beneficial relationship. Han Shuo didn't really give Akeley time out of kindness. It was because Han Shuo needed time more than Akeley. Han Shuo needed time to overcome the greed and desire in his heart and stabilize his mind. After finding a quiet cave, Han Shuo stuffed Akeley into it and opened up another cave for himself. After calming his mind, Han Shuo followed Cauldron Spirit's instructions and tried to overcome the increasingly intense greed and desire in the depths of his heart. From Donna's explanation, Han Shuo learned that god hunters were a bunch of lunatics. Once they had the experience of absorbing the divine energy of another, they would no longer be able to control their desires. Just as Cauldron Spirit had said, they were like a bunch of drug addicts who constantly hunted their targets to satisfy the greed in their hearts. Very few could overcome that desire. The reason why the dominions of over-gods mercilessly slaughtered god hunters was because they knew that it was impossible for them to overcome that addiction and that they would continue to hunt their own kind. Therefore, they mercilessly slaughtered this bunch of hopeless people. After having the experience of absorbing that old woman's divine energy, Han Shuo also experienced that wonderful feeling. He imagined that everything that others had painstakingly cultivated would flow into his body in a short period of time and become the driving force for his rapid improvement. To those gods who believed in the Calamity Church and were evil in nature, this was indeed a deep desire that they could not get rid of. Inside the cave, Han Shuo opened up his heart and used his tenacious willpower to support him. He emptied his mind and tried his best to resist those thoughts that would pop up from time to time. The process of cultivating demonic arts was a battle against oneself. Ever since Han Shuo started cultivating demonic arts, he had been constantly challenging the limits of his endurance and enduring all kinds of inhuman pain. His willpower was unimaginable to most people. Every time a demonic arts cultivator underwent a rebirth, they would undergo a nirvanic rebirth. The process was often accompanied by excruciating pain. The fact that Han Shuo was able to endure it time and time again was a testament to his tenacity. Inside the cave, Han Shuo used his extraordinary willpower to resist the outbursts of the twisted desires. Sometimes, his body would tremble, and sometimes, he would beat his chest and stamp his feet. It was only later that he gradually calmed down with his inhuman willpower. 5 days later, Han Shuo had completely calmed down. His state of mind was as calm as still water. He had successfully overcome the abnormal desires. Congratulations, Master. I can sense that you have made some breakthroughs in the Omen realm. Also, I want to tell you that you can still use demonic arts to devour the energy of others in the future because you can now completely control that abnormal desire. It will no longer tempt you from the depths of your heart. You have once again defeated yourself. I understand. Han Shuo cheerfully stood up. His entire body was relaxed. Chapter 679. After walking out of the cave, Han Shuo saw Akeley recovering the divine energy in his body. Akeley appeared to be in a much better condition than a few days ago. However, it would take more than a few days for him to make a full recovery. Akeley woke up as soon as Han Shuo walked over. He opened his eyes and looked at Han Shuo. After adjusting his posture and stretching his neck, he stood up and asked, "What's wrong? How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" Han Shuo asked. "I won't be fully recovered without a few years of recuperation. Of course, if we find the divine essence mine, it will be a different story." Akeley sighed helplessly and forced a smile. "Don't worry. As long as the divine essence mine is in this mountain range, we will definitely find it," Han Shuo said confidently. "Even I don't have that much confidence." "Where did you get that confidence from?" Akeley smilingly asked Han Shuo. "I found a good friend. With his help, as long as the divine essence mine is really in the mountain range, don't worry, we will get it." Han Shuo was very confident. With Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie by his side, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that he no longer needed Akeley. As long as he was sure of the direction, the divine essence mine would be in his hands. "What? You found another friend? Where did you find a friend in this continent?" Akeley was astonished. He looked all around vigilantly and appeared very worried. "Why did you make such a decision without my consent? Do you know what those divine essence mines mean? If that friend of yours has any ulterior motives, we will all be finished. You are too preposterous." Akeley was obviously very angry. "Don't worry, he won't interfere. Furthermore, we'll split the spoils according to our original agreement. His share will come from me. You don't have to worry about harming your own interests." The Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie wouldn't ask for anything from Han Shuo, so his share wouldn't change. "It's not a matter of how much we split the profits. This friend of yours is likely to ruin our plans. Where is he?" Akeley was very anxious. He was very angry at Han Shuo for making the decision without authorization. "Come out." Han Shuo smiled faintly and stamped the ground beneath his feet. The Earth Elite Zombie poked its head out from the depths of the earth. He cultivates in the elemental energy of Earth." Akeley cried out in surprise again. He pointed at Han Shuo and exclaimed, "You are crazy. How could you trust such a person? I thought that since he cultivates the 3 elements of death, destruction, and darkness, there would still be a possibility of cooperation." However, it's obvious that he's a cultivator of the element of earth. Why were you so muddle-headed? After absorbing more than half of the primordial dragon's divine soul and divine energy, Earth Elite Zombie's body began to emit distinct elemental energy of Earth. Han Shuo and his soul were connected. After carefully sensing for a moment, he discovered that Earth Elite Zombie's own divine soul was taking shape. The Earth Soul Orb had also fused with his soul. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Earth Elite Zombie could completely replace the primordial dragon and become another god of Earth. Akeley displayed obvious hostility towards Earth Elite Zombie. The 5 elite zombies, who only obeyed Han Shuo's orders, had very sensitive senses. They immediately turned hostile towards Akeley and transmitted to Han Shuo, "Father, he wants to kill me. Should we attack?" "Don't worry, there won't be any problems soon," replied Han Shuo after comforting Earth Elite Zombie. Soon after, he put on a solemn face and said to Akeley, "You and I will stay here peacefully. I will take care of everything. After you see the divine essence mine, we will decide how to split the profits. I dare to let my friend out in front of you because I am not afraid that you will do something foolish. Don't worry, I will make you understand that my decision is correct. He's just a god cultivating in the elemental energy of Earth. Do you really think that he can take care of everything by himself? You must understand that everyone in the mountain range serves the 3 overgods of calamity. Once those alien races discover that an outsider has infiltrated the mountain range and that he doesn't cultivate in the energy of death, destruction, or darkness, they will immediately kill him without mercy. Do you think that he can evade the detection of those alien races?" Akeley looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at an idiot and angrily said, "I used to think that you were very shrewd. Why have you suddenly become so foolish at this time? I know what you are worried about. But don't worry, if I wasn't completely confident, I wouldn't do it. You, on the other hand, don't need to do anything. All you need to do is to wait here like me and wait for the divine essence mine that belongs to us to arrive." Han Shuo did not argue with Akeley. After finishing those words, he smilingly instructed Earth Elite Zombie, "Go. You, how dare you speak ill of my father? If not for my father's order, I will kill you." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Earth Elite Zombie, who had always communicated with Han Shuo through his consciousness, glared at Akeley ferociously and threatened him. Han Shuo was stunned when he heard Earth Elite Zombie's words. He had never imagined that there would be a day when Earth Elite Zombie could actually speak, much less in such a threatening tone. Akeley was also dumbfounded. He looked at Earth Elite Zombie dumbfoundedly and his face was filled with astonishment. After a long while, he sized up Han Shuo in an extremely strange manner and probed, He's your son?" "That's right, this is my son." Han Shuo replied apathetically. He stopped communicating with Akeley through the soul and instructed Earth Elite Zombie, "Don't say such angry words. Go." "Understood, father." Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, Earth Elite Zombie put on a simple and honest smile and shot a glare at Akeley. His body sank deep into the ground and reunited with Metal Elite Zombie. Together, they made their way towards the Demon Mountain. He can actually speak. He can speak through his mouth and not communicate through the soul. This is too. Han Shuo was at a loss. He was constantly mumbling to himself in his mind. He was stunned by Earth Elite Zombie's words. The few of them are a new kind of life form. Although they are different from humans, it is undeniable that they possess advanced intelligence. If they continue to grow at this rate, their future will be immeasurable. Cauldron Spirit transmitted through Han Shuo's consciousness. Yes, they have indeed become a new kind of life form. I can feel it. As Han Shuo communicated with Cauldron Spirit, he increasingly felt that his decision to refine the 5 elite zombies back then was the right one. With Little Skull and the 5 elite zombies, although Han Shuo had to travel to Elysium alone, he wouldn't feel lonely. You are truly a strange person." Akeley looked at Han Shuo and was greatly puzzled. you cultivate in the elemental energy of death. Why did you let your son cultivate in the elemental energy of earth? Don't you understand that in the future, you and your son may become enemies? Akeley couldn't understand why Han Shoa would do that. My son will never betray me. I have complete confidence in this. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shoa weren't real father and son. However, their relationship was even closer than that of a real father and son. Han Shoa's confidence wasn't groundless. Akeley shook his head in disagreement. Forget it. I don't think I can understand your way of doing things. But since he is your son, I believe that there is still room for discussion. At the very least, he shouldn't have any ill intentions, Akeley thought for a moment inside. By this point, Han Shoa no longer cared about what Akeley had to say. With the help of a mystical demon following Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shoa was able to observe their situation. With Earth Elite Zombie leading the way, the two traveled to the Demon Mountain from deep underground. Under Han Shoa's instructions, the two carefully concealed their auras. In addition to the extreme distance from the surface, Han Shoa believed that the alien races living in the mountain range wouldn't be able to detect their presence at this time. Earth Elite Zombie could bring Metal Elite Zombie to the Demon Mountain. As long as they reached the bottom of the Demon Mountain, Metal Elite Zombie would be able to deal with the hard rocks. No matter what kind of rare ore it was, the Metal Elite Zombie possessed extraordinary senses. Once they entered the Demon Mountain, Han Shoa believed that no matter how well hidden the location of the Divine Essence Mine was, the Metal Elite Zombie would be able to sense it with his innate ability. Han Shoa believed that there wouldn't be any boundaries or seals around the Divine Essence Mine. The Divine Essences within the Divine Essence Mine naturally had the advantage of concealing their presence. This was also why even the mightiest god would not be able to discover the location of the Divine Essence Mine using their senses. As long as the person who discovered the Divine Essence Mine wasn't retarded, he would absolutely not use boundaries or seals around the mine to conceal his presence. That was because the more powerful a god was, the more sensitive they would be to elemental energies. Seals and boundaries would always contain energies of all kinds. There was simply no way to conceal the existence of boundaries and seals within a mountain. Without the existence of boundaries and seals, what could possibly stop the Metal Elite Zombie, who possessed innate divine abilities, within the mountain peak? Father, we have arrived. Should we go up now? Earth Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted. He appeared to be in high spirits. Don't act rashly. Wait a moment, Han Shoa immediately transmitted. Then, he communicated with Cauldron Spirit using his consciousness. It's your turn. Not a problem, Master, Cauldron Spirit replied. Cauldron Spirit replied. Through the underground tunnel dug by Earth Elite Zombie, all the demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon poured out of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and rapidly flew towards Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. They turned into black lines that wrapped around Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon was a powerful demonic weapon once owned by Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord. It could deploy ancient demonic formations using demon generals. Those black lines on Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie were demonic formations formed using the energy of demon generals to conceal their presence. Cauldron Spirit very confidently told Han Shoa that with the demonic formations deployed on Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie, no one in this mountain range would be able to detect their presence. Han Shoa trusted Cauldron Spirit. Therefore, he allowed Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie to act alone. With the duo's innate divine abilities and the mighty demonic weapon, Cauldron Spirit, Han Shoa didn't feel the slightest bit of difficulty when excavating the Divine Essence Mine. It's done. Let's go up the Demon Mountain. Han Shoa immediately transmitted to Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie after receiving Cauldron Spirit's confirmation. Chapter 680. The exterior of the Demon Mountain depicted a malevolent demon towering into the clouds. According to the description on Akeley's scroll, it was the exact location of the Divine Essence Mine. As long as the Divine Essence mine was in the Demon Mountain, Han Shuo believed that Metal Elite Zombie would be able to locate it and extract it. After obtaining Han Shuo's permission, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie started moving again. This time, with Metal Elite Zombie leading the way, the hard rocks above their heads suddenly became as soft as sand. It didn't pose any obstruction to the two of them at all, allowing them to gradually ascend into the Demon Mountain. As soon as Metal Elite Zombie's body entered the Demon Mountain, his body immediately overflowed with dazzling golden light. The golden light was like fine threads that could penetrate through anything. It was hidden in the hard rocks of the Demon Mountain and started to extend in all directions. With the help of the mystical demons, Han Shuo discovered that Metal Elite Zombie suddenly stopped after the fine golden threads flew out from his body. It was as though he was using the golden threads in his body to sense everything around him, just like how Han Shuo used his consciousness to sense the presence of living beings around him. Very soon, Metal Elite Zombie transmitted, "Father, there are many different kinds of ores in this mountain. Which one are you looking for?" After praising Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo immediately started describing to Metal Elite Zombie, "Those ores contain energy similar to that of little water and little fire. Try to sense it and see if you can find it." Divine Essence Mine was a very special kind of ore. It contained all kinds of divine energy. However, this kind of ore could sever the probing of the soul. Even mighty gods would not be able to sense anything from the Divine Essence Mine. But for Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo believed that it shouldn't be a problem. As long as it was an ore, he could sense the energy contained within it, any ore. "Father, I don't sense any ores with energy similar to that of little water and little fire. There isn't a single piece of that kind of ore in this mountain." Metal Elite Zombie pondered for a moment, seemingly trying to ascertain the situation within the Demon Mountain. "None." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He wondered if he was looking for the wrong place, or if it had already been mined by someone else. "There really isn't any," the Metal Elite Zombie replied. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth again. "However, there are some ores that have the same kind of energy as Little 2 and some that have the same kind of energy as you, Father. As for the others, I don't know what they are." Han Shuo was stunned, and then he came to a sudden understanding. His expression shook as he said hurriedly, "It's the same. Gather all those ores and bring them to me." Although there were no water or fire element divine essence mines, it didn't mean that there were no divine essence mines of other energies. After hearing Metal Elite Zombie's words, Han Shuo immediately realized that he had failed to fully comprehend Metal Elite Zombie's meaning. It seemed that Akeley's judgment was correct. There was indeed a divine essence mine in the Demon Mountain that no one could detect. "Yes, Father." Metal Elite Zombie replied cheerfully. With the help of the mystical demons, Han Shuo discovered that Metal Elite Zombie was like a pangolin that possessed an even more powerful divine ability. He ran unhindered through the Demon Mountain, unhindered by the hard rocks. In his hand was a large sack that Han Shuo had prepared for him. He was constantly stuffing ores of various colors into it. Earth Elite Zombie stayed in the cave that Metal Elite Zombie had dug for him and waited patiently for Metal Elite Zombie to finish his work. "Akeley, it won't be long before we get what we want." Han Shuo was in a great mood. He smilingly said to Akeley, who had been sizing him up strangely, "Brian, do you really think a god who cultivates in the element of earth can take care of everything for us in Demon Mountain? Are you kidding me?" Akeley put on a bitter smile. He obviously did not believe Han Shuo's words. If a god cultivating in the energy of earth could use their energy to locate divine essence mines, there would no longer be any divine essence mines on Elysium. Although it was also Akeley's first time coming to Elysium, he knew the mysteries of divine essence mines. It was absolutely not something that a god cultivating in the energy of earth could find. Therefore, he was very skeptical of Han Shuo's words. "In a while, you will know if this son of mine will achieve our objective." Of course, it was impossible for Earth Elite Zombie to accomplish this task by himself. But with Metal Elite Zombie's help, it would be a different story. Akeley, of course, was unaware of this fact. Then I shall wait and see. Akeley shook his head. He felt that it was absurd. Master, something's not right. Cauldron's spirit suddenly transmitted to Han Shuo. It seemed rather astonished. What's going on? Han Shuo, who was conversing with Akeley, noticed that Metal Elite Zombie seemed to have settled everything and wasn't too concerned about the situation in the Demon Mountain. Han Shuo hastily shifted his attention back to the Demon Mountain and used his mystical demons to observe every movement on the Demon Mountain. There are some pitch-black holes in the mountain. When Little Gold was traversing through the mountain, he inevitably passed through some of them. Did you notice that there are some scattered spider webs in those holes? There are some small spiders on the webs. Although they are very small, they have human faces and seem to possess intelligence. They seem to be observing Little Gold's movements. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Han Shuo ordered Metal Elite Zombie to suddenly stop in one of the holes. Using the mystical demons on Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo discovered that there was indeed a broken spider web inside the hole. On the soft spider silk, there were a dozen or so thumb-sized spiders. After careful observation, Han Shuo discovered that those thumb-sized spiders indeed had miniature human faces. Only their eyeballs, which were as small as dots, were moving around and observing Metal Elite Zombie vigilantly. Han Shuo was somewhat astonished. The situation was exactly as Cauldron Spirit described. Those little spiders were indeed observing Metal Elite Zombie. Continue to collect the ores inside. Once you have collected all of them, immediately return. Do not linger. Han Shuo gave another order to Metal Elite Zombie. Meanwhile, his mind was pondering over the oddities. Understood, Father, Metal Elite Zombie replied. He continued traversing through the Demon Mountain, searching for divine essences from every corner. Those divine essences were scattered all over the Demon Mountain. Sometimes, there would be a long distance between two divine essences. Metal Elite Zombie had only collected about 100 divine essences after such a long time of searching. That was already 90% of the divine essences in the Demon Mountain. Han Shuo was rather puzzled. He couldn't understand why there would be so many little spiders in the Demon Mountain. Those little spiders looked very strange and gave Han Shuo a strange sense of familiarity. This made him even more puzzled. Something's not right. Call Little Gold back. Cauldron Spirit suddenly shouted in Han Shuo's consciousness, a powerful life form is awakening in the Demon Mountain. He was in a special state of hibernation just a moment ago. Even I did not sense it. He is extremely dangerous. We need to evacuate at once. Han Shuo turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to give the order to Metal Elite Zombie, through the mystical demons on Metal Elite Zombie's body, he knew why Cauldron Spirit was so nervous. In the middle of the Demon Peak, there was a very spacious cave that took up a quarter of the mountain. A huge spider web was in the cave, and on top of it was a huge spider that was 30 meters long. Each of its sharp spider claws was 10 meters long. The spider had the face of a beautiful female human. Her long eyelashes were gently fluttering, as if she was waking up from a beautiful dream. Beneath her was a relatively large black divine essence mine. She seemed to have been absorbing the divine energy of darkness from the mine all this time. That was why there was no sign of life. As her eyelashes fluttered, an extremely terrifying energy of darkness gradually spread out from her body. Even though he was so far away from the mountain range, Han Shuo could still feel the terrifying pressure. At this moment, Metal Elite Zombie's eyes were fixed on the divine essence mine that contained the divine energy of darkness. He was preparing to collect it for Han Shuo and seemed to be unaware that he was facing a terrifying creature that was awakening. Come back. Come back right now. Han Shuo commanded Metal Elite Zombie as though he had lost his mind. Perhaps because he was too astonished, he couldn't help but open his mouth and shout while communicating with his consciousness. "Brian, what's wrong?" Akeley cried out in alarm after being startled by Han Shuo. "Father, there's still one last piece. I'll leave after I take it." Metal Elite Zombie was very conscientious and wanted to do everything for Han Shuo. "Forget about that goddamn divine essence mine. Come back right now. Come back right now." Han Shuo bellowed. Akeley was so frightened that he took another step back. "Brian, have you gone mad? Have you forgotten our purpose?" Akeley immediately took a step forward after recovering from his shock. He seemed to feel that there was something wrong with Han Shuo's state and wanted to help him recover. "Get lost." Before Akeley could get close, Han Shuo kicked out and sent Akeley flying. He crashed into the wall behind him. "What are you doing?" Akeley was enraged. He stood up while enduring the excruciating pain and loudly berated Han Shuo, "Are you trying to hog it all for yourself?" Han Shuo couldn't be bothered with Akeley and placed all his attention on Metal Elite Zombie. After hearing Han Shuo's command, Metal Elite Zombie realized that Han Shuo was in a hurry. He took one last glance at the black divine essence mine beneath the enormous human-faced spider and immediately retreated back the way he came. Just as Metal Elite Zombie retreated, that enormous human-faced spider finally awakened from her deep slumber. The terrifying energy of darkness emanated from her body and penetrated into the demon mountain through the spider's silk beneath her, spreading out in all directions. Audacious to the extreme. "How dare you steal from me, Rose?" The human-faced spider's shrill voice spread far and wide and reverberated across half of the mountain range. "Ah!" Metal Elite Zombie, who had yet to walk out of the demon mountain, suddenly shrieked when the darkness divine energy penetrated into the mountain range. "Tell him to come back at all costs. I will sacrifice a few demon generals to protect him." Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted. "Rose, Spider Goddess Rose. It's actually her. Why am I so unlucky?" It was at this moment that Han Shuo heard the human-faced spider's furious shriek. Chapter 681. Spider Goddess Rose was the object of worship for the dark elves of the underground world on Profound Continent. She was also the master of Adele who died in Han Shuo's hands. Back on Profound Continent, Han Shuo had communicated with Rose through an altar using Adele as a medium. At that time, as they were separated by an unknown number of material planes, Han Shuo had no idea how powerful Rose was. It was only now that he truly felt Rose's wrath that Han Shuo realized that Spider Goddess Rose possessed high god strength. Han Shuo's consciousness might be able to see through a mid-god, but he was powerless against a high god like Rose. One thing for sure was that a high god wasn't someone that Han Shuo could handle at present. He had to leave this area at once, lest the Spider Goddess sensed his presence. "Master, tell Little Metal and Little Earth to run as deep as they can into the ground." Cauldron Spirit reminded in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo was unusually concerned about the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull. Perhaps it was because they were all new lifeforms. Han Shuo had an instinctive affinity and fondness for the 5 elite zombies. Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses and hastily transmitted his thoughts to Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie. Metal Elite Zombie was blasted by the darkness divine energy and fell towards the bottom of the demon mountain. 2 plumes of black smoke rose from his body. As the master of Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo immediately knew that the 2 demon generals that occupied Metal Elite Zombie's body had been annihilated by the 2 plumes of black smoke. Metal Elite Zombie, who was dizzy and disoriented, subconsciously flew towards the ground according to Han Shuo's instructions. It was as though those solid rocks had turned into invisible air and posed no obstruction to him. "Damned lowly creature, you can't escape," Spider Goddess Rose was still shrieking. Her voice was extremely ear-piercing. What happened?" After being kicked away by Han Shuo, Akeley had just reprimanded Han Shuo a little when he heard the terrifying howl coming from the direction of the mountain range's demon peak. He immediately understood that the situation might be different from what he had imagined and hastily asked. "We have provoked a high god. We have to leave immediately. Otherwise, once she discovers our existence, we won't be able to escape." Han Shuo furrowed his brows and suddenly landed beside Akeley. He grabbed the back of Akeley's neck and flew outside without a care for anything else. At this moment, Akeley had forgotten all his previous complaints about Han Shuo. He couldn't care less about how Han Shuo grabbed him. He asked in panic, "What's going on? Why is there a high god inside?" "Then it's your turn." Han Shuo roared furiously at Akeley, "If anything happens to my son, don't even think about getting those divine essences, you will be buried with him." Akeley remained silent after hearing Han Shuo's roar. It was only at this moment that he realized why Han Shuo suddenly flew into a rage. Before coming over, Akeley had solemnly vowed that those divine essences were ownerless. It was for this reason that Han Shuo was so at ease when he sent Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie to collect the divine essences. Now that a high god had suddenly appeared, Akeley had to bear a lot of responsibility. Therefore, Akeley had no choice but to endure Han Shuo's roar. "Master, you must leave this place as soon as possible. Little Gold and Little Earth are protected by the demonic formations formed by my demon generals. Once they go underground, that spider goddess won't be able to sense their location. But you, without the protection of any demonic formations, will be in trouble if she discovers you." "I understand." Han Shuo did not waste any more words with Akeley, nor did he continue to hide anything. He circulated the demonic yuan in his body, and with that, his speed suddenly increased fivefold. Carrying Akeley, Han Shuo turned into a streak of faint light and shadow as he rapidly flew towards the City of Shadows. Akeley, who was being carried by Han Shuo, could distinctly sense the sudden increase in Han Shuo's speed. He was overwhelmed with shock and hastily raised his head to look at Han Shuo. He discovered that Han Shuo had an irritated face and did not seem to be in any particular condition. He also couldn't figure out why Han Shuo's speed would suddenly increase by several times. As long as the mystical demons were not completely vaporized, Han Shuo would be able to know the situation of Metal and Earth Elite Zombie. As Spider Goddess Rose's darkness divine energy penetrated into the depths of the Demon Mountain, all the little spiders in the Demon Mountain suddenly went berserk. The Demon Mountain also split open. Those little spiders seemed to know the location of Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie. They swarmed towards Metal Elite Zombie. Another 2 demon generals were vaporized. Metal Elite Zombie's body kept producing clanking noises. His body was becoming more and more unstable. However, the trajectory of his descent towards Earth Elite Zombie did not change. Although Metal Elite Zombie's body, which was formed from absorbing the yuan energy of metal in the place of extreme metal, was not as flexible and tough as Han Shuo's demonic body, it was in no way inferior. Among the 5 elite zombies, Metal Elite Zombie had the strongest defensive ability. He had a body that was impervious to both fire and water. When Spider Goddess attacks landed on every corner of the Demon Mountain, the terrifying energies were weakened by 100-fold. When they landed on Metal Elite Zombie's body, they were absorbed and digested by the demon generals. When the attacks finally landed on Metal Elite Zombie's body, they merely produced clanking noises but failed to shatter Metal Elite Zombie's body. After the 4 demon generals were annihilated, Metal Elite Zombie staggered back to the bottom of the Demon Mountain where Earth Elite Zombie was. Earth Elite Zombie had been waiting for a long time under Han Shuo's command. The moment Metal Elite Zombie appeared, he immediately grabbed hold of Metal Elite Zombie and dragged him deeper into the ground without a care for anything else. Hundreds and thousands of little spiders swarmed over like a swarm of locusts. They swarmed towards Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie from the crevices in the rocks. These human-faced little spiders, having received orders from the Spider Goddess, suddenly turned violent. The energies in their bodies seemed to have been stimulated all of a sudden. It was very troublesome. They spat out dark threads that were sticky and slimy, entangling the descending Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. The dark threads were enhanced by the energy of darkness that was omnipresent in the Demon Mountain. They were fast and ruthless, causing Earth Elite Zombie to be somewhat flustered. Earth Elite Zombie, with Metal Elite Zombie in hand, rapidly plunged into the ground from the bottom of the Demon Mountain. He turned his back to the countless little spiders, blocking a wave of the sticky threads they spat out. When those sticky threads hit Earth Elite Zombie's body, the speed at which he was descending was suddenly hindered. With several hundred little spiders pulling at him, Earth Elite Zombie was unable to move a single step. "I'm going to eat you all bit by bit, you damned lowly lifeforms." Spider Goddess Rose was still at the center of the Demon Mountain. When those little spider threads stuck to Earth Elite Zombie's back, she shrieked and moved her body towards Earth Elite Zombie. "What should I do?" Han Shua's rapidly dashing body suddenly came to a halt in midair. His face was filled with irritation, as though he would go crazy at any moment. "Keep running. I will make sure nothing happens to him," Cauldron Spirit replied. In the next moment, Han Shua discovered that black smoke was also rising from Earth Elite Zombie's back. A demon general was ignited. The threads spat out by those little spiders were suddenly snapped. The immobilized Earth Elite Zombie twisted his body and abruptly plunged deep into the ground. The hole behind him rapidly closed up, blocking the second wave of the little spiders. Earth Elite Zombie was no longer obstructed after diving deep into the ground. Following Han Shua's instructions, he and Metal Elite Zombie drilled deep into the ground. Very soon, they were 1,000 meters underground. Damn it! They actually escaped. They actually escaped. Spider Goddess Rose flew into a rage. The entire Demon Mountain started shaking. "I have just discovered a divine essence mine not too long ago, and yet those lowly lifeforms have taken advantage of it. This is unforgivable. All of them deserve to die." The demon peak shook violently amidst the rumbling sounds, and a huge cave suddenly appeared in the center of the peak. A few sharp spider claws that looked like long and narrow blades tore open the cave, and the huge body of Spider Goddess Loth walked out of the demon peak. As soon as she walked out of the Demon Mountain, Spider Goddess Rose immediately leaped and chased after Han Shua. Her speed was so fast that Han Shua was greatly astonished. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Han Shua's mind was thrown into disarray. He started wondering if he should abandon Akeley and use the demonic blood disassembly again to avoid this calamity. "Don't move, Master. Calm your mind. Use the mystical demons to observe the situation on the Demon Mountain again." Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted and stopped Han Shua from acting strangely. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's warning, Han Shua took a few deep breaths and rapidly adjusted his mind, allowing his mind to be as tranquil as an ancient well. After calming down, Han Shua used the mystical demon's Cauldron Spirit placed on another towering mountain peak to discover that Spider Goddess Loth had not moved from the opening on the Demon Mountain. Instead, dark phantoms were flying out from her body and spreading in all directions. "She hasn't moved at all, nor is she chasing after us. She is merely using the phantom to search for a target. We don't need to worry about her. Just run. Those phantoms won't be able to catch up to you. Only if the phantoms discover us and move for real will she be able to catch up to us," Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shua. With Cauldron Spirit's reminder, Han Shua, whose mind was as tranquil as still water, adjusted himself to his peak state. He no longer paid any attention to the few dark phantoms flying behind him and rushed towards the City of Shadows at full speed. After flying for half a day, Han Shua and Akeley stopped near a mountain village. Based on Akeley's understanding of Elysium, those alien races were bound by the three calamities and would absolutely not dare to attack human villages. At this moment, Han Shua was certain that he had escaped from the Spider Goddess. Han Shua did not enter the mountain village but stopped below a nearby river. Disregarding Akeley's puzzlement, Han Shua focused on recovering his strength. When it was late at night, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes. Wearing a gloomy face, he said to Akeley, who was still restless, "Let's divide the loot. The previous agreement is cancelled. I will redistribute the loot." As soon as Han Shuo finished those words, Earth Elite Zombie drilled out from under his feet. Thud. Earth Elite Zombie threw a sack of divine essence ores on the ground and said to Han Shuo, "Father, don't worry. Little gold is fine." Han Shuo's face became a little better after hearing those words. Chapter 682. Akeley was dumbstruck and speechless for a long time as he stared at the divine essences scattered all over the ground. Earth Elite Zombie poured a sack of divine essences on the ground and stood beside Han Shuo, glaring at Akeley with hostility. It was as though he would rush out and tear Akeley to shreds at a single command from Han Shuo. After learning from Earth Elite Zombie that Metal Elite Zombie was fine, Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief. He squatted down and sorted the divine essences, saying, 9 divine essences of earth, 32 divine essences of wind, 12 divine essences of death, 28 divine essences of lightning, 16 divine essences of destruction, 5 divine essences of light, and 4 divine essences of life. A total of 106 divine essences. It's really divine essences. You actually did it. Akeley cried out in surprise after a long while. His face was wild with joy. A total of 106 divine essences. My son and I will take 70% and you will take 30. You can only take 30 pieces. You can take 10 pieces of destruction divine essences and I will give you 10 pieces of wind and lightning divine essences, making a total of 30 pieces. That's it. Han Shuo raised his head and asked Akeley, "Do you have any objections?" Akeley understood that Han Shuo and his son had contributed the most in obtaining the divine essences. Other than pointing out an address, he had done almost nothing else and had to trouble Han Shuo to save him. He was already very lucky to be able to take 30% of the divine essences. Under the current circumstances, even if Han Shuo were to take all the divine essences for himself, Akeley wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I have no objections to this method of distribution. But since you don't cultivate in the energy of destruction, why don't you give me all 16 of the divine essences of destruction and I won't take any of the remaining wind and lightning divine essences. Akeley hesitated for a moment and proposed a new distribution method to Han Shuo. No, I also need a few pieces of destruction divine essences. I have a use for them. Han Shuo firmly refused. He said to Akeley, "Take 10 divine essences of wind and 10 divine essences of lightning. You can exchange them for enough crystal coins to establish a foothold on Elysium. You can also use these 2 divine essences to exchange for divine essences of destruction. In short, you can't take all of them. What do you want the destruction divine gems for?" Akeley forced a smile. He did not understand why Han Shuo was so insistent on hogging a portion of the destruction divine gems. Apart from cultivating the elemental energy of death, I also cultivate the laws of destruction. So, I also need a destruction divine crystal. Han Shuo calmly used the power of his avatar of destruction, using his main body as a medium to release a destruction domain of divinity. Once the domain of divinity of destruction appeared, Akeley was immediately startled. He cried out in alarm again, "You are actually cultivating in 2 elements at the same time. If that's the case, you won't be able to reach the pinnacle of either element. You are too foolish." Han Shuo's 3 souls coexisted but were independent. Therefore, he did not have to worry about Akeley at all. Han Shuo merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't have to worry about that. I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, Han Shuo took the initiative to divide out the divine essences that Akeley deserved from the pile. Han Shuo was rather generous as he did not pick out small pieces of divine essences for Akeley. 10 pieces of destruction divine essences, 10 pieces of wind divine essences, and 10 pieces of lightning divine essences were categorized by Han Shuo into a single category and placed in front of Akeley. "This is what you deserve. With these 10 pieces of destruction divine essences, I believe that you will at least be able to reach late-stage low god of destruction. I hope that one day, you will be able to avenge your master. Han Shuo said in a deep voice as he looked at Akeley. Akeley put on a bitter smile and put away the 30 pieces of divine essences. He sighed and said, what a pity that there aren't 106 pieces of destruction divine essences. There are only 10 pieces of destruction divine essences. It's not enough for me to make a significant breakthrough. Be content. Divine essences are the safest way to increase your divine energy. 10 pieces of destruction divine essences are very precious treasures even on Elysium. Take good care of them and find a safe place to absorb the energy inside, Han Shuo reminded. Where are you going? Akeley knew that the two were about to part ways after hearing those words from Han Shuo. He had spent some time with Han Shuo and felt that Han Shuo wasn't a bad person. Therefore, he asked Han Shuo this question. If it were anyone else, they would have killed him right away and kept all the divine essences for themselves. Although Han Shuo was a little overbearing, Akeley felt that Han Shuo was at least not a hypocrite. He was a trustworthy friend. I will go to the City of Shadows. But it's hard to say if I will stay there in the future. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Han Shuo had some appreciation for Akeley. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid 50 blue crystal coins for Han Shuo's divine tablet. Take care. I will find a place in a nearby village to recuperate. After I have recovered my strength and absorbed the divine energy in the destruction divine essences, I might come to the City of Shadows to look for you. Akeley said smilingly. No problem. Here are 5 purple crystal coins, you can keep them. Don't recklessly sell divine essences when you aren't confident. It's too dangerous. Han Shuo was worried that Akeley might not have enough crystal coins to sell the divine essences of wind and lightning, which might attract the attention of greedy people and lead to his death. Many thanks. I know what I'm doing and I won't cause any trouble. Even if I want to sell divine essences, I will go to the dominions of space and destiny. I won't run the risk of being killed, Akeley assured Han Shuo smilingly. He knew what Han Shuo was worried about. I'm relieved to hear that. Goodbye. Han Shuo comforted Akeley and pointed him to a secluded area before waving goodbye to Akeley. After traveling a few miles away from Akeley, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie stopped in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo communicated with Metal Elite Zombie for a while. After confirming that Metal Elite Zombie was safe and sound, Han Shuo prepared to send the two back to the Netherworld. Father, this world is more suitable for us to cultivate, Earth Elite Zombie suddenly said. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and asked, what do you mean? The elements in this world are denser than anywhere else. It is suitable for any advanced life form to live in. But in the Netherworld, only the element of death is the densest. The other elemental energies are inferior to Father's original world. The 5 of us will not be able to make the fastest progress in the Netherworld, Earth Elite Zombie explained to Han Shuo. After listening to his explanation, Han Shuo pondered in silence. After a while, he said, apart from Little Gold, the 4 of you are on the verge of becoming gods. Before you truly become gods, stay in the Netherworld. After you have formed your divine soul, we will discuss this matter in detail. Understood. Earth Elite Zombie nodded obediently. Then, he looked at Han Shuo pleadingly and said, Father, you must keep those Earth Element divine essences for me. When I have formed my divine soul and body, I will be able to absorb them. Don't worry, I will keep them for you. Han Shuo laughed involuntarily. He thought to himself, these little fellas are getting greedier and greedier. However, Han Shuo came here to keep the Earth Element divine essences for Earth Elite Zombie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only given Akeley the Wind and Lightning Element divine essences. You must keep them for me. I will soon be able to completely comprehend that old dragon's divine soul. Earth Elite Zombie reminded Han Shuo again, as though he was afraid that Han Shuo would lose the earth element divine essences. I know. I will definitely keep them for you. Han Shuo smilingly promised before sending Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie back to the Netherworld. After Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie left, Han Shuo flew towards the City of Shadows according to the directions given by the villagers. On the way, Han Shuo was rather worried. According to Earth Elite Zombie, the 5 Elite Zombies were more suited to grow on Elysium. However, 4 of the 5 Elite Zombies cultivated in the elemental energy of earth, life, fire, and water. These elemental energies were in conflict with the Calamity Dominions that Han Shuo belonged to. If they were to stay with Han Shuo, it would only be a matter of time before they attracted trouble. However, Han Shuo didn't feel at ease letting them cultivate in the dominions of the 4 overgods. After all, this was Elysium. There were all kinds of powerful gods. Han Shuo was worried about their safety. With that in mind, Han Shuo really didn't know what to do. After all, he had chosen to side with the 3 overgods of calamity. If people were to discover that he was too close to Earth Elite Zombie and would Elite Zombie who cultivated in the energy of life and earth, it would put him in grave danger. He might even be treated as a traitor by the Calamity Church. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Han Shuo didn't want to think too much about it. After all, he had chosen to side with the 3 overgods of calamity. The Darkness Dominion was many times larger than Profound Continent. As one of the 5 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, the City of Shadows was famous throughout the Darkness Dominion. Although it was called the City of Shadows, it actually included dozens of smaller cities and fortresses. Perhaps any one of those fortresses was even larger than the Lancelot Empire. When Han Shuo finally arrived at the domain of the City of Shadows, he discovered that there was still a long way to go before he could actually enter the city. There were many small villages on the outskirts of the city. Silhouettes of people could be seen in those villages. Han Shuo could sense a multitude of life auras. After passing through 13 small villages, Han Shuo finally arrived at a fortress on the outskirts of the City of Shadows. Before he arrived at the fortress, Han Shuo saw 6 boundary towers that towered into the clouds. The tops of those boundary towers were flickering with dark radiance. They released waves of powerful boundaries in the shape of hexagrams that constantly spread from the fortress to the surroundings. Without a divine tablet or crystal coins, it was impossible to enter such a fortress. At the center of the boundary towers of the fortress, there were some divine guards whose faces Han Shuo couldn't see through the darkness. They were coldly observing every passerby walking towards the fortress. Han Shuo mingled with other gods cultivating in the energy of darkness, death, and destruction as he made his way to the fortress. After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that there were other gods cultivating in other energies such as space, earth, and fire. It appeared that the dominion of darkness didn't forbid the entry of gods of other energies, just like what the outside world had said. After carefully observing and listening, Han Shuo learned that other than gods cultivating in the energy of light and life, gods of other elemental energies could enter the dominion. That was because the 3 overgods of calamity were the absolute opposites of the overgods of light and life. Chapter 683. At the entrance of the fort, Han Shuo handed over his divine tablet and 50 blue crystal coins. That person took Han Shuo's divine tablet and placed it inside a pentagram divine weapon. He nodded and returned the divine tablet to Han Shuo, indicating that he could enter the fort. The divine tablet was the pass to travel on Elysium. Without the divine tablet, one would not be able to enter the fort. Other than the divine tablet, one would also need 50 blue crystal coins. Otherwise, one would not be able to enter the fort. Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that there was an endless stream of people entering the fort. The weakest among them were demigods. The majority of them were base gods and low gods. Mid-gods were a rare sight, and high gods of higher levels were nowhere to be seen. Han Shuo followed those people into the fort. When he arrived at the entrance, he took a closer look and realized that he was in Fort Verka. The first thing Han Shuo saw after entering Fort Verka was a row of divine guards wearing dark armor. Each and every one of them was vigilantly sizing up the newcomers. They were maintaining order in Fort Verka so as to prevent any conflict from happening at the entrance which would affect the smooth flow of the fort. After listening attentively for a while, Han Shuo gradually understood that Fort Verka was managed by the House of Croton. The House of Croton was in charge of the fort's security and tax collection, as well as maintaining order in the fort. Donna had once told Han Shuo that there were many family clans on Elysium. All kinds of forces could be found in every corner of the continent. Those family clans, big and small, controlled a lot of territory on Elysium for the 12 overgods. They swore loyalty and devotion to their overgods. Some ancient family clans possessed enormous strength and might even control one or several cities. There were also some family clans that were relatively weak and could only control a few forts or towns. For example, the House of Croton that controlled Fort Verka could only be considered as a third-rate family clan. But when Han Shuo entered Fort Verka, he discovered that the fort was at least 5 times larger than Bretel City. However, it only had a population of a little over 1,000 people. Demigods and base gods made up the majority of the population. There were less than 300 true gods and only a dozen or so mid-gods. Han Shuo was in no hurry to leave Fort Verka. He strolled along the streets and alleys of the fort to experience the true difference between Elysium and Profound Continent. Perhaps because there were no experts in Fort Verka that could pose a threat to him, Han Shuo boldly ordered Cauldron Spirit to release a few demon generals to fly around Fort Verka. Soon, he learned the situation in Fort Verka. The situation in Fort Verka wasn't too different from some cities on Profound Continent. The fort was managed by the House of Croton. All residents were bound by the house and had to pay taxes every year. Correspondingly, the Croton clan would ensure their safety and allow them to cultivate in peace. After roaming around the fort with his mystical demons, Han Shuo discovered that the only difference was that everyone's main goal was to improve themselves through cultivation. Surveying every corner of Fort Verka, Han Shuo discovered that there were many shops of various sizes selling all kinds of low-grade divine weapons, as well as some rare materials used to refine divine weapons. There were also some divine scrolls that recorded some basic knowledge about the energy of various energies. There were also many divine tempering fields where gods could exchange cultivation insights and spar under the protection of the large-scale defensive boundaries in the divine tempering fields in hopes of making breakthroughs. When Han Shuo discovered that divine scrolls of various energies were being sold, he was immediately tempted. He immediately headed for the largest divine scroll shop. Ever since he parted ways with Akeli, Han Shuo's 2 avatars had been absorbing divine essences of death and destruction inside the cauldron of Myriad Demon. The divine essence of death had devoured a portion of that godhunter's divine energy. After absorbing 2 more pieces of divine essence of death, Han Shuo had advanced to late-stage low-god realm in one fell swoop. This avatar of Han Shuo's had previously fused with the divine soul of a mid-god and obtained all of that mid-god's cultivation insights. With this advantage, when the divine energy in Han Shuo's body accumulated to a certain level, he could easily advance to late-stage low-god realm. Recently, that avatar of Han Shuo's had temporarily stopped absorbing divine essences. Instead, he continued to comprehend the essence of the energy of death and took the opportunity to try out some new offensive techniques that he had mastered. As for his avatar of destruction, it was rather troublesome for Han Shuo. After absorbing the energy of the 2 pieces of divine essence of destruction, Han Shuo felt that the divine energy in his body had reached a critical point. Under such circumstances, Han Shuo had to gain a deeper understanding of the energy of destruction. Otherwise, no matter how many divine essences he absorbed, he wouldn't be able to advance to late stage. Unlike the one that cultivated in the energy of death, this avatar of Han Shuo's had no divine soul to comprehend. After becoming a god, every breakthrough to the next realm was a long and arduous process. It seemed that Han Shuo wouldn't be able to advance any further from his current realm just by relying on the ninth realm mystical harvester and the edict of destruction that he learned from peeping. During this period of time, Han Shuo had been worrying about this matter. When he arrived at Fort Verka and learned that divine scrolls were on sale, he was immediately tempted. He wanted to see if he could comprehend anything from those divine scrolls. After walking into the divine scroll store, Han Shuo looked around and discovered that there were many scrolls on display. Most of them were suitable for demigods and base gods. There were dozens of scrolls describing the process of advancing from base god to low god. If any of the divine scrolls here were to end up on Profound Continent, Han Shuo believed that they would become the target of every magus and swordsman on Profound Continent. However, the prices of the divine scrolls were clearly marked. It seemed very common. There were countless gods on Elysium. Some new gods who had just arrived from other continents would write down their experiences of becoming a god into scrolls and sell them to base gods and demigods who had yet to ascend to godhood in exchange for some crystal coins. Therefore, such scrolls were plentiful on Elysium. Every person's steps and experiences of becoming a god were different. In addition, those who had memorized their experiences might not tell others about them. Therefore, those scrolls might not necessarily be of use. From mid-god onward, one would not have to worry about making a living on Elysium. Even if a mid-god with nothing came to Elysium, there would be envoys sent by major family clans to recruit them. They wouldn't have to worry about crystal coins at all. It was precisely because of this that the cultivation experiences of mid-gods were almost unpurchasable. Those mid-gods who lived a carefree life would not be willing to waste their energy to earn a small amount of crystal coins. High gods were almost all powerhouses of a region. Therefore, it was even more impossible for them to do so. Other than their own descendants, they would never share their cultivation experiences with anyone else, not even their friends. Han Shuo did not know if these cultivation experiences would really be useful to him. Therefore, he wanted to test it out first. When he arrived at the section where the energy of destruction was categorized, Han Shuo lowered his head to look at the scrolls below the boundary. He discovered that the prices ranged from 3 to 10 purple crystal coins. "Can I take a look first?" Then, he raised his head and asked a sweet-looking young lady who cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness. She only possessed base god strength. "I'm sorry, but divine scrolls are different from other products. The content recorded inside might only be a few sentences. If you take a look and memorize it without buying it, we will be at a disadvantage," the young lady explained in a refined and courteous manner with a professional smile on her face. "All right then. Give me the 3 purple crystal coin scroll." Han Shuo took out 3 purple crystal coins and handed them to the young lady with a smile. "No problem." The young lady took out a dark blue divine stone and shone it at the scroll. The divine scroll priced at 3 purple crystal coins flew out from the boundary and attached itself to the divine stone in her hand. "Here you go. Please keep it." The young lady was in a good mood. She handed the scroll to Han Shuo. Han Shuo opened the scroll, flipped through a few pages, and started reading it in front of the young lady. A few minutes later, Han Shuo was greatly disappointed. The scroll contained the insights of a low god who had just stepped into the elemental energy of destruction. That person's strength was probably weaker than Han Shuo's. The scroll contained no substantial content and was of no help to Han Shuo at all. 3 purple crystal coins were wasted just like that. "Do you need any other scrolls? I believe the divine scroll priced at 10 purple crystal coins would be more suitable for you." "Do you need it?" the young lady asked Han Shuo with a beaming smile. "Let me have a look." Han Shuo had obtained more than 100 purple crystal coins from killing Kaiser and Ericsson. He didn't particularly care about a few purple crystal coins. As he spoke, he took out another 10 purple crystal coins and handed them to the young lady. "All right." The young lady smiled sweetly. After accepting Han Shua's purple crystal coins, she handed the divine scroll priced at 10 purple crystal coins to Han Shua and smilingly said, "The price is different, and so are the levels. Perhaps this one has what you need." "I hope so," Han Shua casually replied. He then unfolded the divine scroll and started reading it again. "Huh!" Han Shua softly exclaimed. This divine scroll similarly didn't contain any insights. However, it recorded a method of attack called the Orb of Destruction. It was a method to rapidly condense the divine energy in one's body into a sphere and revolve it within the domain of divinity in accordance with the Edict of Destruction. The scroll described in detail the method to condense the Orb of Destruction. However, the description of how to revolve it within the domain of divinity in accordance with the Edict of Destruction was rather vague. Han Shua must have deliberately concealed it. It appeared that the young man must have comprehended this method of attack by himself. He had no choice but to make scrolls to sell because he was in dire straits. However, he didn't want others to fully understand his method of attack. Therefore, he deliberately left it vague. "This isn't bad." Han Shua nodded smilingly. He looked at the remaining scrolls within the boundary and was about to offer to take a look at the rest when the young lady suddenly smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I've kept a scroll of the Edict of Destruction for myself. I think you will be interested in it." Chapter 684. Oh. Han Shua looked at the shop assistant with interest, unable to guess what she meant. He asked with a smile, "How did you know I would be interested? You have enough crystal coins and care so much about the power of destruction. I believe you wouldn't mind spending a large sum of money to buy a scroll that you really need. I can guarantee you that my scroll is more useful than anything here." The young girl was unhurried as she said with a smile. "How much are you selling your scroll for?" "I'll say this first, if it's not worth that price, I'll ask for a refund," Han Shua said as he stared at her after thinking for a moment. "No problem. If you don't think it's worth it, I'm willing to return the crystal coins to you." The young girl was full of confidence. She looked left and right to ensure that no one was paying attention to her before carefully taking out a yellow divine scroll. This scroll looked like it had been repeatedly flipped through. 40 purple crystal coins, not one less. The young girl waved the scroll in front of Han Shua and said with a stern expression. "Here, 40 purple crystal coins, here you go." Han Shua took out 40 purple crystal coins and handed them to her, thinking that the price of this scroll was really high. 40 purple crystal coins could be exchanged for a lot of things. It wasn't a small amount. "I'll give you the scroll. You won't be disappointed, I promise." The young girl handed the yellowed scroll to Han Shua, full of confidence. Han Shua didn't know where the young girl's confidence came from. He opened the scroll and quickly memorized the contents on it. The yellow divine scroll was suddenly burned to ashes. "There's no way I can return it now." The young girl hurriedly argued and she saw Han Shua burn the divine scroll to ashes. "Those 40 purple crystal coins belong to you," Han Shua said in a deep voice as he looked deeply at the young girl. "Do you still want to look at other things?" The young girl smiled lightly and pointed to the other scrolls below the barrier. "No need." Han Shua shook his head and pondered for a moment before asking again, "How did you get the scroll you sold me?" "I'm sorry, I can't tell you about that." The young girl put on a vigilant face and reminded Han Shua, "You don't need to know where it came from. I don't know what's written on it, so there's no point asking me." Han Shua nodded and sized her up a few more times before saying, "Goodbye." The scroll that the young girl sold recorded the method to devour the energy of a god of destruction. Han Shua didn't understand why she would sell it. The method to devour the energy of a god of the same element was very easy even without guidance. However, it wasn't easy to grasp the method of devouring the 4 great edictal forces. Every element was different, and if one didn't know anything about it, they wouldn't be able to devour even if a god of the same element was placed in front of them. Only the god hunters knew how to devour the four edictal forces. They were the targets of persecution across Elysium. Most people had no chance of learning it. What surprised Han Shuo was that the divine scroll in the girl's hand actually recorded the detailed usage of the devouring power of destruction. Therefore, Han Shuo only glanced at it once before immediately burning it to ashes. After all, this kind of thing was clearly forbidden. Han Shuo wasn't sure if the girl knew the contents of the scroll. She cultivated the power of darkness, and her strength was too low. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have been able to understand what was written on the scroll. However, when she sold the scroll to Han Shuo, she was very confident. It was as if she knew the contents of the scroll. This made Han Shuo very confused. With such doubts in mind, Han Shuo left the scroll shop, but left a mystical demon there to observe the situation. In just half a day's time, Han Shuo discovered that the girl had sold a few more scrolls to other people using the same method. They were all cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. She seemed to have an endless supply of scrolls. Based on the mystical demon's observation, Han Shuo discovered that the scrolls she sold contained exactly the same content as the one he bought with 40 purple crystal coins. They were all about the usage of the devouring power of destruction. Han Shuo grew suspicious of this young lady. One of his mystical demons followed her closely. He discovered that when night fell, she met a sinister old man behind the shop. That old man was sitting on an armchair that was constantly rocking. He possessed mid-stage mid-god strength of darkness. He narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the young lady. The girl who was smiling in front of Han Shuo suddenly put on a fearful face when she saw that old man. She respectfully reported, "Lord Ramon, we have sold a total of 7 scrolls today." The old man named Ramon put on a sinister smile and said, "That's right. 7 in total. How many do you think will succumb to the temptation and become the new blood of our God Hunter Alliance?" "I have no idea." The girl shook her head. This is a very interesting guess. I look forward to it. If it wasn't for the fact that the devouring power of destruction is rather difficult to master, we wouldn't have to do this. There are too few cultivators of the Edict of Destruction in the Alliance. We have no choice but to use this method to recruit new blood. Those who are usually oppressed only follow the rules because they haven't mastered the devouring power of destruction. But once they learn how to use the energy of destruction to devour those of the same energy, the temptation will nibble away at their willpower and make them fall to our side, said Ramon with a sinister smile. My lord, there are some who have started to suspect me after seeing the devouring method on the scrolls. If they were to report us to the House of Croton, I'm afraid that we will be in trouble, said the girl worriedly after pondering for a moment. Don't worry, I have already dealt with those people. There won't be any trouble. Besides, this little Fort Verka doesn't have many true experts. Even if we are discovered, we can easily escape, said Ramon calmly. Ramon was calm and unruffled. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a low, lascivious laugh and pulled the girl into his arms. Very quickly, he stripped her naked and made her ride on his waist with her legs spread wide open. Then, she began rocking with the support of the chair. Han Shuo recalled his mystical demons and understood the whole story. He didn't expect that the God Hunters would also form an alliance. Ramon's task was to recruit new God Hunters. It was easy for gods cultivating in elemental energy to devour the energy of others. But it was somewhat more troublesome for gods cultivating in the Edict of 4 Edicts. In order to recruit more gods cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, Ramon adopted the method of devouring power, waiting for some of them to succumb to the temptation and throw themselves into the arms of the God Hunters. This was the first time Han Shuo had heard of the God Hunter Alliance. Donna had never mentioned it to him before. The God Hunters could be said to be the public enemy of Elysium. Any overgod in their dominions would go all out to eliminate this group of lunatics. If they were to make even the slightest mistake in a major city, they would face a devastating attack. Every city had a sufficient number of divine guards and powerful leaders. Those god hunters wouldn't dare to recruit new blood so recklessly in major cities. Only in strongholds like Vrka, where the defenses weren't as tight, would they be able to easily escape even if they were exposed. They wouldn't be caught and killed on the spot. Ramon was one of them. Han Shuo didn't know how high his position in the God Hunter Alliance was. In addition to the fact that Ramon cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, Han Shuo wasn't too interested in him. Although the God Hunter Alliance was extremely vicious, they had never harmed Han Shuo in any way. Therefore, after learning the ins and outs of the matter, Han Shuo didn't pay too much attention to them and didn't intend to get involved in their business. Han Shuo silently recalled the mystical demon that had crossed Ramon's barrier of darkness. Instead of immediately setting off for the City of Shadows, Han Shuo found a gymnasium and stayed there for the time being. He wanted to study how to condense and attack the Orb of Destruction. As long as one paid enough crystal coins, one could use any of the many training fields in Fort Vrka. Han Shuo used 3 purple crystal coins to rent a training field that covered an area of 1,000 square meters and was equipped with an isolation boundary. The lease was for half a year. According to the method of condensing the Orb of Destruction written on the scroll, Han Shuo used 2 months to successfully compress the divine energy in his body and form an orb that emitted intense energy of destruction. The orb was only the size of a palm and was pitch black in color. There seemed to be liquid divine energy flowing within it. After successfully condensing the Orb of Destruction, 1/5 of the divine energy in Han Shuo's body was extracted and concentrated on the Edict of Destruction. Han Shuo tried to manipulate the Orb of Destruction according to the trajectory of the Edict of Destruction recorded on the scroll but couldn't get the hang of it. He knew that the person who made the scroll had deliberately distorted some of the details so that people wouldn't be able to unleash the full might of the Orb of Destruction. Han Shuo's consciousness was powerful and he was very patient. He believed that as long as he kept experimenting with the Orb of Destruction using the marvelous power of his consciousness, he would be able to find the most appropriate way to use it. On this day, as Han Shuo was still experimenting with new ways to manipulate the Orb of Destruction in the gymnasium, a jingle suddenly sounded in front of the gymnasium. Han Shuo immediately sent his avatar of destruction into the cauldron of myriad demon. Puzzled, he went to the gymnasium and asked, "Zoya, didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me?" "My apologies, there are a few lords who wish to see you," said Zoya helplessly. He was in charge of this gymnasium. According to the rules, as long as the user paid the required fee, they shouldn't disturb the user. "You are Brian. You cultivate in the energy of destruction, right?" asked a graceful young woman with long red hair that cascaded down her back. She took a deep look at Han Shuo before asking. "That's right. What can I do for you?" asked Han Shuo puzzledly. He could tell that this woman also cultivated in the energy of destruction and was a late-stage low god. Her realm was slightly higher than that of Han Shuo's avatar. Recently, many cultivators of the Edict of Destruction in Fort Vrka had their divine energy devoured and died. Those people must have died in the hands of cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. I have been ordered to investigate any suspicious individuals. Come with me. She explained briefly before she turned around and walked towards the exit. The divine guards behind her gestured for Han Shuo to follow them. Chapter 685. After hearing those words, Han Shuo could roughly guess what was going on. The scrolls that Ramon had secretly distributed must have taken effect. Someone must have failed to resist the temptation and attempted to devour another cultivator of the Edict of Destruction. Han Shuo did not take a single step out of the gymnasium nor did he release his mystical demons to spy on the situation in Fort Vrka. He had no idea what the situation was like. However, judging from how the House of Croton had mobilized such a large force to interrogate any cultivator of the Edict of Destruction, the situation should be very bad. After pondering silently for a moment, Han Shuo became rather curious as to how they were going to interrogate him. Therefore, he followed the woman and left the gymnasium. After exiting the gymnasium, Han Shuo immediately discovered that there were a few other cultivators of the Edict of Destruction waiting outside. They were not wearing the special armor of divine guards and were likely to be interrogated just like Han Shuo. Come with me. We just want to figure out the situation. We won't take up too much of your time. After bringing Han Shuo to the gymnasium, the woman with long fiery red hair pondered for a moment before she spoke. Miss Eunice, what's the situation? Recently, mournful and strange howls have been frequently heard in Fort Verka at night. Could it be that the god hunters have invaded in large numbers? A burly man asked worriedly as he looked at the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman named Eunice swept her gaze across the few low gods of destruction, including Han Shuo. She said in a cold and indifferent manner, "This is Fort Verka under the protection of our House of Croton. Would the god hunters dare to be impudent in broad daylight? Humph, but what is certain is that there are indeed god hunters inside the fort. They might even be some of you. If we don't interrogate them properly and they cause a few more incidents, the people will indeed be in a state of panic." Han Shuo sneered in his mind. Having heard Ramon's conversation, Han Shuo knew that Ramon did not attach any importance to the House of Croton at all. That was why he was acting in Fort Verka. Eunice should be a member of the House of Croton. It appeared that she did not know how difficult the opponent they were about to face would be. Miss Eunice is right. The god hunters wouldn't dare to come out in broad daylight. Another person said with righteous indignation, "Those damnable god hunters deserve to be punished. If I, Lacey, were to encounter those god hunters, I will definitely teach them a lesson. It's good enough that you're still alive. Don't talk big in front of me." Among those who died, one of them was a late-stage low god. With your strength of a mid-stage low god, you are nothing but their prey. Eunice mocked him with disdain. The man laughed awkwardly and did not refute. He seemed to be afraid of Eunice. What? The burly man who first asked the question cried out in surprise, "Even a late-stage low god has been killed?" "That's right. That's why all of you must be careful. Don't be arrogant and think that you can handle it. If you encounter anyone suspicious, you should immediately shout for help. The divine guards have been patrolling the area recently. They will arrive very soon." After saying those words, Eunice added, "But before that, I want to make sure that all of you are innocent. If you happen to be a god hunter, I will kill you with my own hands, no matter who you are." Those who knew of Eunice's identity and strength became as quiet as cicadas in winter after hearing those words. They seemed to be very afraid of this red-haired woman. "Miss Eunice, the interrogation is done. We can go now." A divine guard beside her suddenly said to Eunice while fiddling with a miniature compass on his left wrist. "Everyone, follow me. If anyone dares to leave halfway, I will treat him as a god hunter and kill him on the spot. Take care." Eunice waved her hand and led the party towards the center of Fort Verka. The party, including Han Shuo, silently followed behind Eunice. Soon enough, Eunice led Han Shuo and the party to the largest gymnasium in Fort Verka. This gymnasium was managed by the House of Croton. It occupied a vast area and was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. Eunice led Han Shuo and the party to the gymnasium. Han Shuo discovered that there were more than 70 people in the gymnasium. Most of them cultivated in the energy of destruction. Those who did not were divine guards of the House of Croton. "Uncle, how is it?" Eunice walked straight to a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a full beard. "I didn't discover any problems." "How strange," Barnett shook his head. His eyes were looking back and forth at Han Shuo and the others as he spoke. "Let's test them," Eunice sighed helplessly. Eunice helplessly let out a soft sigh. She turned to Han Shuo and the others and shouted, one by one according to the sequence. "This will test whether the divine energy in your body is pure or not. As long as there are no impurities in your divine energy, you may leave. To devour the divine energy of others, there was a process of fusing it with one's own divine energy. Before the process was complete, the divine energy in one's body would contain impurities. Han Shuo was well aware of this. Han Shuo looked at the miniature energy tower on Barnett's platform and sensed it for a moment. He immediately realized that the miniature energy tower could absorb divine energy and had the function of directly projecting the divine energy into the tower. One by one, the party placed their hands on the energy tower and injected a strand of divine energy into it. Once divine energy entered the tower, the energy tower would radiate a faint white light. This meant that the divine energy that was injected into the tower was pure and without any impurities. The first few didn't have any problems and the energy tower reacted normally. When it was Han Shuo's turn, Han Shuo calmly put a smile on his face as he placed his hand on the energy tower and infused a thread of divine energy into it. However, the energy tower that had been radiating a faint white light suddenly flickered for a moment. The white light gradually turned gray. Han Shuo was stunned. Before he could explain, Barnett and Eunice shouted in unison, "God Hunters!" The two exclamations were extremely ear-piercing in the quiet gymnasium. The gazes of everyone in the gymnasium immediately gathered on Han Shuo. After Barnett and Eunice shouted, they surrounded Han Shuo as if they had a tacit understanding. Some of the Fort Verka divine guards also rapidly gathered around them. Han Shuo suddenly found himself unable to move an inch. "What's going on? Didn't you say that the avatar of destruction has been cleansed of all impurities?" Han Shuo hastily transmitted to the cauldron spirit in an attempt to figure out what was going on. 2 seconds later, the cauldron spirit replied, that avatar's body is indeed free of impurities. However, that avatar is refined from the demon's layer edge and the demon's layer edge is infused with your blood essence. This is something that cannot be changed. That must be the reason why the rock is glowing. Han Shuo immediately understood what was going on after hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation. The avatar was indeed refined from the demon's layer edge. According to the cauldron spirit, the blood essence of demonic arts cultivators is extremely special. It was only natural that the energy tower would detect the impurities in Han Shuo's divine energy. This was something that Han Shuo did not expect. That was why he boldly injected his divine energy into the rock. Little did he expect that such a huge mishap would occur. After communicating with the cauldron spirit, Han Shuo discovered that he had fallen into a tight encirclement. Barnett and Eunice wore gloomy faces as they stared at Han Shuo. Barnett asked in a cold and sinister voice, "How many accomplices do you have? As long as you cooperate with us, we will let you die a little more comfortably." Misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the divine guards surrounding him and explained with a bitter smile. "The evidence is conclusive. This is definitely not a misunderstanding." Eunice coldly shouted and continued, "Over the past few months, a total of 13 destruction energy cultivators have died in Fort Verka. All of them were killed by someone who devoured their divine energy. How dare you say that this is a misunderstanding? Kill him. Those damned god hunters. Miss Eunice, kill him in the cruelest way possible. My wife was killed by them. I want revenge. My younger brother was also killed by them." Everyone in the gymnasium was glaring at Han Shuo in rage. Some of them had relatives and friends who were killed by the divine energy. They charged at Han Shuo with all their might. If it weren't for the Fort Verka divine guards holding them back, they would have fought to the death with Han Shuo. Han Shuo could sense the fury of those people. He finally realized why the god hunters had been operating in secret all this time and did not dare to operate in major cities. Han Shuo understood that if he couldn't explain the matter clearly, he might not be able to walk out of the gymnasium alive. Even if he escaped using demonic disassembly, he would not be able to establish a foothold on Elysium with his divine tablet. It's a misunderstanding, it really is a misunderstanding. Han Shuo explained in a bitter smile. Youngster, you still dare to quibble at this point? Hee, don't tell me you want me to kill you and dig out all the secrets in your soul. Barnett sneered sinisterly. He was a mid-god cultivating in the energy of death and he had his own way of doing things. I really am not a god hunter, replied Han Shuo in a bitter smile. Then how do you explain the anomaly in the energy towers? Asked Eunice impatiently. She was ready to attack at any moment. I cultivate in two energies. There are two types of divine energies in my body. That is why this anomaly occurred. Han Shuo hastily explained. He immediately deployed the divine energy of his avatar of death and formed a domain of divinity around him. Then, his divine energy changed and the domain of divinity changed from the energy of death to the energy of destruction. Huh! The crowd exclaimed in surprise. They started sizing up Han Shuo with strange gazes. Barnett waved his hand and gestured for the divine guards to step back. I didn't expect that there would be an idiot like you who cultivates in two energies at the same time. You will only achieve nothing by doing that. Worse still, the two energies will clash and you will die, said Eunice to Han Shuo as though she was looking at an idiot. Then, she turned to Barnett and asked, Uncle, such an idiot can't be a god hunter, right? Definitely not. Barnett nodded in agreement. He then turned to Han Shuo and said, All right, you may leave now. Han Shuo put on a bitter smile. Just as he was about to return to his room and continue cultivating the orb of destruction, he suddenly discovered that Ramon had brought a few people to the gymnasium. Those people, just like Han Shuo, had obtained the special scrolls from that shop. Chapter 686. Ramon was the most frightening god hunter leader that Han Shuo knew of in Fort Verka. For such a character to suddenly appear in a gymnasium specially designed to test god hunters, there was definitely something fishy going on. Han Shuo retreated from the energy tower in front of Barnett. He was in no hurry to leave but carefully observed Ramon and the others' actions. He wanted to know what these true god hunters were up to by coming here. At present, there were 87 people gathered in the largest gymnasium. Other than 21 divine guards from the House of Croton, the rest were cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. Only half of those who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction had passed the test. Those who passed the test were not in a hurry to leave but were observing the situation in the energy tower in front of Barnett. As cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, they were not in a hurry to leave because the god hunters roaming around Fort Verka had become a threat to their lives. They wanted the House of Croton to figure out the situation and capture those god hunters. After all, as long as the god hunters were not captured, they, as cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, would become the targets of those god hunters. The feeling of being treated as prey was not a good feeling for anyone. It could be said that basically all the low gods of destruction in Fort Verka had gathered in this gymnasium. Han Shuo was certain that there were god hunters among them. The reason why the energy tower could not detect them was because they had completely fused the divine energy they had absorbed with themselves. Han Shuo carefully observed the crowd and discovered that the eyes of the dozen or so low gods of destruction who were originally in the gymnasium started to flicker when they saw Ramon and the others. They secretly communicated with Ramon and the others with their eyes, as though they were preparing for something. Han Shuo immediately realized that something was about to happen in this gymnasium. He was in even more of a hurry to leave. Ramon, why are you here? You cultivate in the energy of darkness. There won't be any problems. Barnett recognized Ramon and shouted at the approaching Ramon. I brought my friend here to take the test. I'm just cooperating with you, replied Ramon with a warm smile. He did not look as cold and sinister as he did back in the shop. It seemed that this man was very good at disguising himself. Thank you. Barnett expressed his gratitude and instructed the divine guards in front of him, make way. Let Ramon and his friends come first. Ramon was a mid-god. But no matter where one was, powerful people would always enjoy special privileges. There were only so many mid-gods in Fort Verka. As a member of the House of Croton, it was normal for Barnett to be familiar with Ramon. Ramon led a few people who cultivated in the energy of destruction through the crowd and arrived in front of Barnett. Like Han Shua, those who had seen the scroll that Ramon had deliberately distributed but did not rebuke him on the spot had all infused their divine energy into the energy tower. The energy tower then emitted white light as usual, indicating that they were fine. But Han Shua was almost certain that the people who came with Ramon were the culprits of the murders in Fort Verka. The fact that the energy towers didn't emit white light could only mean that they had fused with the divine powers. There's no problem. I believe Ramon is your friend. He wouldn't do something so suicidal. Banite nodded. He seemed to be very familiar with Ramon. Of course. Ramon laughed heartily. However, his eyes were roving all over Eunice's body. He smilingly said, "Miss Eunice, you have been working hard these past few days. Those matters must have troubled you, haven't they?" There was a trace of lecherous glint in his eyes as he looked at Eunice. Those without keen senses like Han Shua would not have noticed it. As a member of the House of Croton, this is what I should do. There's no need to talk about hard work, said Eunice coldly. For some reason, she had an instinctive disgust for Ramon. Every time she saw him, she would feel uncomfortable all over. "Miss Eunice, if there's anything you need my help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Ramon's eyes roamed all over Eunice's body. His gaze lingered on her chest for the longest time. "No need." Eunice coldly snorted and flatly refused. Women were very perceptive in this regard. She had long known that Ramon had lusted after her. She was also aware of the sordid affair between Ramon and the salesgirl in the store. Therefore, she was very disgusted with Ramon. No matter how Ramon tried to please her, she would never show him any kindness. Ramon did not get angry. He merely laughed dryly. When he lowered his head, a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. "All right, Ramon. You may leave with your friend." Barnett smiled faintly. He was also aware of Ramon's feelings for Eunice. However, as the House of Croton was in charge of everything in Fort Verka, he was not afraid that Ramon would dare to do anything immoral to Eunice. Ramon nodded and turned to leave. Along the way, he kept exchanging glances with some of the people in the crowd. Those who met Ramon's gaze all nodded almost imperceptibly, as if telling Ramon that everything was ready. Han Shua carefully kept his guard up as he observed every little action of those people. He knew that a good show was about to unfold. Han Shua, who possessed true strength that allowed him to be unafraid of a late-stage mid-god, was not the least bit worried about his own safety. Instead, he wanted to see what Ramon was going to do. Under Han Shua's watchful eyes, Ramon had arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium and was about to leave. Han Shua was astounded. He thought, did I make a wrong judgment? Could it be that Ramon has no intention of doing anything here? Right at this moment. While most of the people's attention was once again focused on the energy tower in front of Barnett, a dark golden sphere suddenly appeared in Ramon's hand. Barnett, Eunice, and the other members of the House of Croton were busy testing the others and did not notice Ramon at all. Ramon did not let Han Shua wait a second longer. He immediately tossed the dark golden sphere into the air. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of destruction violently gushed out from the sphere. It flooded every corner of the gymnasium like a breached dam and formed a domain of divinity that enveloped the entire gymnasium. What's going on? The gymnasium was filled with cries of alarm. There were so many people cultivating in the energy of destruction and the gymnasium was so small. The terrifying energy of destruction that suddenly erupted immediately caused the crowd to gasp in bewilderment. God damn it, who deployed his domain of divinity? Some of the people who couldn't figure out what was going on cursed. Barnett, who was testing at the energy tower, suddenly had a huge change in expression. He cried out in alarm, "Who is it? This is Fort Verka under the City of Shadows. Who dares to be so presumptuous here? Barnett could sense that the aura of destruction that suddenly erupted in the gymnasium was not something he could withstand. Uncle, the intruder is very terrifying. I have never felt such terrifying energy of destruction. Eunice, who was relatively calm, softly shouted to Barnett. She was on high alert as though she was facing a formidable enemy. The dark golden sphere floating above the gymnasium continued to release the aura of destruction. It formed a domain of divinity that enveloped the entire gymnasium. When the crowd discovered that the intruder was the dark golden sphere floating above their heads, they raised their heads to look at it. Suddenly, ink-black spheres of light flew out from the dark golden sphere and flew toward the boundary above the gymnasium. Those ink-black spheres of light attached themselves to the boundary above the gymnasium and started moving at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the spheres of light passed, they would leave behind trails of electricity that changed the structure of the boundary above the gymnasium. The aura of destruction in the gymnasium grew denser and denser. Han Shuo was greatly astonished. His eyes were glistening as he stared at the boundary. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. The energy of destruction contained in the ink-black spheres of light that flew out from the dark golden sphere was too obvious and too concentrated. Han Shuo, who had been secretly cultivating the orb of destruction for some time, could immediately tell that those ink-black spheres of light were orbs of destruction. The orbs of destruction were constantly flying above the boundary, leaving behind trails of black electricity that changed the structure of the boundary. This caused Han Shuo to be even more puzzled. The scrolls that Han Shuo used to cultivate the orb of destruction came from Ramon's scroll shop. This made Han Shuo even more puzzled. Who are you? Show yourself. Barnett shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was extremely penetrating. It appeared that he was trying to attract the attention of the divine guards outside the gymnasium. It's useless. No one will be able to hear anything that happens here. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, your voice won't be able to penetrate the barrier. Ramon suddenly walked back the way he came, a sinister smile on his face. He had a calm expression on his face. It's you. Eunice cried out in surprise. Her pretty face was ice-cold as she asked, Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Fort Verka? Miss Eunice, you will soon know who I am. Hee, when I have you under my crotch and toy with you, I will slowly tell you everything. Ramon no longer concealed his lustful thoughts towards Eunice. He started laughing in an unbridled manner. Shameless. Eunice clenched her teeth and shouted angrily in response to Ramon's lustful gaze and impudent words. Ramon, do you know what the consequences of making an enemy of the House of Croton will be? Barnett took a deep breath to steady his anger that was about to explode at any moment. He stared at Ramon and asked in a calm manner. Ramon nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, chuckled sinisterly, Do you really think that a puny House of Croton is worthy of our attention? Poor Barnett, you think too highly of the House of Croton. As Ramon spoke, more than 20 people who cultivated in the energy of destruction walked out from the crowd one after another. They stood beside Ramon and made their stand clear. God hunters. They are all God hunters. Eunice suddenly came to a realization. She pointed at the 20 or so people and shouted. She was so angry that her body was trembling. She secretly blamed herself for not discovering their identities earlier. Those people standing beside Ramon coldly faced Eunice's accusation and did not utter a word. Kill them. Those damned God hunters. Their existence is our nightmare. Lacey, who was once brought here by Eunice along with Han Shuo, shouted in righteous indignation. He had been fawning over Eunice all this time and it was obvious that he adored her. Now was the perfect opportunity to stand up for her. After he shouted, those victims who cultivated in the energy of destruction immediately responded. Although Ramon's side had more than 20 God hunters who cultivated in the energy of destruction, Barnett and Eunice had more than 20 divine guards. In addition to those who were not god hunters, Ramon and Eunice's side had more than 20 divine guards. When Eunice saw that Lacey had taken the lead to help her, she smiled at him as a way of expressing her gratitude. Lacey became even more excited after seeing Eunice's smile. He took the lead and walked towards Ramon and the others. It seemed that he was prepared to take the lead and win Eunice's favor. Idiot! Han Shua cursed in his mind. He thought to himself, if Ramon dares to reveal his identity with so few people, it means that victory is already in his grasp. But this Lacey, in order to win Eunice's favor, is he tired of living? Just as Han Shua expected, before Lacey could reach Ramon, 3 orbs of destruction fell from the sky in a crisscross pattern and instantly bombarded Lacey's body. He let out a miserable shriek. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lacey's divine body abnormally swelled up. His bony body suddenly expanded to 3 times its original size and was still expanding. Poof! A muffled explosion sounded from his body. Lacey's divine body that had expanded to its limit shriveled up at an even faster rate. He collapsed to the ground as though he was boneless. Blood flowed out from every pore of his divine body. Impulsive youngsters usually don't come to a good end. Ramon softly concluded. Soon after, he put on a sinister smile and said, "Why would we show ourselves if we weren't absolutely certain? What do you guys think?" Upon hearing those words, the group of people that had followed Lacey and were about to attack Ramon and the others came to a sudden halt. After thinking for a moment, none of them dared to act rashly. It wasn't easy for us to create such an opportunity to gather all those who cultivate in the Edict of Destruction together. This is all out of good intentions. As long as you all cooperate with me, I believe that most of you will be fine. Ramon nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the group had stopped advancing. Ramon, we will not compromise with you. God hunters are nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. Don't even think of making us join your evil deeds," shouted Barnett in a cold voice. He took the lead and walked towards Ramon. The divine guards of the House of Croton and Eunice immediately followed behind him. "It's not up to you to decide whether or not you will join us in our evil deeds." Ramon put on a mocking smile. He pointed at the god hunters behind him who also cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and said, in the past, they didn't know how to use the energy of destruction to devour others. That was why they were content with the status quo. But look, after I told them the method, didn't they become the same kind of people as us? Barnett, you've never tasted that wonderful feeling, that's why you're saying that. If you've used the power of death to devour someone, you'll know that it's the most memorable feeling. Do you want to try it? I want to know what it feels like to kill you. Barnett was not swayed by Ramon's words. He resolutely walked towards Ramon. Barnett, don't be so impulsive. Don't you want to know what I am trying to do? Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Ramon resorted to another method, to pique Barnett's curiosity. Clearly, Ramon's method was effective. Barnett stopped, stared at Ramon, and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "You will know very soon." Ramon proudly pointed at the boundary that enveloped them and shouted to the crowd, "The boundary is shrinking. If you don't want to die, gather at the center. I will bring you to a place where you can escape the fate of being bombarded by the energy of destruction on the boundary." Upon hearing those words, the crowd raised their heads and looked at the sky. Sure enough, they discovered that it was just as Ramon said. The boundary that looked like an enormous cover that completely sealed off the gymnasium was shrinking bit by bit as the orbs of destruction rolled down. Thin and long electric sparks were leaping on the surface of the boundary, forming waves of energy of destruction. The dark golden sphere that had been hovering motionlessly above their heads had stopped spewing orbs of destruction. It was like an eye coldly looking down at the crowd, giving off a terrifying pressure. By now, Han Shua, who was hiding among the crowd, was almost certain that the dark golden sphere was an extremely powerful divine weapon and its owner was absolutely a terrifying high god cultivating in the energy of destruction. Only a divine weapon in the hands of a high god could produce such a terrifying effect. There were approximately 300 orbs of destruction drifting out from the dark golden sphere. All of them attached themselves to the boundary and revolved. Based on what Han Shuo knew about the scroll, he believed that the owner of the dark golden sphere was the person who produced the scroll and mastered the orbs of destruction. It was precisely with this understanding that Han Shuo, who could use the Earth Elite zombie to leave from the depths of the Earth, didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape. Instead, he boldly mingled in the crowd and watched the development of the situation without batting an eyelid. The boundary outside the gymnasium was still shrinking. Ramon, who was standing at the center of the gymnasium, had erected another bidirectional spacetime portal. The bidirectional spacetime portal was a special divine weapon used for short-distance teleportation. It was manufactured by mighty gods cultivating in the Edict of Space and was extremely precious. By utilizing the bidirectional spacetime portal, two people who owned two portals could freely travel back and forth to meet each other. The original creator of the bidirectional spacetime portal was to make it convenient for a couple in a foreign land to meet each other. That couple did not cultivate in the same energy. One cultivated in a secret location in the north of Elysium that was rich in elemental energy, while the other cultivated in the south of Elysium that was rich in elemental energy. If the couple wished to meet each other, they would have to travel across more than half of Elysium. That was how the bidirectional spacetime portal came into being. Although the bidirectional spacetime portal could not be used for interplanar teleportation, it could be carried around and was very convenient. As the materials needed to construct the bidirectional spacetime portal were rather precious and could only be manufactured by high gods cultivating in the Edict of Space, the bidirectional spacetime portal was exceedingly precious and ordinary people could not possibly own one. Ramon was just a mid-god of darkness. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to own such a precious bidirectional spacetime portal. As soon as Ramon erected the bidirectional spacetime portal, Han Shuo immediately realized that it must have belonged to the owner of the dark golden sphere. While Han Shuo was pondering, Ramon laughed loudly and pointed at the open portal. He smilingly said, "Go in if you don't want to die. Barnett, if you want to know what's going on, you have to go in too. I don't mind telling you that the boundary around here was created by a high god divine weapon. If you don't go in, you will die." "Humph, I'll go in and see what you're up to." Barnett coldly groaned and strode into the portal. However, he seemed to have lost some of his confidence. Han Shuo knew that he had no other choice. "Little beauty, you go first. I'll be with you shortly," said Ramon with a big smile when it was Eunice's turn. "Pooh!" Eunice could not restrain the disgust in her heart. She spat on Ramon's face to make her stand clear. But when Eunice spat on Ramon's face, she panicked. By then, her uncle Barnett had already entered the portal. Most of the people who stayed behind were on Ramon's side. She was afraid that Ramon would take drastic action. To the crowd's surprise, Ramon did not immediately flip out. Instead, he reached out his index finger to touch the spittle on his cheek. Then, he put the spittle into his mouth and began sucking on it right in front of Eunice's face. He looked extremely obscene. Disgusting. Eunice was in a panic. She no longer dared to look at Ramon. She entered the bidirectional spacetime portal in an extremely sorry state. Her heart was filled with humiliation and unwillingness. "Ha, ha." Ramon laughed maniacally and was extremely pleased with himself. It was only after Eunice disappeared into the portal that his attitude turned cold. He grinned hideously and mumbled to himself, "Eunice, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. When the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to beg for death." The barrier around the gymnasium shrank tighter and tighter. Those panic-stricken people entered the portal one after another. Soon, it was Han Shuo's turn to enter. "Ha!" Ramon stared blankly at Han Shuo for a moment. Then, he suddenly asked in a puzzled tone, "I know you. You've read the contents of the scroll, but you didn't show any extreme reaction. This means that you've also thought of using the devouring method written on the scroll. But why didn't you stand with us? And why didn't you do anything special after that? Han Shuo had long known that Ramon was using a special device to clearly see everything that happened inside the shop. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell that those people were disloyal and would gradually become his people. Han Shuo was not surprised at all by Ramon's words. He smiled and said, "That's right. I've also read the contents of the scroll and I'm really interested in it. It's just that I've been delayed by some matters and haven't found a target yet." Hee. Huh, kindred spirits. I'm sure you'll have a target once you enter. Ramon grinned sinisterly at Han Shuo's words and patted Han Shuo's shoulder. He must have regarded Han Shuo as one of his kind. I hope so too. Han Shuo replied cheerfully and hastily walked toward the portal. However, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it, don't touch me with your dirty hands. Chapter 687. When Han Shuo stepped into the portal and walked out, he discovered that he had arrived in a valley. The valley was shrouded in lingering clouds and was surrounded by cliffs. On the cliffs, there were many bottomless caves leading to who knows where. The ground beneath his feet was very hard because it was mixed with rock fragments. Those who had entered the portal earlier were also pacing around the valley. Eunice and Barnett were together and were whispering to each other. They were probably trying to come up with a suitable solution for their current predicament. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness, and just as he was about to probe the surroundings, he immediately sensed the presence of a boundary deep in the clouds above his head. The boundary, which emanated an obvious aura of destruction, was surprisingly able to detect the probing of Han Shuo's consciousness. The clouds and mist in the area where Han Shuo's consciousness was roaming suddenly started to churn. Han Shuo was alarmed and immediately withdrew his consciousness. He did not know if his consciousness could penetrate the boundary, but when he saw that the boundary could detect his consciousness, he did not dare to continue taking the risk lest the owner of the place retaliated. Behind Han Shuo, those god hunters who had obviously fallen into depravity walked out of the portal one after another. As soon as they walked out of the portal, their eyes became more and more excited. They looked at Han Shuo and the others with ferocious gazes as though they were looking at their prey. Ramon was the last to walk out of the dimensional gate. He was probably the last to collect the dimensional gate and the dark golden orb that contained the orb of destruction, so that the Croton family of Fort Verka would not be able to find any traces of their disappearance. After walking out of the portal, Ramon immediately searched for traces of Eunice. When he saw Eunice, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. No one knew what was going through his mind. His face was filled with obscenity. Welcome to one of the strongholds of our God Hunter Alliance. Here, I would like to introduce to you our leader who cultivates in the Edict of Destruction, Lord Bravst. Ramon raised his voice and shouted towards an enormous cave at the side of the valley. Ramon, it's been hard on you. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the cave. It is my honor to serve Lord Bravst. Ramon dared not claim credit for himself. He raised his voice and said, I have brought nearly all those who cultivate in the Edict of Destruction from Fort Verka with me. Do you have any other instructions, my lord? Very good. Come in and take what you deserve. Hand over the 2 divine tools I gave you. Bravst shouted from inside the cave. He was nowhere to be seen. Ramon was overjoyed. He put away the other spatial door behind him and leaped into the cave. Although Han Shuo couldn't see Bravst's face or sense his aura, he was certain that Bravst was a formidable high god. Han Shuo was certain that Bravst was the master of the dark golden sphere. This was because a mid-god definitely couldn't create so many orbs of destruction. Moreover, every orb of destruction contained such powerful destruction divine energy. Very soon, Ramon returned. He seemed to have gotten what he wanted and appeared to be even more excited. Lord Bravst said that as long as you cultivators of the energy of destruction devour the divine energy of one of the people around you, you will be considered one of us, and you will be allowed to leave this valley alive. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Ramon stood at the entrance of the cave and announced. Upon hearing those words, Tanai Mountain and the others' faces jolted. They vigilantly distanced themselves from the people around them, fearing that someone might suddenly attack them. Han Shuo had long anticipated that this would be the outcome. That Bravst had gone through so much trouble to have Ramon gather all those who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction here for no other reason than to kill them all. According to what Ramon had said in the shop, the number of god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was the least. Bravst must have been short on manpower, and that was why he had instructed Han Shuo, a cultivator of the Edict of Darkness, to carry out this task. From this, it could be seen that Bravst was severely lacking in manpower. Han Shuo, who had once devoured that old woman with the energy of death, had personally experienced that feeling. He knew that anyone who took that step would find it very difficult to resist the terrifying desire that would constantly surge in their heart. In the end, they would join the God Hunter faction and become one of them. After all, not many people were like Han Shuo, who had been struggling with their willpower ever since they started cultivating demonic arts. They were not Han Shuo and could not resist that terrifying temptation. Bravst was well aware of that, and that was why he had given the order. He also believed that once someone had a taste of that feeling, they would find it hard to give up and would eventually become a god hunter and serve him. Ramon's words undoubtedly set off a huge wave of commotion among the people in the valley. After Ramon's words faded, a huge scroll suddenly descended from the cloudy sky. The scroll recorded the detailed method of using the power of destruction to engulf those of the same attribute. In the valley, those who had yet to become god hunters had never visited Ramon's scroll shop before. Almost none of them knew how to use the energy of destruction to devour those of the same energy. When the enormous scroll descended, many of them were bewildered. After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that under the threat of death and the temptation of growing stronger, a portion of them had begun to memorize the contents of the scroll. The method of devouring one's own kind wasn't difficult. With the correct guidance, almost anyone could master it. Those who had their eyes on the scroll and were silently memorizing the method would definitely become the god hunters' kin in the future. Those who remained firm in their stand were constantly gnawing away at their willpower and gradually began to waver. If it weren't for the threat of death, at least a large portion of those present would have disregarded the contents of the scroll. After all, god hunters were the public enemy of the entire Elysium and were despised by everyone. But under the threat of death, if they resisted, it would mean that they would disappear forever. They had to think carefully. I will be watching your every move. Don't worry, I will help you subdue those who dare to take action, even if your opponent is stronger than you. I can guarantee that as long as you are determined to become one of us, not only will you not die, but you will also grow stronger at an even faster rate. Bravst, who was in the cave, once again guaranteed, giving those who were hesitant even greater resolve. Divine essences are something that can only be found by chance, but those who cultivate in the same energy can be found everywhere. They are all living divine essences. Imagine the wonderful process of using the energy of others to boost your own strength. How delightful and enjoyable it is. Ramon was more like a lobbyist. After Bravst finished his words, he began to talk incessantly, trying to bewitch those who were hesitant. With Bravst and Ramon working together, Han Shuo discovered that those who were hesitant were visibly influenced. They also began to memorize the contents of the scroll and surreptitiously tried to utilize the energy within their bodies. The atmosphere in Tanai Mountain suddenly became extremely strange. Everyone secretly distanced themselves from others. Even those who were once friends grew vigilant. At this moment, there was no one around them that they could trust. Everyone could become their enemy. Those who were originally in a group gradually grew more and more distant from each other. On the contrary, those true god hunters huddled together. They wore cold and indifferent smiles on the corners of their mouths as they observed the actions of those around them. They seemed to find it very amusing. What are you all doing? Eunice, who was with Barnett, shouted in a somewhat panicked voice when she discovered that the situation was not in her favor. Nobody paid any attention to her. Even the guards from the Croton family silently moved away from the two of them. Their eyes flickered indeterminately. Perhaps, only they themselves knew what they were secretly thinking. At this moment, Han Shuo was rather restless. He wasn't afraid that those around him would suddenly change their temperament, but rather that he didn't know what method he could use to get out of Tanai Mountain. With a terrifying high god like Bravst present, it would be nearly impossible for Han Shuo to force his way out of the valley. If he were to summon Earth Elite Zombie or Metal Elite Zombie, it would be equally troublesome if Bravst were to target him. The only way to ensure that he could escape was to use the demonic blood disassembly. But to use the demonic blood disassembly to escape would greatly damage his vitality. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Han Shuo was not willing to use this last resort. Curiosity killed the cat. Han Shuo inwardly blamed himself. He clearly knew that it would be dangerous, but he still insisted on joining. If he had used the Earth Elite Zombie to leave through the underground of the training field, Han Shuo believed that no one would be able to stop him. But things were different now that he had Bravst. Should I use the energy of destruction to devour one of them and find an opportunity to escape? No. Unless I kill everyone here, even if I can resist the terrifying temptation, I will never be able to get rid of my identity as a god hunter once the god hunters divulge my identity. Han Shuo was stuck between a rock and a hard place as he racked his brains for a way to resolve his current predicament. A muffled groan sounded in the valley, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Han Shuo, who'd been racking his brains for a solution, looked over and saw a person stumbling, as if he'd been ambushed. Who is it? Who is it? He continued to turn around, glaring angrily at everyone around him. The green spear in his hand swayed back and forth. When he turned around, Han Shuo discovered that there was a small green arrow stuck in his back. The wound was bleeding profusely, and it looked like there was still a large amount of poison on the arrow. My apologies, Only. I know that you have always loathed god hunters and will never be one of us. Since you are going to die, why don't you give me a chance to live? A skinny young man with a scar on his face sheepishly took out an exquisite crossbow and aimed it at Han Shuo. The divine energy of destruction in his body flowed into the crossbow. Logger, it's actually you. I once saved your life and now you are the one who ambushed me. Only, who was shot by the arrow, stared at his assailant in disbelief. His eyes were wide open and it was obvious that he was extremely furious. Yes, I have always been grateful to you. That's why I asked you to save me again. I think you will be glad to do so. Goodbye, Only. I will remember the 2 times you saved my life. The skinny youth called Logger shot out 3 small arrows in quick succession. Each arrow was imbued with the power of destruction. Only, who had already been hit by Logger's sneak attack, was obviously not very agile anymore. At such a close distance, and with Logger's full strength, he could only dodge 2 of the 3 small arrows in the end. Another arrow pierced his chest. At the same time, Logger suddenly charged at Only, who had been shot by 2 arrows. He took the opportunity to punch Only twice. Violent energy surged into Only's body and knocked him to the ground. Everyone, he's mine. Do as you please, but don't fight with me for him. Logger, who had his hands pressed against Only's back, raised his head and grinned at the crowd. His smile was very bright, but it sent a chill down everyone's spine. A person who could attack his savior so decisively and viciously without the slightest bit of remorse was definitely insane. It was no wonder that he was the first to attack Only. This kind of person was usually the most feared. Under his bright smile, the crowd subconsciously took a few steps back, as though to express their attitude. Damn it, there's actually such a person. Even those who had become god hunters started to feel disgusted by his actions and started cursing. God hunters couldn't help but feel tempted by the act of devouring. Other than involuntarily attacking cultivators of the same element, they weren't much different from ordinary cultivators. They had their own emotions and they had their own circle of friends. Therefore, they also found it unbearable to see such an insane person. The space around Lager automatically parted to create a larger space. He started devouring his savior, Onli, as though there was no one else around him. Amidst Onli's wails and howls, that gentle smiling Lager seemed to become more and more malevolent in the eyes of the crowd. "Give me half of it, so that I don't have to hunt for more prey." Suddenly, an untimely chuckle sounded from a corner. The crowd was shocked to hear those words. They thought, who could be so bold as to provoke Lager? With this in mind, everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Under the crowd's gazes, Han Shuo leisurely strolled out. The smile on his face was even more sincere than Lager's. Looking at Lager from afar, he continued, "You are a person who knows how to repay favors. I'm sure you won't mind." "Interesting, interesting." Lager clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He looked at Han Shuo and said, "But you'd better hurry up. If you're any later, you won't get a share. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse." Han Shuo let out a long laugh. He suddenly sped up and charged straight at Lager. "I'll be waiting." Lager stopped devouring the dying Onli and suddenly stood up. He rapidly aimed his crossbow at Han Shuo. Lager possessed the strength of a mid-stage low god. In the eyes of many onlookers, he was extremely dangerous. His vicious temperament made people even more apprehensive. Han Shuo did not reply. He dashed at lightning speed towards Lager. It was obvious that he knew Lager would make such an unfriendly move. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.